What did I do again?
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for day 3 of this county championship match between Sussex and Glamorgan. A quick shout out to make sure we're going out around the ground. There we are, hats waving. I suspect they are the hat. Oh, 3 people are waving. We've got an additional listener. We've got 3 listeners today, Nick, which is great. We've got Tim, we've got Julian, and we have another. I don't know who the another is, but we're grateful that we've got 3 listeners inside the ground. So that's good news. For those of you who aren't inside the ground, it is another gloriously sunny day, and if you're listening around the Brighton area and you think, oh, I might go down to Hove, well, come down, because it's a beautiful day and we should be in for a good day's cricket. I'm Adrian Harms. Nick Webb is from BBC Wales. Good to see you again, Nick.
Thank you.
And
Rohid still here.
and the umpires, Nigel Long and Ian Blackwell, are making their way out to the middle. If you want to go onto the BBC website, BBC Sports Sussex, you'll see an interview with James Coles from last night after his wonderful innings of 224. He revealed at the end that he's had a bit of tonsillitis, James, and he wasn't feeling great on the first day, which is why he didn't field in the slips. So that was a pretty good effort yesterday, all in all.
I'd hate to think what he can produce if he is feeling well then.
Yes, I thought. I also said to him, when we'd finished the interview, I said, I thought you might have bowled a couple of overs last night, James. It was your day. And he said, well, yeah, it did cross my mind as well. But anyway, I think he'll have lots of bowling to do today. Not such a good day for Glamorgan. It was one of those days. You spoke to Richard Dawson, always good when the coach fronts up. What did he have to say?
Yes, it was one of those days where the coach takes the pressure off his players by saying, right, I'll do the interview. Yeah, I mean, he was pleased with the effort. By omission, not so pleased with the execution. He didn't actually say that, but you could tell that was what he meant. And he said, well, that's it now. We've got to have the right attitude. It's about what happens in the next 2 days rather than the last 2. He admitted that the bowling hadn't been as on it as in most of Glamorgan's 6 previous matches, which is fair enough and honest enough, I think. There's not much more you could say.
No. Talking about bowling, the Sussex bowling attack, when you think about the first game of the season at Leicestershire, and indeed for the championship matches, the first 6 matches, the attack was Ollie Robinson, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Henry Crocombe, the main thrust of the attack, and none of those players will be playing or bowling in this match. Jade Evan-Nudkat will be the strike bowler for Sussex, and then Sean Hunt and Dom Goodman, who neither of whom have played any championship cricket at all this season because of injuries. So it's a big ask for Sussex. I suspect we'll see a fair amount of spin from Coles and Carson, some medium pace of Tom Haynes as well, and Tom Price. So Sussex in a very strong position in this match, but Glamorgan have history here, scoring over 700 3 years ago when they drew a match which they looked like they were going to lose. Sean Hunt is going to get things underway. He's coming in to bowl to Zain El Hassan, first ball of the day, and the ball is played to mid-on, and there is no run. There are 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And what are you pointing at, Nick?
It's a no ball.
Oh, well done, Nick, sorry. It's not a great start to the day, is it? And a poor mark for the commentator as well, who didn't spot it was a no ball. So well done, Nick.
It's one of these grounds where the umpire turns sideways from us to signal the scorers.
Thank you for not throwing me under the bus. That's very kind. Here comes Hunt and bowls, and like I said, it's forward, and this time it is not a no ball. So legitimate delivery from Sean Hunt. We'll keep across, of course, all the scores in the other games as well. Not as big a crowd as there's been on the first 2 days, but maybe people will drift in as the days go on. Busy day in Brighton yesterday, wasn't it, with all sorts of demonstrations and things, some which on the way back, actually, on the way back up the A23 last night, I passed some police vans from Kent, which suggested that there were some reinforcements sent in yesterday. As in comes Hunt over the wicket and bowls, and that's a good delivery, and beats Al Hussain outside the off stump. Good delivery. And James Coles was saying in his interview last night there's still a bit in this pitch, and there was really good carry there through to John Simpson, who took the ball almost shoulder high. Sean Hunt wanders back to the far end. I suspect we'll see Goodman and Hunt used reasonably sparingly. Sussex have got another game which starts here on Friday against Hampshire. And one would imagine that Just break off as Hunt is in and bowls, and I'll say just lets this one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. There's a possibility Henry Croker might be playing for England. He might make his Test match debut, which would be amazing for Henry. If he doesn't, you'd imagine he would be back. And we'll await to hear the outcome of the scans on Ollie Robinson's knee today. In terms of Test cricket, Jordan Cox called up by England as a possible replacement for Jamie Smith in the Test match, which is starting on Wednesday at the Oval. So lots of changes around the England squad as comes Hunt and bowls and clipped. Did that come off a bit of bat, I think, or a bit of glove maybe? It's right. Let's come all the way down to fine leg for 4 byes, and Goodman has to clamber over the advertising hoardings. He's now trying to find the ball, which is down here amongst all the groundsman's bits and pieces at this end of the ground. He's found it now. Well done.
It's more difficult in Cardiff when they have to go underneath the hover cover that's parked straight in front of the sight screen, and it's the professional equivalent of looking in the stinging nettles for the ball at village level.
I've done a lot of that. Looking in the we used to have a little stream that went by our ground as well. You know, looking in the stream or the nettles or whatever it is. People going in there with a cricket bat to bash the nettles down. In comes Hunt. Bowls. So lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Simpson. Again, there is no run.
Yeah, we've actually gone high tech at Machen these days. We've built a fence on the 2 sides of the ground that have a river running by them. Otherwise it was getting rather expensive in terms of lost balls whenever a batter got well set.
What would you pay for a cricket ball these days, Nick?
I've no idea. That's not within my remit on the committee.
Right.
My remit is doing the social media posts.
Okay.
So if you've got any comments about those, let me know.
You're not an influencer, are you, Nick? In comes Hunt. Bowls. Allison lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. So tidy up and over from Sean Hunt. Encouragement, there's still good bounce left in this pitch. At the end of the over, Glamorgan have added 4 runs to their overnight score. They are 48 without loss. Those runs though coming off. Sorry, they added 6 runs. What am I talking about? Because there was a no ball as well. So none of those 6 runs have come off the bat. There was 2 for the no ball and then 4 leg byes. And it's going to be J-Dev and Nudcat who's going to get things underway from the C end of the ground. And I think a Nudcat will be absolutely key for Sussex today. I picked up 4 wickets in the first innings. He's the strike bowler. And as I say, much supported James Coles yesterday in that 100 partnership, but Sussex will have high hopes with the ball for J-Dev today.
So left arm medium fast for the Indian international, 34 years old, moving past the 50 wicket mark for Sussex in first class in the first innings as he's in and bowls, and Tribe plays that one gently to point, and there is no run. So Glamorgan, you would have thought, would need to bat at least 5 sessions to save this match. If you score around about 100 runs a session, they might be somewhere in the nature of 150 runs ahead going into the final session, but even then Sussex would fancy a go at it. As Unadkat is in to bowl and Tribe defends on the leg side, and there's no run. You mentioned good bit of pace still in the wicket. It has been that sort of wicket with a bit of pace and bounce largely. 1 or 2 keeping low. Chris Cook, the Glamorgan keeper, said nothing too much out of the ordinary in terms of uneven bounce. I saw him in passing last night. Unadkat is in to bowl to Tribe. It's down the leg side, and no contact is made as it thuds into the gloves of John Simpson. Don't forget, if you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, or Sussex Sport rather than cricket, isn't it?
Yes, Sussex Sport @bbc.co.uk.
So please send in your emails on this match, those involved. those not involved. Any other cricketing matters? As Unadkat is in to bowl to Tribe, who's forward defensively. Sussex starting with 3 slips in a gully, so there are some scoring opportunities in front of the wicket, but those will not be a priority. In terms of getting the scoreboard moving, though obviously if they do get in the lead we might start worrying about that at some point tomorrow, but today is all about the wickets column as far as Glamorgan is concerned, as Unadkat is in to bowl outside off stump, wide-ish delivery and taken by Simpson low down. Nick Webb 2017 is my handle on X and Blue Sky as well these days. Try and monitor all of them, though not by the minute. You still on X, Adrian?
I am. At Adrian Holmes, I only put cricket stuff on there, really. I never put anything else, nothing personal or anything on there.
Yes. Followers of my account will also get the all the Mackin stuff reposted. They must be bored stiff with it by now, as that is Tribe pushing forward, playing back down the pitch, just trickles past the stump. And there is no run. It's a maiden over to start with Jaydev Unadkat, and Glamorgan will be quite happy with seeing off maidens by the score from Unadkat, because he presumably won't be bowling that long spells, maybe 5 overs or so.
Yeah, I think that's what Tom Haynes will do. I think he'll bowl his quicks in spells of 5 overs. I suspect if Sussex don't pick up wickets early on this morning, you know, he'll get the spinners into the attack. I think Tom Haynes will bowl himself quite a bit as well. So, but I think he'll certainly rotate the seamers quite regularly. Sean Hunt is on his way, left arm seamer down the hill bowls, and Al Hussain is playing to mid-on, fielded there by Jaydev Unadkat. There is no run. There are 3 slips in place. Allsop at first, leaning second, Haynes at third. Jack Carson is at leg slip. Dom Goodman is down here at fine leg. James Coles is chatting away to the umpire at mid-wicket. Jaydev is at mid-on. Daniel Hughes at mid-off. Tom Price is at point. As in comes Hunt and bowls and let go outside of the off stump by Al Hussain. Goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. So no runs off the bat this morning. That's the 14th ball of the day. There was a no ball from Sean Hunt, and 4 leg byes. So Sussex certainly keeping it tight this morning. Lots of clapping going on. Daniel Hughes is vigorously clapping at mid-off. The blue seats at the far end of the ground there for the T20s are pretty sparsely occupied today. It's often the way on a Sunday, as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Al Hussain again lets that one go outside the off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. Much debate in the press box today about which teams various of the correspondents, the lads next door, have got in various sweepstakes in the World Cup. And Jack's ended up with, I think, Austria and someone else who isn't going to win it. So no one seemed to have picked one of the favourites. I don't know who's picked up those in the club sweepstake. In comes Hunt and bowls. That's a good delivery. Now I think that's probably the first time he's actually beaten Al Hussain today. On the side of the off stump.
Interesting, there's a leg slip in already. We saw that briefly for Al Hussain last night, and they've gone there again this morning.
Yeah.
So it does like a little clip off his legs, as many players do.
Ollie Robinson likes to bowl quite often with a leg slip. Hunt in again, bowls. Al Hussain right in behind this place to mid-wicket. James Coles looking very lively at mid-wicket fields, and there is no run. Good to speak to James last night, and I haven't seen the interview. He was very keen to sort of say in the interview how happy he is at Sussex. He's delighted for Henry Crocombe and said, it just goes to prove that, if you're playing at Sussex, you can get yourself around the England squad, which will be music to the ears, I'm sure, of many of the Sussex supporters as Hunt is in and bowls. And that's the first run off the bat. Run down here to fine leg. Goodman is quickly round, has to run in from fine leg, gets in the throw, but not before Alpha Sanders come back for a couple of runs. He goes to 7 and the Glamorgan 50 is up.
Yes, I'm only catching bits of the World Cup at the moment. I saw Qatari joy as they equalised late on against Switzerland, and I caught the goal for Morocco before I shuffled off to bed. I didn't think I'd better stay up till 1 o'clock to watch the end of that one. And of course, a very good morning for all Scottish listeners as well.
Yes. Yeah, I did. I mean, I didn't see any of it yesterday. I saw some of the highlights this morning. I saw the scenes in Melbourne actually, because Australia won.
Yeah.
And there was a load of people in a big square in Melbourne watching it on a big screen. Looked cold there actually. Everyone was wrapped up in coats and hats. I guess June is pretty much the middle of their winter, really.
Yeah. They go to. My view is that they go to coats and hats quite easily in Australia because they're not used to it. Unadkat is in to bowl, and Tribe pushes that one back down the pitch, and there's no run. Remember, first time I went to Australia in 2007, I think it was, to cover for a rugby tour, and it was in June, I think, and we'd gone from a British summer to an Australian winter. It was more or less the same temperature, so we were all out in t-shirts and polo necks and shorts and whatever in the evening, and picked up a paper and it said there was some cinema premiere in town. It said celebrities braved the freezing temperatures. What? Unadkat bowls, and Tribe tries to work it down to fine leg but makes no contact. So their freezing temperatures were for us. Oh, this is a nice evening.
Callum May has been in touch. Hello, Callum. This was sent yesterday actually, and he says, "Hi Adrian, if Glamorgan were to win, they'd break a county record for the biggest first innings lead overhauled. Here are the top 5 in first class cricket." So let's see if I can get those ones up.
I think we'd need something remarkable for any sort of Glamorgan victory, as Tribe plays another ball into the offside to point, and there is no, and realistically they're not going to get more than 100 a session with the approach that they're forced to take, and they won't be far enough ahead, even if they were to be able to bat out time, which is in itself a long shot.
Just for the record, the record score for a first innings lead overhauled is 402.
As Unadkat is in to bowl and Tribe is forward, playing gently to cover, no run.
That's Northern Districts against Central Districts at the Burt Sutcliffe Oval in Lincoln in 2006-07. I'm assuming that's in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And 384 Barbados v Trinidad in 1926 to 1927. More recently, 355 Leicestershire against Worcestershire at Grace Road in 2006. 352 Northamptonshire v Durham at Wantage Road in 2002. 350 Worcester v... Let's break off.
As this is driven nicely by Tribe, but well fielded at point, and there is no run.
Worcestershire v Northamptonshire at the county ground, well, a new road as we know it, in 2016, when 350 was the deficit on first innings.
Yeah, that 2023 match here between these two counties, it was a world record for first class cricket of the difference between first and second innings of 614 runs more Glamorgan got in their second innings than their first. The deficit, though, is actually slightly larger. This time it's 366 compared to 358 in that memorable match. As Unadkat is in and Tribe is defending this on the leg side. You mentioned those blue seats still being in situ at the top end of the ground. That's the end of the over, 50 for naught. Very good morning to Phil Steele, if he's listening up there, the BBC Wales sports broadcaster, who's enjoying his visit. And from the angle of his photo, I think he's sort of directly opposite us. Right. Morning, Phil, if you've got your earphones in.
Well, certainly plenty of space. Sussex will be hoping those spaces will be filled for the final 3 games of the T20, but Surrey will almost certainly be a sellout here. Which is coming up after this, these 2 matches in the county championship. Essex also visiting Hove. I can't think of who the other one is actually.
What's the situation in the One Day Cup? Are you playing any at outgrounds, or are they all here?
Just one. They're playing at Arundel, which always gets well attended. Sean Hunt comes in down the hill, bowls to Hassan, who's beaten outside the off stump. Good little spell this from Sean Hunt. He's just probing away outside of Al Hassan's off stump. Go through to Simpson, no run. Just to mark your card, Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, is going to join us this afternoon around about 2:30. So if you've got any questions you'd like me to put to Paul, I will do my best. To mid-on, and there is no run.
Yes, I foresee a quick 20 minutes up on the roof or somewhere around the ground in the sunshine.
Yeah, well, it's that sort of day, isn't it? And actually the temperature is just really nice today. It's sort of, low mid-20s for most of the day, so it's not like it's stinking hot and not very pleasant. Craig from Mile Oak has been in touch. Hello Craig, thanks for getting in touch. As in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls. Hassan is full. He's going to get runs. He's going to get 4 runs down to third man. Slightly edgy shot from Al Hassan, and the applause you can hear down below us is from Don Goodman, who says, well bowled Sean, despite the ball going for 4. Al Hassan goes double figures. He's on 11, 54 without loss. Craig says, good morning, gentlemen. I had a wonderful afternoon at the ground yesterday, witnessing that James Cole's knock. But wanted to give a shout out to the Glamorgan fans, who despite a difficult day clearly turned up in numbers and had a great rapport with their players with plenty of banter. Got my fingers and toes crossed for 10 wickets today, says Craig. I'll just add to that in a moment actually, as in comes Hunt again, bowls to Al Hassan, who's nudging that one onto the onside. It's a little bit of discomfort, but he takes a single and escapes to the other end away from Sean Hunt, who's had some good deliveries this morning, 55 without loss, Hassan to 12. Yeah, just a word on that as well. And I thought how sporting the Glamorgan players were yesterday when James Cole's got to his 200, and then particularly as he left the field, every Glamorgan player came up, shook his hand, pats on the back, and I thought it was really good to see. So well done to the Glamorgan lads, as it had a pretty torrid hour or so.
They were looking a little bit bedraggled as they came off.
I mean, perhaps they were just glad to get off the field, but that's it was a good innings, and they recognised that. It was just good to see. Hunt coming in, I think, for the first time today to bowl to Asa Tribe. He's in and bowls, and Tribe is right in behind that. Plays to mid-off, and there is no run. And in terms of young English batters around the country who are looking to push those in the test side, James Coles would be one of those. Maybe not this season, but he's certainly on the radar. Played for the Lions, and he'll be perhaps looked at the white ball squad. Asa Tribe is another one. Jordan Cox at Essex. So it's good to see these young players scoring plenty of runs, and Tribe is certainly in that camp of players. 3 slips and a gully go down, Hunted and bowls, and Tribe is hit round about the thigh pad. There's a stifled appeal, the ball dribbles down in front of him. There is no run, end of the over, 55 without loss. Hassan on 12, Tribe on 27.
Yeah, well, Joe Root can't go on forever, can he?
No.
Albeit he's back with the captaincy in Wednesday's test match. A pretty sensible decision given the optics. They couldn't really make Harry Brook captain.
No.
Given that the curfew policy had been brought in largely as a result, or partly as a result of his late night shenanigans.
Yes.
In the Women's World Cup this morning, Bangladesh against Netherlands women. The Dutch jolly excited about their first outing. And they are 68 for 3 in the 11th. So they've got a bit to do with the bat at Edgbaston this morning. And India against Pakistan women follows that at Edgbaston. That I'd imagine would be very well attended. The men's one-day international series, Bangladesh 274 for 5 against Australia, who are 57 for 2 in the 10th over there. Manas Labuschagne remains in the Aussie side, got a 50 the other day after some relatively modest form. Unadkat is into bowl and Ul Hassan pushes forward. I'm not sure if he played at that. To be honest, his leaves are getting at times as unobtrusive as those of Eddie Byram, who really makes very little movement when he does leave. Yeah, Ul Hassan, well, he got the ball inside, the bat inside the line of the ball deliberately, but be hoping Unadkat doesn't get much movement off the pitch, otherwise he could be vulnerable there, I think. 3 slips, wait, and a gully still. As there's an appeal from leg slip, which is not the best place to appeal for a catch behind. But it was a bit of a solo cry, that one. Elsewhere in Division 1, Leicestershire uphill task against Essex. Leicestershire 72 for 0 in their second innings, still 142 behind at Grace Road. At Trent Bridge, Somerset are 78 for 3 in their second innings, but that is already a lead of 195 against Nottinghamshire. As Unadkat is in with a short leg now to bowl to Ul Hassan. Bit of movement away from the bat there as Ul Hassan pushes forward, leans on his bat, trying to affect nonchalance. Leg slip has moved to short leg. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire made 469 all out. Warwickshire in reply 243 for 8. So that's the state of play in Div 1. Only 4 matches because Surrey and Hampshire played their game early because of oval being needed for the test match. No shot played by Ul Hassan. Through it goes to Simpson. In Division 2, Derbyshire struggling on 114 for 4 in their second innings, still 145 behind Durham. Kent have been bowled out in their second innings for 332, which means Lancashire needs an improbable 424 to win at Blackpool because the Red Rose are all out 87 in their first knock. Gloucestershire struggling again at Northamptonshire. 251 for 7, still 214 adrift of Northant's first innings score. Unadkat bowls. Ul Hassan is forward, pushing into the covers, thinks about a single, decides otherwise. And at New Road, Middlesex are 16 for 0 in their second innings, which is a lead of 90 over Worcestershire. There are also Women's League 2 T20 games this afternoon, but Glamorgan not involved this week. Next week they play Tier 1 side Hampshire, which will be something of a fierce examination. Watch Glamorgan women last week at Newport. They had their annual off day against Kent. As Ul Hassan plays that one down into the gully, there is no run. He has blocked out another Unadkat over. And Glamorgan are 55 for 0, having been overnight 42 for 0, with Ul Hassan having moved from 5 to 12, and Tribe having moved from 27 to 27. In other words, not at all.
Yeah. Well, it's been a good opening spell, this, from Jade Evan. Excellent figures. 8 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 12. Sussex, good accurate bowling this morning. They haven't got the breakthrough. The Glamorgan openers are surviving. Martin in sunny High Wycombe has been in touch. He says, hello guys, hello to you Martin, as Sean Hunt is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end, bowling down the hill to Asa Tribe. 27 not out, as Nick says, and there are his first runs of the day. Plays it away into the offside. I think he really timed that particularly well.
Stretching for it rather, wasn't he?
He was.
Sort of cross back drive from probably about 7th stump outside off.
Between sort of point and mid-off, he goes to 28, 56 without loss. Martin says, saw the interview with James Coles, and he really came across as being so happy being at Sussex. Living near Aylesbury, where James is from, I really hope he continues with Sussex and eventually achieves an England call-up. Loving the commentary, which will keep me going this afternoon whilst painting a metal garden gate. So there we are. Enjoy your gate painting, as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Tribe flicks this one away down to fine leg, fielded by Tom Price, who gets in the throw. One more to Hassan. He goes to 12, 57 without loss. But he goes to 13, I apologise. If it's going to take all afternoon, that sounds like quite a big gate, doesn't it?
Yes, that reminds me that we have a fence at home in metal fence. The neighbours have done their side that makes our side look really shabby, so we're going to have to get it done.
Yeah. It's a wooden garden fence.
No, metal one in the front. Okay. Yeah.
Comes Hunt and bowls, and Tribe is forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. That's a job then, Nick, for when you get home.
Yeah,
or for someone.
For calling in someone who'd be rather better at it.
Yeah.
It's my approach to DIY is that I'd rather be doing something in the way of broadcasting that I'm more experienced at, and accordingly pay someone who's more experienced at painting and decorating.
Yeah, I have to say I am absolutely useless at any DIY. Hunt runs towards us and bowls, and he just Tribe, I thought he breached his defences there for a minute, but Tribe played that quite late.
Kept a bit low, didn't it? One or two keeping a bit low. Neil G on X says, let's win days 3 and 4. Glammy, glammy.
Tom Price is warming up at point. As I say, I don't think Tom Haynes will leave it too long before he changes things around. We're in this is Hunt's 4th over of the morning. Is that right? Yeah, we said 12 overs overnight. We're around the 19th. Yeah, yes, so it's his correct. 4th over. You know, I'm sort of thinking they're going to bowl in spells of 4 and 5 at a time. Hunt is in bowls, and Tribe works that one just wide of gully. He's going to pick up a couple of runs as Price runs towards the 3rd man boundary and fields. He goes to 30, and Glamorgan to 59 without loss. Yeah, actually, I don't get asked to do DIY anymore. And Nick, you know, that I have done, I've made a hash of. We've got an update to come to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and Kent in a couple of moments' time. Sean Hunt is back to his mark at the far end of the ground. Comes in and bowls, and Tribe defends down the track. Yeah. There is no run.
Good news for the Kent listeners.
Yes, absolutely.
Lancashire chasing 424 at Blackpool.
Yes, looking at those runs in the Kent second innings. Chris Benjamin making 103.
Finch 83.
Yeah, ex-Sussex player. No, we have got a change of bowling. So J. Devon Newcat has just bowled the 3 overs this morning. And,
now let's get the latest on the cricket. Adrian Harms is watching day 3 of Sussex's game against Glamorgan at home.
Where it is the most glorious sunny day here, underway on time here at 11 o'clock, and Glamorgan have made a solid start to their innings. They're 59 without loss. No alarms for the visitors so far this morning. That in reply to the Sussex total yesterday of 521. So Glamorgan with a lot of runs to clear before they're out of the woods here, but currently 59 without loss. Meanwhile, up at Blackpool, Kent having a good day yesterday, eventually bowled out today. Chris Benjamin making 103, bowled out for 332. Lancashire in their second innings are 6 without loss. They're
enough down to fine leg. Price was getting excited. His first bowl of the second innings. First innings he had 1 for 34 in 10, and that spell from Unadkat consisted of 3 maidens.
Yeah, he's been very good, hasn't he?
So they're certainly taking no liberties with the Indian strike bowler.
Yeah, and I think a bit of that is because he's got a lot of bowling to do over the next, with another game starting here as well on Friday. I mean, the priority is obviously to try and win this game, but they'll be wanting to look after him.
As Price is in bowls, Tribe taking a step down the pitch, and there is no run. I think Chris Drew is winding me up gently. I might have been half asleep, but I heard something about the Newport Knicks winning something overnight.
Oh, right. Yeah.
New York Knicks,
yeah.
In other words. The Razzmatazz. Have they won the series?
Yes, I have won it 4-1.
Okay.
Yeah, New York went berserk last night.
As that's defended on the offside. I ought to know that, having actually attended a New York Knicks game.
Oh, really? At Madison Square Garden, or?
Yeah. I was the tourist who didn't know anything about what was going on, but hey, it was all showbiz anyway.
It's the first time I think they've won it for 53 years.
Yes, there is a report on the BBC Sport website, Chris, that'll tell you far more than I could.
I think that dwarfed the World Cup, actually.
Price bowls and Tribe watches it carefully onto the bat. A bit of drama coming in from the Sussex fielders. Jeff C on X shares some crowd banter with Ryan Hadley yesterday when one Sussex wag insulted his ability. Hadley apparently said, "Hope you're looking forward to work on Monday." Lovely slap down. In other words, I'm out here and you're not, but in a very polite way. Price is in to bowl to Tribe, who works it off his legs. Might have been just pad. It'll trickle down to fine leg. It is just pad. A leisurely tap from umpire Blackwell. Chris Walters says, further to my 49-yard boundary rant on Friday, the current T20 World Cup being played in England and Wales, well, England to be honest, because only the warm-ups were in Wales, is using central tracks and then bringing the boundaries in by quite substantial amounts. Angry emoji. Price round the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan, who's pushing forward, rather groping for that one. Ball trickles out on the leg side and there is no run. Well, yeah, central tracks for television basically, isn't it? That T20 World Cup. It's better watch for television if it's in the middle, and presumably the boundaries are not as large as they are for the men's matches. So 61 for naught at the end of the over, Glamorgan.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Holmes and Nick Webb running you through the action. As I say, just to say, Paul Farbrace joining us at 2:30 this afternoon. If you'd like to listen in or got a question for the Sussex head coach, please let us know. sussexsport@bbc.co.uk, or if you send them to Nick, I'm sure we'll get through any questions you've got for Paul. It's not just a Sussex half hour, it'll be, all things cricket. As in comes Hunt, bowls to Tribe, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run.
Stephen Killick on email says, my main concern with Asa Tribe is that he seems to be a second innings player. He needs to start scoring heavily in the first innings, which sets the tone for the match. Yeah, Tribe has scored more in every second innings compared to his first this season.
Interesting. Hunt in bowls, and Tribe is forward solidly, plays to mid-on, fielded by Nudcat. There is no run.
So 11 and 19, well, that's neither here nor there. 3 and 85, 24 and 67 not out. 45 in one innings at Hampshire, they didn't bat again. 4 and 52 against Somerset, 0 and 13 against Warwickshire. 6 and 30 here today. So good point, Stephen, well noticed.
There are 3 slips poised should Tribe get an edge, plus a gully. This Hunt is in the bowls, and that's a nice looking shot by Asa Tribe. He's going to get at least 1 and possibly 2, just a single actually. There's a good bit of fielding by, I think that's Tom Price, who was very quickly round from point to field and got the throw away quickly. Prevented a second run of being taken. Tribe goes to 31, Glamorgan 62 without loss. Trying to clear these arrears of 366 from first innings. Still a little bit in the pitch for the seamers, but it's turning into a good batting deck here at Hove. Maybe it'll spin a little later, and maybe Carson and Coles may become key for Sussex. But for the time being, Glamorgan will be pleased with the solid start they've made to their second innings. As Hunt is in over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Al Hassan, plays into the offside. There is no run. It's been good, tight, accurate bowling from Sussex this morning. A short spell from J. Devon Nudcat, as Nick was saying, just the 3 overs, but 3 maidens. And I think this is going to be hard work for Sussex.
Over 8 -3, I noticed. So
that is a good spot.
They will need to bowl a spin at some point.
Yes, they will. Hunt in again, bowls wide of the off stump, let go by Al Hassan. There is no run. Yes, well, they'll need to, once that they do get the spinners on, certainly Coles really does rattle through his overs.
Well, they've got 2 frontline options really, and Coles and Carson,
yes,
haven't they? Plus a couple of occasionals as backup.
Yes. Well, points are hard to come by. You don't want to chuck them away with slow over rates. Hunts again. Well, short, and Al Hassan just ducks underneath the delivery that John Timpson takes going down the leg side. And there is no run. Jack Carson likes to get a move on. He's run down to Tom Price to take Tom Price's cap to umpire Blackwell to get the next over underway. Always a very enthusiastic cricketer is Jack Carson. And it is going to be Tom Price who's going to bowl his second over from the C end of the ground. His first over just went for a single. He's bowling with 2 slips and a gully. No, he's not. He's bowling with 3 slips and point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Both Coles and Carson have 13 wickets to their credit so far in the Championship this season. As Price is in and bowls to Tribe, who is really advancing now against the slightly lesser speed of Price compared to a Nudcat.
Yes, definitely a couple of steps down the wicket.
Glamorgan over 8, I think, was okay. I didn't notice any redness.
No,
or was it?
No, I thought it was. Yeah, I think it was fine, Nick.
I didn't notice any redness on the board, because we did see a bit of Callaway and Crane, as that's played nicely through the offside for 4 by Asa Tribe, getting up on his toes, getting on top of the ball, and dispatching it to that short boundary on the pavilion side of the ground. 66 for naught. Tribe has moved on to 35 after that very cautious, watchful start against J-Dev Nudcat. Price in to bowl and jabbed on the offside, but fielded at cover and no run. 66 on the board, so the deficit now is exactly 300. Glamorgan have done about a sixth of the work that they need to do to just get in front, really, and make Sussex bat again. But you would have thought batting through 5 sessions would be the target, not an immediate target. As Price is in to bowl, no shot from Tribe, outside off. Through to the keeper, John Simpson. 66 without loss. So Al-Hassan has been struggling for runs, apart from really that one tremendous knock at Southampton. Apart from that, his highest score has been 35. As Tribe works it on the leg side. No run as Coles fields at mid-wicket. And Tribe came into this match averaging 32, which it's reasonable, but it's not quite the stellar form of last season. Mind you, that doesn't include his England Lions century, so his first class overall is probably a little bit higher than that. Price away from us at the C end, bowls to Tribe, who plays it up to a Nudcut at mid-on. There is no run. 66 for naught at the end of the over. The deficit exactly 300.
Well, I think they're all going to be pleased with the start they made. Not clearly they haven't been racing along, but they haven't lost a wicket, and they're taking overs at the new ball and putting overs into the Sussex bowlers' legs as well. We'll have to see what Tom Haynes' tactics are. This is interesting. J. Devon Nudcat is coming back into the attack, so he's now going to bowl down the hill. So I'm sure there's been much thought has gone into the best way of using J. Dev. He is going to come from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 8 overs, 5 maidens to J. Dev and Nudcat. His figures will go back up on the board in a moment. They haven't quite changed over. Short Hunt, 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 22. Here we are, J. Dev and Nudcat, 8 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 12. He's bowling to Zaid Al-Hassan with, I think that's 3 slips from the angle that we're at. I can't quite see, or maybe there's 4 slips.
They're all in a line from our vantage point.
They are completely in a line. I'm pretty sure there's 4 of them in there. As in comes the Nudcat and bowls. Oh, that was sharp. And Al-Hassan bent at the knees and let that one fly through to John Simpson.
Correct, it is 4.
Yeah. It's interesting watching, I mean, sometimes when you get your strike ball, I often think here at Hove when Ollie Robinson comes on to bowl, it just suddenly feels that something might happen. You sort of get that feeling with a Nudcat here. He was already back to his mark. And coming in down the hill to bowl to the left to Al-Hassan. He's in and bowls, and he's edging that one to point. Price throws at the stumps. Good bit of backing up there by Daniel Hughes, who was very quickly up to the stumps, just in case Al-Hassan was out of his ground. There is no run. Yeah, the over 8, did it show -3? It's now -4 up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's just got worse.
Yeah. So that is certainly something that Tom Haynes will have to have an eye on. And if Tom hasn't noticed it, I'm sure the coaching staff will have done so. I wasn't aware that Sussex have been particularly slow in their bowling their overs, but clearly they have, and some of that, of course, could be a hangover from the first innings, I guess. Now there's a change in the field, and this is the sort of thing that doesn't help. James Coles is going to a little closer in at mid-wicket. There's a short leg in place as in comes a Nudcat down the hill. Bowls, Al-Hassan, he's beaten outside the off stump. He's just asking questions here. Is J. Devon Nudcat taken low down by John Simpson. So just to confirm, 4 slips in place. There's a point, mid-off. There's a short leg, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg at Dom Goodman just down below us. Glorious day, lots of blue sky, some high-level cloud, wispy cloud, but the forecast good both for today and tomorrow as well. As And Nudcat makes his way in again. Over the wicket bowls. Al Hassan lets this one go. Taken neatly by Simpson down by his feet. And again, there is no run. If you think of coming down to Hove later today, if you've got other things to do, it is free to get in after tea. Which might be a nice way to finish off a Sunday. So Nudcat wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground. The flats behind him, as we said earlier in the match, covered in scaffolding. They look really ugly, to be honest. As Nudcat is in bowls and driven by Al Hassan with a very high right elbow, but doesn't time it into the offside, fielded by Hunt. And there is no run. So having not picked up a wicket, which is the primary objective for Sussex, I think Sussex have been very tidy this morning. And Nudcat hasn't conceded a run so far. And he's bowled, what, 23 balls this morning. They've all been dots. As he shines the ball on his trousers. Al Hassan waits. And Nudcat is on his way. The Cromwell in bowls and clipped nicely. That's a nice shot by Al Hassan. That's the best shot that he's played so far today. He's clipped that nicely away through a wide-ish mid-on. Is it going to run to the boundary? No, James Coles just overhauls the ball inside the ropes and sends in the throw to John Simpson. So nice shot from Al Hassan. That'll give him some confidence. He goes to 17 at the end of the over. Glamorgan are 69 without loss. And the first runs that J. Devon Nudcat has conceded off the bat today. 9 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 15.
So Glamorgan grinding away, and only a day and 3/4 to go, boys.
Yeah.
It may be slow.
Yes.
But it's the run rate. It's exactly 3 at the moment. It's not too bad, I suppose. 69 runs off 23 overs. And Tom Price searching to break this opening partnership for Glamorgan as he's turned on the leg side by Al Hassan. He'll pick up, I think, a couple here. It won't quite go to the boundary, even though it's the short boundary. It's picked up in front of the pavilion by the man running backwards from mid-wicket.
Yes, you were saying about the New York Knicks. There's an article on the BBC website that says the US sporting triumph that is overshadowing the World Cup. Certainly in New York, that is. Apparently people packing out bars and massive crowds around Madison Square Garden last night, even though the game was played away from New York.
As Price is on his way to bowl and Tribe up on his toes. Playing that one into the offside. 70 for North. They just took a single off that last one then. Gosh, I assumed there'd be 2 because...
Yes, I thought there should have been 2.
Probably should have been, even on the shorter side of the ground, because the fielders had to chase back. But caution is the watchword, obviously, in terms of running as well as batting. This Price is on his way. Bowls, Tribe forces into the offside. Hasn't quite timed it, but will still get a single to point. 71 for Naught. Tribe moves on to 36. If you're following the football, Germany are the first into action today, along with Curacao. If this is a rough guess at the translation.
Yes,
of the,
that's the island off of Venezuela, isn't it?
Yes, Dutch Caribbean island.
Yeah.
Price in bowls through low outside off stump. Al Hassan playing no shot.
I was talking to someone the other day and they said, oh yes, we lived on Curacao for 5 years. This particular person's husband worked for an oil company.
Okay.
So I think they have got a number of Dutch footballers, and there's a guy called Jurgen Lecardier, who some of the Brighton fans in the ground would know, who plays for them.
Okay.
Former Brighton player, striker, I think through the Dutch connection.
There's appeal for LBW, not out. Olhasan pushing forward, might have got outside the line of the off stump.
Yes, I don't think
That's doing very well to be able to get a Brighton connection to Carasso football.
I don't think the guys sitting up there in the top deck of the Spen Cum, I don't think he was a huge success, Jurgen Locadia. But nonetheless, he did play in the Premier League for Brighton.
Okay.
And I have a feeling he got sent off, actually. They played a pre-World Cup friendly against Scotland. I think he got sent off.
Price isn't. Bowls to Olhasan, who's forward, defending to mid-off. Looking back at the previous delivery, it did keep a bit low, but Olhasan, crucially for his survival, just got outside off stump. Also tonight in the football, it's Netherlands against Japan at 9 o'clock British time.
That should be good.
And Ivory Coast against Ecuador at midnight. We're getting into real hardcore territory here. Sweden against Tunisia at 3 in the morning British time.
I think I might give that one a miss. In the meantime, J.David Nugcat, I don't think he'll be watching it either. Well, I might be wrong. Maybe he's a massive football fan, but that's pretty late, isn't it? The sun has got a bit watery here at Hove. And it is going to be J.David Nugcat who's going to carry on the Sussex attack. Sussex still searching for the breakthrough here. The Glamorgan openers have almost survived the opening hour. They're batting together now for 24 overs. It's been a resolute response from Glamorgan as in comes a Nugcat, bowling to Ace of Tribe, who's beaten outside the off stump, taken low down by John Simpson. And there is no run. Certainly bowling with good pace is J.David Nugcat. Sounds sort of idyllic, doesn't it? The Curacao Islands. I've got visions of sort of sandy beaches and palm trees and all the rest of it. Well, good luck to them tonight.
Yeah, they might need it against the Germans.
Yeah. That's interesting. That looks to me like Jack Carson warming up. As in comes a Nugcat, bowls and driven back down the ground. Look at it. I think he got a hand to it, but it's been driven straight down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs to Ace of Tribe. Nicely played. He goes to 40, and Glamorgan to 75 without loss. Relatively, yeah, that's, I think Jack Carson going through an increasingly, rigorous warm-up. I thought that's a good tactic. Get your spinner into the attack while the ball is still hard. We shall see whether that is the plan. Nugcat pauses. Then is on his way around the wicket to the right-handed. Tribe is in on bowls, and Tribe again rather reaches for that wider delivery, and a Nugcat gives him sort of a bit of a stare. Played that without timing to mid-off, fielded by Daniel Hughes, and there is no run. 3 slips. Coles is back in the slips today. So perhaps he's feeling better from his bout of tonsillitis. Coles first.
It's a remarkable innings. It's a runner ball for basically 224 off 226 balls for a double century. That is a heck of a pace.
Nugcat is in again. Bowls and Tribe. Difficult to tell from this angle whether he pulled the bat out the line in the last moment or whether he was actually beaten by that delivery. So Coles at first, leaning second, Haynes at third, which means Tom Alsop is fielding elsewhere. He was in the slips earlier on. I think that's Tom Alsop, maybe at mid-wicket. So perhaps Sussex just rotating the slip cordon. Nugcat comes in again to bowl to Ace of Tribe. He's 40 not out. Glamorgan 75 without loss. He's in and bowls, and Tribe is forward to a ball of good length and just defends onto the onside. There is no run. Jack leading applauds from second slip. There is no run. Not a huge crowd in today. Certainly the attendance on the first day was very good.
Considering the conditions,
yeah, which were the worst conditions of the match. You're right. I mean, it was cold, it was grey, the floodlights were on all day. Yeah, far better cricket watching weather today, which, as I say, the sun just goes behind a cloud as And Cat makes his way in down the hill, bowls to Tribe, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. There is no run. Simpson's certainly running between overs here, and I think we are going to get the first spin of this reply. So I think that's good captaincy by Tom Haynes. He's not letting things drift too much. It's very much the way that Ollie Robinson likes to skipper. And I think when you've still got the hard ball, it's worth giving a few overs to the off spinner. So first hour almost safely negotiated, and I think Glamorgan going to be pleased with the way things are going, Nick.
Yep. They've added 33 runs. Not a rapid pace, but we are going to see some spin for the first time in the match, in fact, from Sussex, who didn't use Coles or Carson in the first innings, given that they shot through Glamorgan in 51.2 overs, courtesy of the 5-seamers. So Carson in his sunnies, the young Irishman, 25 years old now. He's been on the circuit for several seasons, though, hasn't he?
He has, and it's interesting, you know, with Carson, Crocombe, Coles, all these players have played quite a lot of first-class cricket, you know, considering they're all still very young.
Yes, one of the benefits of blooding them young a few years back. As Carson bowls and Ul Hassan pushes forward and defends, there is a short leg in the form of Tom Alsop, and there is one slip. The off-spin of Carson. Contributed with the bat already in this match, 46 he made. And Ul Hassan is forward defending towards mid-wicket, but the bowler fails himself.
There's nothing on the BBC website about Jordan Cox being called up by England, but it was certainly being reported by the cricketer that he was...
Was he on the fringe of the squad anyway?
Yes, he was.
Squad.
Yes, he was. He was originally named. You're right.
As Ul Hassan is driving gently to cover, and there's no run.
Yes, so I think he was named in the squad, but was allowed to play in this round of matches. So perhaps that was the reason he was called. Perhaps they thought that Smith was, perhaps would be unavailable.
Carson bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. And Ul Hassan stretches forward and defends with exaggerating caution. Good morning to Paul, alias Play Up Pompey. And she'll skip over the Bergerac-related Tribe questions and go straight to, would you prefer him to play for Glamorgan rather than England this year? As Ul Hassan is pushing forward. I think the general view of Glamorgan's supporters is that they like their players going on to win international recognition. It's been few and far between, to be honest, but they'd prefer it if they didn't miss too many Glamorgan matches. So it's probably a have your cake and eat it sort of answer. As short leg moves to silly point instead, and Carson bowls, and Ul Hassan turns it to mid-wicket, and there is no run, and Carson starts with a maiden. Rather more taxingly, who's the best option to captain England if Joe Root doesn't want it long term?
That's a great question. I mean, and it's an issue, isn't it? I mean, well, I'm sort of struggling to think of the candidates.
You want an experienced player who's sure of their place in the side, don't you?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I'm not a huge Brook fan in terms of the captaincy. I'm not sure if he's the right man to take it forward. Stokes, I suppose, might have it back for a brief spell. He might just about last until the next Ashes, Ben Stokes, but he's falling apart at the seams.
It's Jane Everton, who's coming in around the wicket. Bowls to Ace of Tribe, who pulls onto the leg side. Good sliding stop in there by... That's Goodman.
Yeah, it was well played by Tribe because that did get up a bit, but he got well on top of it.
Tribe 40 off 81 balls. But it's a great question, really, Nick. When you look around the counties, you know, who is the next successor? You would say in terms of sort of successful captaincies, for me, but at Nottinghamshire, but could he command a place in the side, I guess is the question. And Nudcat in a bowls, Tribe is forward, and that does elude Goodman. It runs away towards the boundary edge, fielded right out on the boundary edge there by Sean Hunt, who gets in the throw, but not before Tribe comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 42, 77 without loss.
And there is no obvious captain within the current 11, is there? If depending on Stokes, whether he gets stripped of the captaincy, decides he's had enough of the captaincy, or isn't fit to continue.
Well, the only county captain in the side is Ollie Robinson,
quite,
who is having a scandal on the knee, we understand today. So, and has only just got himself back into England reckoning. So
yes,
that would be extraordinary. If
it would be a rapid turnaround.
It would
be a good video for his better half.
Comes a Nudcat round the wicket, bowls, let go, carry again through to John Simpson, and there is no run. I mean, I'm just sort of thinking around the counties really of players who, I mean, there are some good captains around. I mean, I always think Barnard's a good skipper, but he's, probably away from being in a test side. Do you go for sort of like a Mike Brearley type who perhaps wouldn't command a place in the side on merit? Ooh, we've got some music in our ear, but I don't think he's going to come to us. And Nudcat in bowls. Oh, that Tribe is hit on the foot. I wonder if we've got a little edge on that. Let's wait for umpire's signal.
No signal.
A little inside edge on that, I think.
Just why it wasn't given out LBW.
Yeah.
Dan Mosley of Warwickshire captained the England Lions in their 4 days.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, Tom Haynes captained the Lions in Australia in the winter. But you'd have to say Tom is a little way away from securing a place in the England side.
Yes, his personal form isn't quite knocking down the door at the moment.
So it's a real issue. Just thinking of some of the other counties actually. Well, now I don't think this is going to be me, but
now, as you know, it is the third day of Kent's game away to Lancashire in the county championship. Matt Cole is in Blackpool.
A Nudcat in down the hill and bowls, and rather squared up there was a. Yes, I think they'd got the feeds going to the wrong ground there. As picks up a couple of runs there, does Al Hassan. A little uncomfortable though there against J. Devon Nudcat.
Yeah, he's not looking fluent this morning, Al Hassan. He's grinding away, bless him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the counties playing in this round of matches. I mean, there's no one really stands out at Essex, is there? I mean, Tom Westley's skippered there for a while, but no one really at Leicester. Somerset, skippers down there, Lewis Gregory.
Yeah. Good county all-rounder.
Yeah, the Nudcat in bowls, let go by Al Hassan, goes through to John Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. 80 without loss, 43 to Tribe, 26 to Al Hassan.
The answer could be anyone who promises to be tucked up with their Ovaltine by 11 p.m.
Yeah.
80 for naught, deficit 286.
Well, I said to someone when I came in this morning, one of the stewards said to me, "Oh, do you think this will be over today?" And I did say no.
Okay.
I thought it's going to be a long
1 hour down, 5.5 to go for Glamorgan.
A long day for Sussex. I think they're going to have to work very hard over the next couple of days.
Carson is leading that hard work at the moment with his off spin as he prepares for his second over. His first was a maiden to Al Hassan. He's now bowling to Tribe. He has a short leg and a slip as his close fielders. As Carson is in, balls, and Tribe goes for a big blow and smears it rather through the leg side for a couple of runs out towards deep mid wicket, where it's fielded by Coles running round. But that showed very early notice of intent against the spinner, I felt.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Looked as though he was shaping to hit him back over the top. So Hunt has dropped back a couple of metres at mid-on as Tribe drives up towards Hunt and is able to take the single because Hunt had gone back in case there was a catch in the offing. Interesting. 83 without loss.
Always gives the off-spinner a bit of, I don't think you mind getting hit over the top. I mean, it's interesting that Haynes has got his mid-off and mid-on, up on the one, so he's encouraging to get hit over the top.
As the next ball is slapped away on the offside by Al Hassan for a single out to deep cover. 84 for naught. Al Hassan has exactly a quarter of them, 21. In the Women's World Cup, Netherlands on their tournament debut, 139 for 8 have finished in their 20 overs. And Babette de Leader hit 50 before being run out.
Is that related to Baz de Leader, who plays at Yorkshire?
I think possibly so.
Right.
I'll check that when you're on lead in the next over. Carson bowls. Tribe gets his bat out of harm's way as it goes down leg side.
Encouragement for Tom Haynes from Tom Haynes to Jack Carson.
Carson in, bowls. Tribe defends. Ball ends up absolutely at his feet. He allows keeper Simpson to pick it up. It's the end of the over, 3 off. 83 for naught, Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online.
Jack Carson, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 4-3. 83 without loss, Glamorgan. They need to get to 366 before they are going to make Sussex bat again. In this match, we're going to get another over from J. Devon Nudcat. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 24. Very much the strike bowler in this Sussex attack. I'll bring you up to date with all the other scores around the county championship during the over. There are still 1, 2, 3, 3 slips of the gully, it looks like to me. Now, I can't tell exactly because we're looking right along a straight line of them as in comes in Nudcat, roaring in bowls to Al Hassan, whose forward plays to mid-wicket. Put there by Alsop, and there is no run. So Leicestershire 101 for 1, following on against Essex, still trailing by 113. Rishi Patel, the man out for 58. Riyad Ahmed's also playing in that game. Interesting, wasn't it? He's in the test squad as well.
Get him in the side. Yeah,
no, I agree. Exciting to see a leg spinner. Good game brewing at Trent Bridge as Nudcat is in. Bowls, let go outside the off stump by Al Hassan through to Simpson, no run. Somerset are 92 for 3 in their second innings. That's a lead of 209 over the county champions. Warwickshire bowled out for 263 at Scarborough, still trailing Yorkshire by 206. It's been interesting to see if Yorkshire impose the follow-on.
No is the answer to that.
Oh, well,
so it's popped up on my feed. Yorkshire do not enforce the follow-on.
So Yorkshire in a good position in that game. As in comes the Nudcat bowls, and he beats Al Hassan outside the off stump. Taken low down by Simpson in front of first slip. He's just probing away here is J. Devon Nudcat. Yorkshire with a very good win, a thumping win over Surrey before the T20 break. Second Division Derbyshire really up against it at Durham. They're 139 for 4. Still needing another 120 to make Durham bat again. Lancashire have lost a wicket already against Kent. Need another 400 to win. Currently 24 to 1. 24 to 1. 24 for 1, I should say. And look at in bowls and played to backward point, fielded by Price. There is no run.
Babette de Leyder of the Netherlands is a cousin of Baz de Leyder.
Ah, thank you, Nick. Plays his cricket at Yorkshire. Gloucestershire 5 without loss. They're following on as well against Northamptonshire, still trailing by 192. Middlesex 56 without loss in their second innings, leading Worcestershire by 130. The Sussex Sharks women are in action this afternoon against Gloucestershire women at Horsham. Comes in with cat bowls, driven by Al Hassan, not totally confidently, he doesn't time it out into the offside and hunted as he runs around from extra cover to field. One more to Al Hassan, he goes to 22. Glamorgan to 85 without loss. They began the morning on 42 without loss. So they've added 43 runs this morning in, we were 12 overs after night. Are we in the 29th over? Yes.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so we've had 17 overs. This is the 17th over. The Sussex over rate still showing as -4. They'll have to get a bit of a move on. In fact, they've now got another change in the field, which won't help the over rate any. Jack Castle's gone from one side of the ground to the other. He's gone into with almost got 2 mid wickets. And the cat is in, bowls to Ace of Tribe. He's in the bowls and Tribe trips the ball exactly between the pair of them. That was beautifully played. They've got 2 fielders in there at short mid wicket, and Tribe completely bisected them. Nice bit of batting. He goes to within 2 of a half century. Glamorgan are 87 without loss, with Hassan 22, Tribe 48. And Nudcat has bowled 12 overs, 5 maidens, and has taken 0 for 27.
Yeah, it is his favourite scoring area, really. Thank you to Graham Smith for confirming that the de Leyders are related. They have various other cricketers in the family as well. 87 for noughts. Glamorgan here, trailing by 279 runs. Sussex plugging away. Carson bowls and Wallasan flat bats that one through the offside. Coles is sweeping in front of the scoreboard and it is a single. 88 for nought. Al Hassan to 23. Bright, but the direct sunshine has disappeared for a moment. As Tribe works, Carson down to square leg, but there is no run. And Nadcat is the fielder. Grazing close to umpire Long at the far end of the ground. As we look up from the C end, Carson in bowls. Tribe almost plays on there. Didn't really know a lot about that, and again the ball ended up at Tribe's feet and he didn't really have control of that, I don't think. So it'll hearten the bowler. Might have inside edged it onto his pad. Carson bowls. The ball bobbles up to short leg, but there is no appeal. And Carson is posing a few problems for Ace of Tribe here, you feel? It's on 48 not out. Balls again, Carson. Tribe goes to the sweep and misses it. He needs to get his head together, Ace of Tribe, because he missed one. Hit on the pad. Inside edged one onto his pad. He goes down for a little bit of gardening. All day, you've got all day to bat. Carson in, bowls to Tribe, and he pushes forward defensively to end a good testing over from Carson. Single came off it, 88 for naught. Glamorgan trail by 278.
It's almost like he sort of reset with the last ball of that over. In the case of Tribe, he sort of wandered down, did a little bit of gardening, and having played a couple of shots that were slightly risky. Now, Newcat, I think he's going to carry on. So this is a longer spell. He just bowled 3 overs in his opening spell.
Yeah, this is 5th now.
This is 5th in a row. Sussex still searching for the breakthrough. They haven't turned to Goodman yet, the quick bowler who's come in for Henry Crocombe in this game. He comes in, he does race in, bowls and edged, but all along the ground, fielded by, I think that's Carson there in the gully. It's difficult to see from the angle we're at whether Jack Carson is in the gully or whether he's a 4th slip. But either way, there is no run. So Tom Haynes has certainly juggled his bowling around. He's got the spinners into the attack early, hasn't bowled himself yet.
Yeah, it's one of those half and half positions. He's sort of 5th slip, I think.
Yes, I think you're right.
There's a bit of a gap.
Yeah. Newcat in the bowls to Al Hassan, who looks to, he was looking to glide that one down towards fine leg, but in the end the ball goes through, taken by John Simpson, high to his right. There is no run. Glamorgan 88 without loss. There's been some good accurate bowling for Sussex this morning, but equally some stubborn batting by these Glamorgan openers. And Newcat, a shadow of the flats behind him, in and bowls, and Al Hassan just prods forward, plays that to backward point, fielded by Price. And again, there is no run.
Yeah, if you look at comparison with the Sussex first innings, Sussex were bowling along a lot more quickly than this. Glamorgan just under 3. Sussex were going at 4.5. So Sussex have been more accurate with the new ball.
Yeah, interesting. I can see Dom Goodman is actually warming up down below us, so we might well be going to see a change. Perhaps the signing from Gloucestershire in the winter will have an over or 2 before lunch. We shall see. And Newcat is in. Bowls. Al Hassan is forward, takes his hand off the bat. Played on to the onside. Hasn't looked overly comfortable. He's sort of gutsing this out, I think. Zain Al Hassan. He's 23 off 91 deliveries. I mean, he's doing a terrific job for his county. But he's having to work very hard out there.
He's not naturally a rapid scorer.
Asa Tribe is signalling furiously towards the balcony. The Glamorgan balcony. He's waving as if I think he wants a drink. The message seems to have got through. There's a Newcat is on his way again. Bowls and lets that one go. Hassan through to John Simpson. That came a little lower, that delivery.
Yeah, if you look back at that career best by Al Hassan at Southampton, he scored 143 there, but that took him 341 balls.
Wow.
Which is a lot more, the strike rate of 42, a lot more than Kieran Carlson needed to get to 209 in the same partnership.
Yes.
So they put on 318 for the second wicket. Al Hassan unfortunately run out on that occasion.
After all that effort, he ran out. Comes a Newcat bowls. Al Hassan again lets that one go. Good judgment outside the off stump through to John Simpson. I suspect that may be the end of this little burst from J. Devon Newcat. 13 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 27. He's certainly come racing in this morning from that Cromwell Road end. Sussex still without the breakthrough, and it's going to be a long day. I think it could be a long couple of days for Sussex here. They're just going to have to be very patient. and keep plugging away.
Yeah, I mean, the home side's morale should remain high for a fairly long time, you would have thought. And if they don't get the breakthrough in this session, then they've got another 4 sessions really to bowl Glamorgan out and still have a decent chance of winning the game, you would feel. But Glamorgan need attitude, according to coach Richard Dawson, to hang on grimly to their wickets. Obviously, it would be the way of going about things. Consequence, they won't knock off the deficit hugely fast, you wouldn't have thought, as Tribe turns to backwards square and there's no run. It's the scoring rate of under 3 at the moment.
I mean, Sussex will be hoping that there's a bit of spin in this pitch the more the game goes on. No sign of any huge amounts of turn at the moment.
Someone kept a little bit low. It was well played by Tribe away on the leg side. Well fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
That was well fielded, wasn't it? I thought that. I think that's Jack Leading in there, who was round very quickly to prevent a single.
Good scrambling stop. Carson in. Bowls. Tribe comes down the pitch and clips through mid-wicket. He's got a good bat on that one. That's racing down the hill towards the hospitality suites to our right. As Tribe for once went on the attack and reaches his 50 off 98 balls, including 6 fours, and it's the 4th time that he's passed 50 for Glamorgan this season.
Oh, well batted, and a generous round of applause as well from the Sussex supporters inside the ground, and no doubt some Glamorgan supporters have made the trip as well.
Yeah, there's a few rounds. Carson bowls, Tribe pulls, that was a bit short, and hit hard, but straight to Coles at deep mid-wicket, so that one's just a single, 93 for no wicket.
Yes, I don't think Tom Alsop would have been desperately pleased at his short leg to see that short delivery from Jack Carson. He's staying in there. He's very, very close. No more than 3 or 4 feet away, right on the edge of the cut strip. Well, Tom Alsop.
All Hassan's less likely to swing the willow. As Carson bowls, All Hassan stretches forward. So Tribe's best this season was 135 at Arundel in the second innings.
Oh, yes.
Of England Lions against South Africa, eh? As Al Hassan goes back on his stumps and defends the final ball of the Carson over, 93 for naught. Glamorgan, and in fact in those 2 A Test matches, Tribe lived up to his pattern of scoring more in the second innings of every first-class game that he's played this season than in the first. I wonder if he's noticed that.
Well, we thought Goodman was warming up. The Sussex recruit in the winter from Gloucestershire. He only played 1 game in the county championship for Gloucestershire last season I should say, before injury ruled him out for the season. So he's come to Sussex and picked up an injury pre-season. This is his first match, or his first county championship match. I'm sure he's just pleased to be out on the field. It's been a frustrating time for Dom Goodman. Can he make an impression? Well, 3 overs last night. 1 maiden no wicket for 14. He's coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Sussex have only bowled 24 overs this morning so far. As in comes Goodman and bowls and clipped onto the onside immediately for a single. In fact, they've bowled 20 overs so far. So they'll need to up the scoring rate.
Yeah, 12 overnight.
Yeah. That over rate still showing as -4. The field for Goodman is slightly more defensive in that there are 2 slips. There's a leg slip, a wideish third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a square leg, as Goodman is a tall man. Makes his way in and bowls to Al Hassan, who's letting that one go outside of the off stump. Good pace from Goodman. And there is no run. Goodman wanders back to his mark. The sun has disappeared momentarily. There's still plenty of blue sky around Hove. Goodman in again, bowls, and Al Hassan is up on his toes and checks his shot, and then just drops his hands and lets the ball dribble to Tom Price at backward point. But again, there is no run. I'm just wondering whether you might see a bit of James Coles before lunch. I wonder whether Tom Haynes might elect to go with spin from both ends. He's one of these bowlers, James Coles, who seems to have the knack of picking up wickets. After his innings yesterday, might feel it's his game. In comes Goodman, bowls. Al Hassan again plays to Price at backward point. So a good accurate start from Goodman. Single off the first ball of the over, but then followed by 3 dot balls. And nattering away, Ian Blackwell is chattering away to Jack Carson, who's fielding there at square leg. Sean Hunt down below us yells out some encouragement to Dom Goodman, who just waits at the end of his run and is on his way again. Tall figure. Bowls, and forward comes Al Hassan, plays that out into the offside, and again there is no run. So it's good, tight, accurate cricket from Sussex this morning. But they haven't picked up a wicket, and some very obdurate and stubborn batting by Glamorgan. Al Hassan, 23 off 99 deliveries. Asa Tribe, 54 off exactly 100 deliveries. These two have negotiated virtually 33 overs at the start of this Glamorgan innings, needing 366 to avoid an innings defeat, as in comes Goodman and bowls, and forward comes Al Hassan, plays into the offside. There is no run, so tidy enough from Goodman. Just the 1 run coming off of the over. Sussex seem to have got the message that they need to get the move on between overs here, because lots of running between overs. But as I say, this morning they have only bowled 21 overs in an hour and a half, so they do need to get a bit of a move on. There'll be an update soon, I suspect.
Okay, I shall shut up when I hear some radio stuff coming down the line.
Yeah, I think we went to the wrong game last time, so I'm going to bone up on the score in the Kent game.
Carson here in Hove, bowling to Tribe, who comes down the wicket, drives firmly all along the ground up to Hunt. At mid-on, they go through for the single, and John Simpson will need to look lively, because Tribe is given the spin of the charge a couple of occasions.
Yes.
So the wicketkeeper could be in play if he misses anything. There's Carson just getting his field exactly where he wants them for left-handed Zain Al Hassan, who's in no hurry to face because he's leaning on his bat. So, right, we finished now. We get on with it. As Carson in to bowl, Al Hassan tries to force on the offside, but picks out the fielder at point. And there is no run as Tom Price makes the stop. In comes Carson around the wicket. Forward stretches Al Hassan and pushes it away on the offside. Batting with great patience, Al Hassan, not making huge efforts to score other than the odd bit of nudging and nurdling. 2 fours in the innings so far. This is an appeal for I think that was a double appeal for
Yes.
LBW and caught at short
I
leg.
think it was, Nick. Yeah.
Because
Both of which were turned down.
absolutely. Update for radio listeners may be coming fairly shortly.
Carson is in and bowls, cut away, picks up a single. Yes, and Sussex are still searching for a wicket here this morning. The Glamorgan openers have made a very solid start. They're 96 without loss in their second innings. Asa Tribe going on particularly well. He is 55 not out. Glamorgan needing to get to 366 if they're going to make Sussex bat again. Currently 96 without loss. Meanwhile, up at Blackpool, Kent all out this morning in their second innings for 332. A century there for Chris Benjamin. In reply, Lancashire in their second innings are 49 for 1, still needing another 375 to win.
Top ball to end the Carson over. 96 for naught, edge remains. Tribe 55, Al Hassan has 24. And we have half an hour to go until luncheon.
Yeah, let's just turn the music off in our ears, I think, Nick, which might disappear in a second. We are going to get another over from Don Goodman, who bowled a tidy enough opening over. 4 overs in total he's bowled, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. If you just joined us, live cricket on the BBC, Nick Webb, Adrian Harms on commentary duties here today. A drink's being brought round by Ollie Carter, who's on 12-man duties, bringing a drink round for Sean Hunt, who is fielding here down at fine leg. As in comes Goodman. Down the hill and bowls, and up on his toes is Al Hassan, plays it onto the onside, and Goodman runs after the ball and fields himself. Hassan goes to 25, Glamorgan to 97 without loss. Sean Hunt trots across to the other side of the field at fine leg with his drink in hand and accompanied by Ollie Carter, who's got a green high-vis bib on. The 2 slips in place now, 2 slips in a gully, point cover mid-off. Sussex are taking an inordinate amount of time to bowl their overs here. I can see Daniel Hughes is now talking to Dom Goodman maybe about a fielding change. And in fact, that is going to happen. So Tom Haynes is coming across to shortish mid-wicket. Well, actually not shortish, orthodox mid-wicket from gully. So just the 2 slips in place. Goodman in again, bowls. Oh, that came a bit low. It's a no ball, actually. But it did keep a bit low.
It's strange, isn't it? Because obviously Sussex do have 2 decent spinners in Coles and Carson, and some occasional options as well. But they don't want their bowling choices to have to be constrained by that over rate.
No. But they're going to have to do something, Nick, aren't they? Because, I mean, I know there's a lot of cricket to be played, and there'll be plenty of time, I'm sure, later in the match to get the spinners on. But they have been very slow with their overs today. Goodman in bowls, Tribe is forward defensively, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. We were only in the 22nd over of the morning. 23rd over of the morning, sorry.
Brandon Gallagher on X. Could be a long day, gents, so a little teaser question. What is the significance of the number 229? That's got me stumped initially. Nothing.
Was that
I presume it's cricket related.
Goodman in and bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. We'll have to think on that. There's also the quiz that the Sussex Cricket Museum put together, which we have in front of us. I gave some of the questions out yesterday. You can go on to I believe it's available on the Sussex Cricket Museum website as well. It's a quiz all about Glamorgan and Sussex. Nick knew quite a few of the answers actually yesterday. And I can see the volunteers are there with their books and photographs on the trestle tables. Today, in comes Goodman, bowls, and Al Hassan doesn't time. Sorry, no, it's not even Al Hassan, it's Asa Tribe. Doesn't time that at all. The ball into the covers fielded by Alsop, and there is no run. Were there any ones there particularly, Nick, that you didn't know the answer to that we might...
Well, I don't know if Glamorgan have played more Davises than Joneses in the Championship, to be honest.
Right, no.
No idea.
What's your guess?
Recent years, I'd say more Joneses.
Right. Goodman, tall man in down the hill. Bowls, Tribe glides that one nicely down to square leg, backward square leg, fielded by Price. One more to the total, 99 without loss.
Probably not as many really as either as you'd expect archetypally from Wales, where those two surnames are pretty common. Applause for the 100 partnership.
Yep. In 148 minutes, in 212 balls between Hassan and Tribe, and haven't given a chance. There's been some good, tight, accurate bowling from Sussex, but these two came out yesterday and had to face 12 overs last night, having been in the field for a long time, so they've acquitted themselves very well. Goodman's decided to come around the wicket. Now we're going to see some short stuff here. There's a deep backward square leg gone in place. There's also a fine leg as well. As in comes Goodman bowls, and Tribe is hit round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the onside, fielded there by the lively Alsop, and there is no run. Thank you again to Margaret from the museum for her lovely sultana and orange cake on the first day of the match. We do get a cake, or seem to get a cake pretty much every home game from Margaret, which is very welcome, and that was an excellent one. As Goodman turns and makes his way in again around the wicket bowls, and Hassan is forward, defends. Tidy from Goodman, apart from the fact there were 2 no balls in the over, and I missed the second one. Apologies for that, which won't help the over rate any. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21. So Sussex have bowled 23 overs this morning. They will whip through a few more with Jack Carson in the attack. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. I just wonder whether we might see a bit of James Coles, you know. Some of I'll read some of these questions out actually, so you've got a flavour of the questions. And say if you want to go to the website, you'll see the quiz, which I understand is on there.
Carson bowls, Tribe forward, playing it away on the leg side where it's fielded by Leaning, and there's no run. So no chances really this morning.
No, not at all.
Ball beating the bat a few times from the seamers. Carson causing a few difficulties in his opening few overs. As not there though. Oh dear. Tribe has pulled that one into short leg very firmly, and he's up and limping around.
It's Tom Alsop there.
That was not a great delivery. Short and down leg side.
Ooh, where's that hit him?
Alsop managed to turn away and limping as he got up, and
Well done,
a bit of a glare, I think, to Jack Carson for that ball.
Second time he's done that. A fair play to Ace of Tribe, actually. He was very quick to make sure that Tom Alsop was okay. He's staying there, is Alsop.
Did turn a bit. Carson will be pleased to see as Tribe pushes that one just past Alsop. Wants a single. Al Hassan, I think rightly, says no. So it is another dot ball. Gulls on the wing somewhere. 102 for naught. Flag's not blowing up quite so much as the first 2 days. As Tribe defends that one off the back foot, keeping a little bit low. And Glamorgan have to be watchful of that. Dan Hughes was out to one that kept low from this sea end to Ben Callaway, like before. As Carson bowls, Tribe watches that one, defends it off the back foot, off the pitch. Picked up by keeper Simpson. Carson off about 8 metres, run, bowls, and Tribe cuts hard out towards deep cover, fielded by the man on the boundary, that short boundary side. Tribe takes a single off the last ball of the over, and it's 103 for naught. Tribe retains strike on 57 not out.
Yeah, well, Tom Alsop looks like he's okay, which is good. I'd have to say I'd hate to field that close, really, and it was hit very firmly by Ace of Tribe. Alsop looks like he's okay. Sussex are going to persevere with Goodman, who's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21.
I've got an idea about that significance of the number 229, which I'm going to
okay, that's interesting.
check and see if my thought is right.
So, can Goodman get the breakthrough? Running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end into bowl to Ace of Tribe. He's in a moles, and Tribe works this one down towards third man. Carson is in hot pursuit. Good bit of fielding by Jack Carson. It's very enthusiastic is Jack Carson. Chased back, got the throw in, prevented the second run. He got a brilliant run out earlier on this season, actually from fine leg, where he chased around the boundary edge, hurled the ball in, a direct hit at the stumps, and he ran out Rishi Patel. It was a brilliant piece of fielding. He's now examining his left leg, is Jack. I think he's okay. Goodman's going to come around the wicket. He wants his leg side fielders just push back a little, I think, as he races in and bowls to Al Hassan, who's defending forward. Played into the offside, no run. What's caught you?
It was a rather over-dramatic reaction from Goodman to that one. Had his head in his hands. But it was just a ball that was played back to him routinely. Yeah, if Brandon... if it's the answers I'm thinking of, 229 is a highest score.
Goodman in bowls, cut away by Al Hassan. That's going to be 4 runs. It was too wide, and Hassan threw kitchen sink at that, and the ball sped away for 4 runs now to third man. He goes to 29, Glamorgan to 108 without loss.
I mean, there may be other significance of the number 229. Maybe a very important bus service.
Maybe. So you think it's
the highest score of someone in one of these squads.
Right. Ah.
Which I've written down.
I wouldn't have got that. Goodman in bowls, and
wouldn't expect you to.
Placed a mid-wicket fielder by Tom Alsop, who looks none the worse for taking that blow whilst fielding at short leg.
Yeah, let us know, Brandon, if I'm on the right track. It's a correct answer. Whether it's the same one as you had in mind, I'm not sure.
Goodman around the wicket, bowls short down the leg side, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. So we've had an hour and 3/4 play. Sussex have sort of thrown all the big guns at this morning. I smell a Nudcat from Hunt. Goodman, the other seamer. They've tried some spin with Jack Carson, but so far to no avail, as in comes Goodman. Bowls, and forward comes Al Hassan, defensively down the offside of the track. There is no run. 5 off the over. Goodman has bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 26. Glamorgan 108 without loss. Tribe on 58. Al Hassan is on 29.
Haven't heard the phrase bang bang over the effects microphone so far.
No.
Come on, boys. 2 down at lunch. Bang bang. Carson will continue to probe. It's bowled pretty accurately, apart from the delivery that Tribe walloped straight at short leg. As in comes Carson bowls. Tribe works it away on the leg side. This time there is a single, 109 without loss. Good afternoon to Graham Brill in Merthyr. Over 300 runs ahead, but Sussex's ability to attack is hampered by the short boundary. I wouldn't be taking the short boundary too much into consideration, to be honest, if I were Tom Haynes, but you may well be right that he's got an eye on not conceding too many, as well as Carson bowls to Ul Hassan, who drives nicely up to mid-off, calls for a quick single, and it was always there as Hunt is set halfway back. Over 8 is shocking, says Graham. Great to get back to proper cricket and commentary. Ah dear. Last Sunday, I think the commentators could be forgiven for writing Glamorgan off at Blackpool. I think I would have done if I'd been on mic, as that's punched away on the offside by Tribe. They'll pick up another single to cover this time. 111 without loss. 1 foot off the ground, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Nelson on the board. Tribe 60, Ul Hassan 30. As in comes Carson, bowls to Ul Hassan, who defends. For the benefit of Sussex listeners, Glamorgan scored 41 off the last 11 balls of the match to win it.
That's extraordinary, isn't it?
Blackpool. Cook and Van der Hoogten. Cook hit 44 off 15 overall. As Carson bowls and Ul Hassan stretches a long way forward to defend. As the ball sails around Blackpool. Short leg and a slip, still in close attendance. Carson to Ul Hassan, who drives, thinks about the single. This one has gone straight to Hunt, who'd crept in a metre or two, and quite rightly he calls no. 111 for naught then at the end of the over. Can Glamorgan battle through another 10 minutes or so and have a blemish-free morning session?
Well, it couldn't have gone better, really, as far as Glamorgan are concerned. And now this is interesting. I wonder whether Sussex might turn to a bit of James Coles. I think that's a good move by Tom Haynes. A bit of spin from both ends, and as I say, he does have the knack, James Coles, of picking up wickets. Tends to vary his pace, the left-arm spinner. Takes off his jumper, and one thing he will do is to speed up the over rate, which Sussex do need to do, because they've been particularly slow this morning. They've only bowled 26 overs. Is that right?
12 overnight, yes, 26.
26. So, there's a slip and a leg slip by the close fielders. And it is going to be James Coles, the double centurion from yesterday, who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to be bowling to Asa Tribe, his England Lions teammate. They probably faced each other in the nets, these two, I expect. But here comes Coles around the wicket and cut away by Tribe. He gets a first blood to him, picks up a single, fielded out on the cover boundary by Jack Carson. Tribe goes to 61, Glamorgan to 112 without loss. The flags on the clock tower scoreboard are sort of billowing away now. The wind has suddenly got up. It's very pleasant weather for watching cricket. Coles is going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan, just counting the fielders, making sure he knows where they all are. Coles in bowls, outside places, he's caught, there's a brilliant catch by Tom Alsop at short leg. Well, I said that James Coles has a habit of picking up wickets, and that's exactly what he's done. With the second ball that he bowls, Zain Ul Hassan clips the ball straight to Tom Alsop, who's taken a very, very good catch in there at short leg. That was hit firmly off the middle of the bat, and Alsop, who had been hit in the previous over fielding at short leg, didn't take his eye off the ball, took a good catch. And Sussex have got the breakthrough, and it's that man James Coles who picks up a wicket with his second ball Glamorgan are 112 for 1.
Well, that puts a whole different complexion on the morning. You wouldn't normally say that for just one wicket. But tremendous catch from Allsop.
It was, yeah.
It was hit properly by Ul Hassan. It wasn't a bat pad lob up. It was drilled straight at the chest of Tom Allsop, who got his hands there in time, and Ul Hassan goes for 30 off 117 balls, 112 for 1. And Glamorgan are still a mammoth 254 runs in arrears. There's Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain, comes to the wicket, knowing that really he needs to repeat his century on the ground of 3 years ago. Coles strikes with second ball.
It was a good catch, wasn't it? Because it did go very quickly, as you say. He struck that fairly firmly. He did Zain Al Hassan. So it was a good catch by. Also, I still think, Nick, that probably Glamorgan would have settled for just losing the 1 wicket this morning.
Yes, but they can't afford to lose more. They can't really afford to lose 2 a session, can they? Otherwise, Sussex will be on top. If Glamorgan were, say, on level terms with 6 wickets down tonight, Sussex would be still very big favourites to go on and complete victory.
So, James Coles, who's picked up a wicket, and he's coming in now to bowl to Carlson, who is forward defensively. He plays to mid-off, fielded by. Well, it'll make Sussex's launch taste a little nicer, having picked up that wicket. Coles. And again, bowls, and Carlson stretches forward, plays again down the offside of the track. And again, there is no run. I've just written my lunchtime report, assuming there won't be any wickets taken, so I'm going to completely rewrite it now. Coles. And again, quicker delivery. Carlson defends. Coles fields off his own bowling.
Ul Hassan faced 117 balls, 100 of them were dot balls.
Oh, that's a good stat.
And hit 3-4, strike rate 25.
Carlson in again. Coles in again. Let go by Carlson outside the off stump. So, James Coles picks up a wicket and he's opening over. And I think we're just going to see a replay of that actually on the big screen. Yeah, that's a very good catch at short leg. I mean, that's what your fielders are there for. And he's taken the catch. So 112 for 1. And lunch is 6 minutes away, so we may get a couple more overs, Nick.
Ben Bonney on X has picked up the same 229 significance as me. Thank you, Ben. As Stephen Hedges says, for slow second innings of Glammy v Sussex, you'd have to go a long way to beat the game where my father Bernard Hedges batted with Will Fuller at Hove in 1956.
Wow.
As Carson bowls and Tribe pushes forward. See attached excerpt from the player from Ponty, Stephen's book. I shall have a look at that later. Thank you, Stephen. As Carson bowls, Tribe pushes forward. He's got it down to short fine leg. Thought about a single. Carlson quickly thought that there wasn't one to be had there. So Morgan just needing to survive another 5 minutes, 10 balls probably, without further losses, as Tribe defends that one off the back foot. It's not getting up a lot from the bowling of Carson. As Carson working away at the ball. Into bowl to Tribe, who drives slightly square bat to wide-ish mid-on, takes the single. Oh dear, it's the matchup that I really didn't want. between the Northern Ireland spinner and the Glamorgan captain.
You could do it, Nick. Come on.
It is Carson to Carlson, ladies and gentlemen. 2 balls of the over left. Breeze flapping away at Carson's trousers as he bowls now to Carlson, who looks to turn it away and makes no contact, and the ball just falls down in front of him. Maybe hit on the pad, bit of excitement in the infield. Carson just doing a little word with one of the fielders, maybe saying, it's coming, it's going. Carson bowls faster, flatter, and it's stopped by Alsop at short leg. Not a chance. 113 for 1. We have 3 minutes to go through the lunch interval, so I'd better go and establish radio contact with the Welsh capital, and I'll speak to you again after luncheon.
Thank you, Nick. We'll certainly get one more over in before lunch. James Colston does get through his overs very quickly, so there's an outside chance we could get 2. This will be the 29th over of the morning, so Sussex have sort of picked up a little. We'll see what the over 8 says after lunch, but James Coles, can he get another wicket before lunch? 2 slips and a short leg as Ian bowls, cut away by Tribe to backward point, fielded there by Sean Hunt, and there is no run. Coles is ready again. Sun is back with us too. Bowls, forward comes Tribe, defends. Coles fields off his own bowling. Is immediately back to his mark. The game just got a slightly different feel about it with that wicket having gone down, with fielders clustered around the back. Now Kieran Carlson is making absolutely sure here that this is going to be the last over before lunch, as he came down from the non-strikers in to do some gardening. Coles in again, bowls, Tribe drives. Fielded by Carson, who's quickly in from cover to field. One more to Tribe, he goes to 63. It brings Carlson on the strike, who's now retaking his guard. I'm sure he's looking at that digital clock on the scoreboard away to our right that says 12:58. 3 balls to go before lunch. Coles and again bowls. Carlson defends down the track. There is no run. The clock is now showing 12:59. So I suspect this will be the last over before lunch. Quickly as James Coles does rattle through his overs. Yeah, Kieran Carlson is just adjusting his gloves now and twiddling his bat. Well, you can't blame the Glamorgan skipper. Coles in again bowls. Carlson defends. And this will be the last ball before lunch, I'm fairly certain, with Glamorgan 114 for 1. As James Coles is in. And Carlson walks away. Just killing a little bit more time. Coles bowls down the leg side, far down the leg side, and that's all the way through for, well, he got a lick on that, I think, Kieran Carlson. And has picked up 4 runs. Now the umpire is coming in, and maybe we are going to get another over here. Now the clock's kicked over now to 1 o'clock, so I'm pretty certain that will be lunch. No, we're going to have another over. Well, that's quite surprising, because the clock certainly said 1 o'clock, as the umpire wasn't quite in position, but he's decided we're going to have another over. So Sussex will be pretty pleased about that, to try and get this over rate back towards more positive territory. Currently showing as -4. So there is a short leg and a silly mid-on about halfway down the track as in comes Carlson. Bowls, gives that plenty of air, clipped by Carlson. Sorry, by Asa Tribe, I do apologise. He goes to 64. 119 for 1. Glamorgan here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Wales. Now the ball very nearly, it was a strange shot by Kieran Carlson, which caused some excitement around the close fielders. Carlson again. You know, more close fielders going in. There's a leg slip, a slip and a short leg. Carlson bowls. Carlson plays that to square leg, fielded by J. Devon Newcat, and there is no run. He's ninth over, Jack Carlson, figures of none for 18 at the moment. He's in, gives that plenty of air, and played by Carlson into the hands of Allsop at short leg. And there is no run. Well, no, I'm sure that was a dead ball, wasn't it? That's not sure about that really. Well, that was really rather odd. The ball was played by Kieran Carlson to short leg. Tom Allsop threw the ball back to Jack Carlson. Carlson missed it, and they've gone through for a single, which has been allowed by umpire Blackwell. So that was slightly curious. Nonetheless, Carlson goes to 5, 120 for 1, brings Ace of Tribe on to strike. In and bowls, and Tribe is out. He's bowled. Jack Carlson picks up a wicket, and Sussex has suddenly got 2 just before the break. Ace of Tribe has gone for 64, and all of a sudden the skipper probably wishes he hadn't taken that single from that overthrow. 2 wickets have gone down. Tribe is storming off the field. He's not happy at all. Jack Carlson is, and all of a sudden Sussex have picked up 2 wickets at the break, and having looked as if they were going to go in wicketless this morning, Sussex have picked up those 2 wickets, and Ace of Tribe is not happy at all as he makes his way off the field of play, and probably not desperately happy with his skipper, because it was Carlson who decided to take the single from the overthrow, and had he not done so, Tribe wouldn't have been on strike. So he's gone for 64 off 126 balls, so drama just before lunch. Ace of Tribe is out, and he's walked off very, very quickly. I don't think he's happy at all as he makes his way into the dressing room, and I think his skipper may have a bit of apologising to do. Unless he's upset about the dismissal, but he's gone. And Sussex have picked up 2 wickets on the stroke of lunch, Nick.
Yeah, I don't think we can blame anyone for taking a run that's on, to be honest. Tribe might not have been expecting to be on strike for that delivery, but that's been Sussex's session then, with the 2 wickets falling in the last 10 minutes. They've got the 2 that they need per session, really, and the 2 openers gone. Tribe was looking pretty set, but the spinners have done their work, and Glamorgan face even more of an uphill task.
Nick, thanks very much indeed. So Nick and I are going to have a cup of tea and a sandwich or whatever we can get our hands on, and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes' time.
That goes next. That was my third one. That'll be the next one. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bundle more. Yeah, that's why I moved from here back to there. Back's not high enough, are they? Yeah. No, we need to start when you can't play. Yeah, there's a couple of one day games. What's that? You left them out. More interesting. Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't have been standing there anymore. But he did turn, didn't he? So I think he lost on his flabby. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
And some of the best music as well.
Oh, sorry.
Including this whole song from Marvin Gaye and the new song from Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr.
Sorry, did I miss the cue?
And a little bit of Dr. Hove.
That was probably my fault. understand the
So that's about ready for the second session of today's race to align with our medical teams. Please keep yourselves hydrated and to apply some protection to the comfort. The procedure calls for a just like a stretch and a walk can help make tissues such as diabetes, blood pressure to calm. Walking on the field, we will try to find the right around the knowledge of Sussex about top tens.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session on this third day, with Glamorgan in some difficulty, having lost 2 wickets in the last 10 minutes before lunch, with Zainul Hassan well caught at short leg by Tom Alsop off the bowling of James Coles for 30, and then the other spinner Jack Carson bowling Asa Tribe with what proved to be the last ball before lunch. It was scheduled to be the fifth of the over. Well, it was the fifth of the over. And Asa Tribe, who wasn't necessarily expecting to be facing again, but Kieran Carlson pinched an overthrow when the ball was misthrown back to the bowler. And Tribe looked absolutely gutted to fall, bowled by Jack Carson, the fifth ball of the over, when we're a little bit past 1 o'clock as well. So Sussex with wickets from Coles and Carson, their two frontline spinners, and Carson to finish his over to bowl to the new batter Ben Callaway, and there is a leg slip as well as a short leg and a slip. Carson in to bowl to Callaway, and that flies to leg slip off the pad. It is the end of the over, and Glamorgan are 120 for 2, having added just 78 runs today for the loss of those 2 wickets. Al Hassan falling for 30 and Tribe for 64. So I presume that they will continue with Coles from the top end. Nick Webb and Adrian Harms with you all day today, and we're scheduled to have a visit from the Sussex coach Paul Farbrace as well mid-session. So if you want to put any queries to him, then email Adrian sussexsport@bbc.co.uk and keep it polite. We can put your questions, or Adrian can put your questions. In fact, it's not going to be Coles, as Carlson is hit on the pad by the first ball from Hunt, and it brings an appeal. So slightly unexpected change of bowling, really, since Coles hadn't bowled that much before lunch. But it's the left arm fast medium of Sean Hunt from the Cromwell Road end to start up Sussex. On pitched outside leg, I think. Hunt is in to bowl through outside off stump, and Carlson shoulders arms. I wonder if we'll... A bit of a surprise if they change both spinners, to be honest. So they were the ones who claimed the wickets. Coles just bowling the 2 overs, 1 for 6. Carson 9 overs, 1 for 19. Haynes bowled the 1 over last night. Haven't seen him in the attack today. As Hunt is in, bowls to Carlson, who gets his bat out of the way of that one, with what seemed to be the Labuschagne leave, which looks a bit like a pull shot, only nowhere near the ball. Afternoon, Adrian.
Yeah, hi Nick. I had a few people at lunchtime, and I think the general consensus around the ground was that it was definitely the digital clock definitely said 1 o'clock as the umpire made his way in. He definitely wasn't in position, which was interesting.
Hunt bowls, and that's through outside off stump. Carlson playing no shot. Maybe came back in a little bit, and Sussex trying to ramp up the drama.
So whether or not the umpire Ian Blackwood, because Kieran Carson had clearly been taking his time, is probably the best way to put it, to get through to lunch in that previous over from James Cole. So maybe where the umpire thought, well, I'm going to allow another over, but I don't know. I thought if it says 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock is 1 o'clock. But anyway, Sussex picked up a wicket.
Here comes Hunt to bowl to Carlson. No shot played outside off stump. Well, you've got to face the over at some point in the day.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, that is very true.
Doesn't make a lot of difference whether it's before or after lunch, but maybe just got in the Glamorgan batters' heads a little bit, and the cheeky overthrow that Sussex might have thought shouldn't be allowed because the ball is being transferred back to the bowler. Hunt is in to bowl, 2 slips and a gully, and Carlson plays it down to backward point where it's fielded by Carson. There is no run. It's 120 for 2 still, with Hunt starting his afternoon labours with a maiden.
Yeah, and figures of 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 22 for Sean Hunt on his return to county championship action. Jack Carson is going to carry on from at the C end of the ground. Sussex do need to keep an eye on this over rate, which is still showing as -4. Some sort of, I don't know if there's some sort of event going on next door. I can hear some sort of an announcement in the corporate area. Either way, Jack Carson is going to come into bowl to Ben Kellaway, who batted nicely in the first innings. About to receive his second ball. Carson in bowls, and Kellaway turns that with the spin to mid-wicket. There is no run. So there's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg for Jack Carson, who picked up that wicket of Asa Tribe just before the break. And he's in again over the wicket and bowls, and turned by Kellaway to short fine leg, fielded there by Sean Hunt. And again, there is no run. Carson in his 10th over, figures of 1 for 19. Kellaway, who top scored in the Glamorgan first innings with 33. Carson in bowls, and Kellaway tucks that one down towards fine leg. Sean Hunt has to move to his right to field and gets in the throw, but not before Kellaway has gone through for his first run. 121 for 2.
Yeah, Kellaway missed one game through injury and didn't bat in another through injury, but he's got some runs in most of the games that he's played.
Carson in bowls, and Carlson plays out again to short fine leg. Again, Hunt does the fielding, but not before the batsmen go through for another single. Carlson goes to 6. Dear oh dear, this is going to get complicated.
Yeah, Kellaway with a century up at Edgbaston in the first innings against Warwickshire, and a couple of half centuries as well in the 5 matches that he's played.
Carson in again. Forward comes Kellaway, who very obligingly gives the ball to the short leg fielder, and there is no run.
Given the responsibility of going up the order from 6 mostly last season to 4 this.
Carson. Bowls and turned in the air. I lost the track of that, to be honest, but it was in the air. I think it went through mid-wicket. He's picked up a couple of runs as yeah. So 24 for 2. Just to reiterate what Nick was saying, Paul Farbrace joining us at 2:30. If you'd like to send in a question for him, and he's generally nothing is off the table with Paul. I mean, in the current climate, there may be 1 or 2 things he can't talk about, but he's generally very good. So sussexsport@bbc.co.uk, and that's not exclusive to Sussex listeners. If you're a Glamorgan supporter who's got questions about whatever you want to talk about cricket, I'm sure Paul will be very happy to oblige.
As Hunt will continue, tall left arm up from the Cromwell Road end, bowling down the leg side. Carlson makes no contact. Here, reading one of his interviews, he seems to be relatively free with his views, given his position. I think that he's packing it in, so maybe nothing to lose in saying what he thinks.
Yeah, he's very. He's always been very forthright, Paul, with his interviews.
Hunt is in to bowl to Carlson, who defends on the leg side, no run.
Rhys Talbot was on commentary yesterday and was speculating that maybe there may be a role beyond the end of this season. It was Paul's decision to stand down as director of cricket, head coach, whatever you want to call it. But I think there's a pretty common feeling around here at Hove that he's been an excellent 4 years whilst he's been in charge, and he'll be a big loss. And if there is any way that he might be persuaded to stay on in some role, I think everyone would be very pleased.
As Hunt bowls to Carlson, who drives to mid-on, no run. There was a no ball at the start of this over. Seems to be a bit of a problem for several bowlers at the far end in particular.
Yeah.
The Cromwell Road end, and well, possibly understandable for the newer members of the Glamorgan attack. Sussex should be used to the lie of the land, as Carlson, I think, took his bat away at the last minute, but was it too late? But Hunt definitely generating a bit of pace and bounce with that one. As Carlson, I think, I'll give him credit just about of playing inside the line. In the Women's World Cup, Bangladesh reached or passed their target of 140 to beat the Netherlands in the last over with 5 balls to spare with Edgbaston. As Carlson definitely plays no shot there. And India against Pakistan follows in that double header at Edgbaston, where England convincingly defeated Sri Lanka on Friday night. In Division 1, Leicestershire 149 for 3 in their second innings, still 65 adrift. Couple for Harmer there recently. As Carlson nearly got an edge to that one.
Good little spell, this.
Yeah, it's really posing questions. Leicestershire losing Rishi Patel for 58. The rookie Sheridan Gums for 49. And Rayan Ahmed has gone for 23 now. Notts against Somerset at Trent Bridge. Somerset 168 for 4 in their second innings, leading by 285 runs. So the Roux brothers at the wicket there. As Carlson edges through the slips where third slip wasn't and gets 4 runs, but a moral victory for Sean Hunt as Glamorgan move on to 130 for 2, but that one wasn't in control. But there was a gap between second slip and fourth slip stroke gully as John Simpson retreats to the boundary to get the ball. And if Sussex had had a third slip, Carlson might well be on his way back.
Yeah, Tom Haynes just sort of stood there, didn't he, as if to say, why didn't I have a third slip in place? Good over, though, from Sean Hunt, and he caused Kieran Carlson some problems in that over. 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 28 for Sean Hunt. Meanwhile, it's going to be Jack Carson, who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground, bowling up the hill with a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. And then bowls to Kellaway, who drives slightly uppishly through extra cover, quite safely, but it was enough to make Jack Carson sort of skip into the air as if to say, oh, that was a little aerial. There is no run. Kellaway on 3, bowled very nicely as well, did Ben Kellaway from exactly this end during the Sussex innings. Carson in bowls, turned by Kellaway to backward square leg come short fine leg, and they go through for a single. He's in a strange position there, Sean Hunt. He's not really saving a single. He's got quite a lot of ground to cover either side. I just wonder if they're going to change that a little and bring him in maybe 5 or 6 yards. Yeah, John Simpson's just saying he's just moving his position slightly.
Yeah, it's meant to be single saving, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Carson in bowls, flicked again onto that onside, and again they pick up a single. Again, Hunt feels, to be fair, he had no chance of cutting that one off, but they're just picking up. They've got this short leg fielder in there, a mid wicket, and then Sean Hunt at, I think you call it backward square leg as opposed to short fine leg. Carson again, the sun has momentarily disappeared in and bowls, and again played through that area. This time wide of Hunt, and it's James Coles who comes trotting in from in front of the clock tower scoreboard and fields. And there's one more to the total. Callaway goes to 5, Carlson on his 11, 133 for 2. Carlson again spins the ball from hand to hand and is over the wicket, bowls, and Carlson is forward and plays that to mid wicket. All along the ground, fielded by Price, and there is no run. Carson. The sun makes a reappearance. Bowls, and defending is Carlson. Onto the onside, fielded there by Tom Alsop at short leg. There is no run. End of another tidy over from Jack Carson. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. End of the over. Glamorgan 133 for 2 with Carlson on 11 and Callaway on 5.
If you're just joining us, Glamorgan losing 2 wickets towards the end of the first session, with Zainul Hassan caught at short leg off Coles for 30, and then Tribe just after 1 o'clock really, when he was bowled by Jack Carson for 64. Off 126 balls, hit 6 fours. He looked relatively secure for most of the morning session. Furious to get out just before lunch. Not able to take his battle further onwards. So Morgan still a mammoth 233 behind as Callaway is hit on the glove there by a ball that spat a little bit from Hunt and walks away towards square leg. Doesn't call for treatment.
That really did spit, didn't it? That's the sort of delivery that can put just a little bit of doubt in a batter's mind, and comes down, does a bit of gardening, does Ben Callaway.
It's been quite well, it's happened fairly often during the match, hasn't it, that ball has got a bit of an extra bounce, particularly from the taller bowlers from that Cromwell Road end, as Hunt bowls and Callaway works off his legs to shortish, squarish mid-wicket. It's one of those positions that's trying to do 2 things at once, to cover square leg and mid-wicket. But Sussex on the attack, and why wouldn't they be, having taken 2 quick wickets before lunch, as they look to maybe wrap things up today. Haynes is now in at 3rd slip as Carson moves a little bit wider at gully, and Callaway gets his bat well out of the way of trouble there as it goes through outside off stump up periscope there, pointing to the skies. So the batting to come, Colin Ingram, who got a first innings duck, having already been dropped first ball, didn't profit from the reprieve. Sean Dixon, Chris Cook, Tim van der Hoogten, Mason Crane, Tom Norton and Ryan Hadley. As Callaway turns that one away on the leg side, he will take a single down towards square leg, as the ball ends up near the umpire. 133 for 2, 130. Is that one gone on the board yet? Oh, it was a no ball as well. 136 for 2.
Yes.
What is it with no ballitis at that Cromwell Road end? I mean, it is running down the slope, so you're more prone to no balls, but you'd thought Hunt would be used to it by now.
Yeah.
And he comes, bowls, and Carlson pushing forward to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yes, I mean, I think we were talking about Tom Norton yesterday, and we were saying that, you know, if you haven't bowled here before, people do say it takes a couple of games to get used to the slope and running down the slope. Sean's bowled it quite a bit. He's I don't know whether he's bowled more up the hill than down. But he's bowled a number of no balls. But he's also caused 1 or 2 problems.
Yeah, it's a good spell apart from that. Hunt is in. Bowls. Oh, he's hit Carlson there.
Somewhere painful.
Possibly. Somewhere reasonably central. And
It's his hand, I think.
Oh, yes.
It's his hand.
He's got his...
I think he's thrown his gloves away. Unless he's just throwing his gloves away in just agony because he's been hit somewhere very, very painful. The physio is coming on. John Simpson starting to wander over to inquire as to Kieran Carlson's well-being. No, he says he's okay. I think he's waved the physio off.
Well, it's obviously a very painful blow.
Yeah, I don't think it was the hand then. Perhaps he just...
Let's see. A replay. Yeah, I think it was a midships.
Yes, I think it was midships.
Replay from the other end, yes, definitely. Ooh. Carlson, well, again, a bit of extra unexpected lift, and he was hopping to try and get out of the way, but the ball followed his essentials.
Yes. Not nice.
136 for 2. Glamorgan captain has family support on the ground, as pretty often home and away.
Okay.
Chris Cook has family support as well.
Right. Is that parents of Kieran Carlson?
I've seen his dad. His mum's usually in attendance. I didn't see her. She may well be in attendance as well. Particularly since Sussex are dog-friendly, I think.
Oh, right.
Not allowed at Safari Gardens. Hunt is in to the restored Carlson, who drives to mid-on, doesn't time it. It is the end of the over. 136 for 2, and applause from the Sussex crowd for a testing over from Sean Hunt.
Yes, we talk about dog-friendly. I remember last year down here when Surrey played, and Ollie Pope's parents turned up with Ollie Pope's dog, who looked very pleased to see Ollie. He was doing some fielding practice and came over. It was a nice touch, really.
Yeah, Chris Cook's got family support in this game as well, over from South Africa.
Right.
And,
Okay.
saw Tim van der Hoogten's parents earlier in the season. They make a 3-week visit, apparently, for a bit of county championship cricket annually.
Jack Carson coming into bowl is off spin to Ben Kellaway, who stretches forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. 136 for 2. Carson in his 12th over. The over rate is still showing us -4. So Carson with a leg slip and a short leg in bowls to Kellaway, who's playing his wristily to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Price.
They're bowling well to their field at the moment, these Sussex bowlers, aren't they? There's
Yes.
a lot of shots hitting the fielders.
Yes. Jade Evanucat, hands on hips, just in front of us here at mid-on. As Carson in again, bowls, and just squirted by Kellaway to Hunt, who's fielding there at short fine leg, come backward square leg. Jade Evanucat applauds Jack Carlson for the delivery. This is Hughes, who's fielding at mid-off. In again is Carlson bowls, and Kellaway plays with soft hands. The ball dribbles behind the stumps, picked up by John Simpson. And it's another dot ball. So nice and tidy from Jack Carlson. Figures of 1 for 26. I don't know whether Jack's parents are here this week or whether they're back over in Northern Ireland. They're big supporters. In comes Carlson, bowls and drilled back at Jack Carlson, who stops it and then just wrings his hand. That was played firmly by Kellaway. Always good to see Jack's mum and dad as a regular visitors to watch. They'd have been very pleased that he picked up that wicket just before lunch, and the very important runs he made yesterday as well. Carlson in bowls gives that plenty of air, and Kellaway plays that on the bounce to Tom Alsop at short leg. There is no run. Sussex running between the overs. 136 for 2, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26 for Jack Carson. We've still got to be bowled today, another 60 overs, so a lot of cricket to be bowled, a lot of cricket to be played, I should say. First over of which is going to be bowled to Sean Hunt and to the Glamorgan skipper, Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, we're heading for a late tea interval, you would have thought, today.
Yes, we are, and another late finish.
Around about 4 o'clock, yeah, we've had 2 6:45 finishes so far, so get those spinners on at both ends, boys. Hunt is in to bowl. Carlson plays no shot outside off stump. Yes, I've had contact from various players' parents on social media over the years. You do have to be aware that county cricket has something more of a family atmosphere, don't you? And
yes.
It's a smaller world, if you like, and you have to take into account that people's relatives might well be listening and following. As Carlson is hurried into a defensive shot there, as he pushes that one up to mid-on, no run.
I'm always surprised how many people do tune into the streams and watch from all sorts of different places.
Yes, various Southern Hemisphere listeners and watchers, with Glamorgan having had their fair share of Southern Hemisphere-born players over the years, even if they're not officially overseas in some cases. As Hunt is in to bowl and through outside off stump, Carlson playing no shot. Cook and Ingram very firmly settled in South Wales these days on a, you assume, permanent basis beyond their playing days. 138 for 2.
A message in about pronunciation of J-Dev Unadkat. I think I have been saying Unadkat, not and Udkat, so hopefully we're pronouncing it correctly.
Carlson hit on the pads, appeal that dies away fairly quickly.
Kept a bit low, that, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, from this angle, it looked like it was missing leg stump anyway. But I thought it'd just keep a little low.
Yeah, he's not hugely likely to win LBW appeals bowling left armour over to a right-hander, since most of his deliveries will either pitch naturally outside leg, or if they pitch in line, they'll be heading towards off, as Carlson looks to drive and gets that one off the very toe end of the bat out on the leg side, and not looking hugely happy at the moment, Kieran Carlson. 111 not out.
I would agree, and he's probably been unsettled by that nasty blow that he took in the previous over from Sean Hunt.
Well, he's got to look to bat long. As Hunt charges in, bowls to Carlson, who times that one reasonably well, but it's driven straight to mid-on and there's no run. So Carlson's strike rate around about 30 at the moment, which is much lower than usual. And he'll be trying to balance the need to knock off this deficit with the need to bat for 5 sessions for his team. Hunt in, bowls, through outside off, no shot played on that occasion. Nice carry through to Simpson, who races up towards the far end, carrying a couple of helmets for the short leg fielders. Sop grabs one. The other is for him, in fact, because he'll be standing up, of course, to the spinner. So Alsop earlier took an excellent catch to get rid of Ul Hassan and get the initial breakthrough at short leg.
The sun is back with us with a vengeance. There's a little more cloud around this afternoon, but it's all pretty high-level stuff, and certainly the forecast is dry, both for the rest of today and tomorrow, as Jack Carson is in, bowls to Ben Callaway. And Callaway looks to turn that one down the leg side, smartly taken by Simpson. And there is no run. Slip, short leg, leg slip, still those 3 fielders clustered around the bat. Carson again. Waits and on his way. Bowls and played straight to Sean Hunt. And backwards square leg. So another dot ball.
A lot of work for Hunt in that position.
He is, isn't he? Been kept very busy.
It's a natural shot, I suppose, for
Yes.
the off spinner who is turning it a bit. Against the off spinner, rather.
Carson again. Bowls and slog swept onto the leg side. Good bit of fielding by Coles on the leg side boundary. Prevents anything more than a single. That's very good by James Coles. Gets in a good throw as well to John Simpson. It's just a single to Ben Kellaway, who goes to 7.
Yeah, kept that shot under control, but it's a relatively high-risk shot, and Kellaway presumably thinking he was in danger of getting bogged down there.
139 for 2. Carson again bowls. I think Carlson was thinking about getting down the track there to Jack Carson. He always seemed to change his mind with the shot. The mid-off and mid-on are up on the 1, so there's plenty of encouragement for Kieran Carlson to get down the track and hit the ball over the top, and I'm sure Jack Carlson won't mind if he does. Carlson in bowls. Carlson plays this with soft hands. Allsop fields that short leg. You can see the protective pads under Tom Allsop's trousers. Do we call them flannels anymore? I don't know. I would.
Probably not technically,
No.
but you know what I mean.
Carson in then. Carlson defends. There is no run. Well, Bold Jacks as one of the Sussex fielders. Just the one run off the over. 13 overs. 2 maidens, 1 for 27. Glamorgan 139 for 2 with Carlson on 11. Kellaway on 7. The first target for Glamorgan is 366. So they can make Sussex bat again.
Yes, if I were playing this season, I'd be wearing maroon trousers these days for my club side.
Right. Is that because it's all limited over stuff, or?
Yeah, the kits have mostly spread down the leagues in South East Wales for the coloured kits, starting with the top clubs, and I think everyone else in Division 3 in South East Wales was moving to coloured kits, so we thought we'd better move both sides onto coloured kit. You do get 1 or 2 still in whites in the lower reaches. Hunt is in to bowl, and Kellaway clips one off his legs down to fine leg. We'll just take the single as it's stopped there by Goodman on the ropes.
I just remember as a kid, playing village cricket that, if you had anything white, you'd wear, if you had a white shirt in the cupboard or something, or your brother's shirt or whatever.
It does make life easier for sort of drafting in ringers, doesn't it, if you've got
definitely, yeah.
A white T-shirt and tracky bottoms will do.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Hunt in, bowls to Carlson, appeal for a catch down the leg side. Not given.
Yeah.
Sussex all went up as one.
Yes.
It hit something on its way through to Simpson, but it was the hip of Kieran Carlson, or the thigh pad somewhere around there, as the replay clearly shows. So well done to umpire Long for getting that one right.
Yeah, you can always tell when you've got someone at the pub at lunchtime when you're short, Nick. He would always turn up in jeans and sort of black trainers, and yeah.
As Carlson is beaten there outside off stump.
He deserved a wicket in this spell, Sean Hunt. I think he's bowled very well.
Yeah, he's had Carlson in particular in all sorts of trouble, and he seems to be mostly bowling at Carlson.
You must have had that a few times where you've got to sort of rope someone in at the last minute.
Yes. Can you bring a mate along?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, these days we have to have some spare shirts and trousers knocking round.
Do you? Right, okay, that's interesting. Right.
As Carlson squirts that one out on the offside, wasn't entirely under control.
He needs to get in the gully a bit closer there.
Holds up the fielder. Square the wicket, but...
Do you have sort of player registration and that sort of thing, Nick? Do you have to be registered to play?
Yes.
Right.
I think at our level they're relatively... I think as long as you register people on the day of the match, you're all right,
yeah.
so you can do it. retrospectively, I believe. As Carlson allows that one to go through outside off stump, and certainly it's easily got round, isn't it? That you could just play someone under someone else's name, but I'm sure that does go on, but not as far as I know. It just pops up as unsure on the Play Cricket scorecard.
Right. Yeah, all that's changed really in the last few years since I've stopped playing, but he used to, whoever turned up played sort of thing. Really.
Hunt is in to bowl. Carlson plays out on the leg side, and there is no run. 140 for 2 at the end of a testing over from Sean Hunt. Glamorgan are 226 runs in arrears. Yeah, I was horrified at the end of last season to turn up for a Sunday friendly game and find out it was being live streamed.
Oh, crumbs.
Even though it was just a village knockaround thing. So I was able to watch it back afterwards and see just how bad my batting was.
Were you keeping wicket as well?
No. Thankfully, we had someone young and fit and able to keep wicket, who caught an absolutely stunning leg side catch, anticipating a sweep shot. It was one of the best catches I've seen at village level.
Jack Carson comes in and bowls to Callaway, who drives to mid-off, fielded there by Daniel Hughes, who throws to John Simpson, and there is no run. J. Devon Nugcat is just busily cleaning his sunglasses down below us. There is no run. So that was on film, was it? They got that on. Did they get that on the stream? The catch. Carson in bowls and played past short leg footed by Price, no run.
You sort of got the gist of it, but
right.
By the time this lad had completed the catch, he was well down leg side.
Right. Okay.
Really was the sort of thing that you'd expect to see at professional level.
Right. Carson waits. Still those three fielders clustered around the bat. In and bowls, stretching forward is Ben Callaway, who plays into the offside. There is no run. Callaway looks rather suspiciously at the pitch. Devon Nugcat, hands on hips in front of us. I think it'll be too much longer before we'll see him having another burst from probably. He looked very dangerous, particularly from the Cromwell Road end. Carson in bowls. Nice loop to that delivery from Jack Carson. Callaway plays that into the slip cord. In fact, J. Devon Nugcat is warming up as we speak. So maybe it's going to be sooner rather than later that we're going to see the Indian left-arm seamer back into action. Carson again. Over the wicket. That's short. That wasn't a great delivery, and he's annoyed with that. It was a drag down from Jack, and he he's a little frustrated with himself, but he's bowled a good spell here. He's into a nice rhythm in his 14th over. He's coming in over the wicket, bowls to Callaway, who works this one down towards fine leg. Sean Hunt is in hot pursuit, picks up the ball with his right hand, shies to throw, but then hangs on to the ball. But I think we are going to see a bit of J-Dev and Nugcat, who's taking off his glasses and his cap. And I think he's about to peel off his sweater. Is he?
Yes.
Yes.
So another spell from the Indian seamer. Suhail Beck on X has confirmed that both Carlson parents are here today. She's seen them on the live stream, she says. And she has an answer to the Jones and Davis's thing as well.
Oh.
Which depends.
An E?
An E in them, right. But I think back to the ones without an E, and there were two in the same side in the early 70s. In the same Glamorgan team.
Was Gerald Davison, i.e. the rugby union player?
Yes. Nugcat is into bowl, and Callaway plays this one gently on the onside, and there's no run. Yes, there were two Davises in that successful side around 1970. In fact, 2 in the championship side in 69 with Roger Davis, local product, and Brian Davis, West Indian.
Right. Spelt
without the E.
Right.
As Callaway drives sweetly through the offside, that one should just about reach the boundary. It's on the longer side of the ground, but it does hop over the ropes. Now just ahead of the pursuing fielder, and that is really the best shot that Glamorgan have played since lunch, when they have been pretty circumspect by and large, and have been rather under the cosh with the bowlers dominant. But that takes the stand up to 25.
Yeah, it's been 11 over since lunch, and they've scored 25.
Unad Cat in again to Callaway, no shot. Outside off stump.
There was a couple, wasn't there in football, wasn't there a couple of Welsh strikers, Ron Davis and, was it Wyn Davis?
Wyn Davis, yeah.
I think Ron Davis played for Southampton from memory.
Yeah, yeah.
Wyn Davis,
Newcastle? Yeah.
They were good.
They were. Yes, there's a lot of rather rueful Welsh football fans around at the moment watching the start of the World Cup.
Yeah.
As Unad Cat is in to bowl, Callaway shouldering arms as it comes back in, but not quite enough as far as Sussex are concerned. Yes, particularly watching Bosnia in action. Bosnia put out Wales in the semi-final of the playoffs, and then put out Italy in the final of the playoffs.
Yeah, yeah. Well, look on the bright side, probably saved a few quid by not going, because it seems like it's cost a fortune for ticket prices. Well, I'm sure many would have gone.
Unad Cat bowls the Callaway, who's forward and pinching a single on the offside. Allsop dashes in, but can't prevent it and doesn't bother with the shy at the stumps. 146 for 2, Glamorgan.
I was reading that the English FA have actually apparently held back, to their credit, a number of tickets at £45 for some of the England games. They haven't released them to FIFA, apparently, for them to sell on their ticketing sites, apparently.
Okay.
So that, some of the fans, they haven't got many, I don't think, can actually get tickets at sensible prices.
Unad Cat into Carlson, no shot played, throw outside off. Simpson flicks it on to one of his slips, gathers his helmets and dashes off up the far end. So John Simpson is, club captain, is certainly aware of that over-rate issue that Sussex are facing. It's now -3. So they have got a slight improvement with Jack Carson wheeling away at the sea end.
And he's about to bowl his 15th over. Here's Jack. He's going to be bowling to Ben Callaway. And Charlie Tier has come onto the field as a substitute fielder. So who has gone off? Is it Sean Hunt who's left the field? In comes Carson, bowls outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is no run.
Yeah, the bowlers tend to wander off for 5 minutes after spells, don't they?
Charlie Tier, who plays cricket for Scotland. I believe Charlie's mum is Scottish, so perhaps he'll be pleased about the result yesterday. Carson in bowls, whipped away. I think that hit Tom Allsop, who's been in the wars there at short leg, but took a very good catch to dismiss Zain al Hassan off the bowling of James Coles. He's made it pretty hard stuff, isn't he, Allsop? Because I think I'd have tried to have asked to go and field a third man or something. Or fine leg. Carson in again. Bowls again, turned down the leg side, or attempted to turn down the leg side. And Simpson makes a good diving stop.
Yeah, the man at leg slip also dived in case Simpson made it, missed it.
I don't know if it's that started down the leg side or whether it is turning a little. Carson In again, bowls, that's a better delivery, and forward comes Kellaway, plays into the onside. There is no run. A couple of people watching from the flats on the right hand side. A little table and chairs on the balcony. It's a very pleasant way to spend a Sunday afternoon. Carson, it's the ball from hand to hand. In and bowls, and it's around about the thigh pad is Ben Kellaway. The ball bounces down in front of him. There is no run. Toss-up is really tight in there. He's, less than a wicket width away from Kellaway. Slip and a leg slip in place. Carson in again, gives up plenty of air, driven down the ground by Kellaway, fielded by Tier, who shies at the stumps and misses, well backed up by John Simpson, and I think Kellaway was safely home. It was a well-judged single. He played it to the left of Charlie Tier, who was very quickly round and got the throw in. So end of the over, 147 for 2. Carlson on 11, Kellaway on 15. We've had 54 overs with this ball and 54 overs remaining in the day.
India won the toss and will bat in the women's T20 at Edgbaston this afternoon. Didn't give you the score from Scarborough earlier. Yorkshire 79 for 3 in their second innings, but with a big lead over Warwickshire of 285 runs. Went through the Division 2 scores in the course of this over. Unadkat is in, bowls to Kellaway, takes a step and then defends when he gets there. Derbyshire at 202 for 5 in their second innings at Chester Street, but that's still 53 behind Durham. So Durham big favourites for that game still. Lancashire against Kent. Lancashire 138 for 2, so they've made a reasonable start, an improbable chase. They still need another 286 runs to the Red Rose. Keaton Jennings is still there, 50 not out. Marcus Harris is on 40 not out. Unadkat bowls. Kellaway off the back foot, punches to wide mid off, no run. At Northampton, Gloucestershire are 84 for 1 in their second innings. That's still 113 adrift of Northants. And at New Road, Middlesex are 115 for 4 in their second innings, which is a reasonable lead of 189 against Worcestershire.
It's nice down at New Road today.
As Unadkat in bowls, Kellaway works into a gap on the leg side and dashes through for a single, 148 for 2. Meanwhile, at Horsham,
yes.
Gloucestershire won the toss against Sussex women, and Gloucestershire have elected to bat first.
Saw a good game between Gloucestershire and Sussex women last year down at the Cheltenham Festival, where there was a back-to-back T20 games. And a good crowd. There's always a good crowd down at Cheltenham. You were at Cheltenham for that terrific game.
Oh, the Tide match, yes. Won't get many of them in a lifetime.
Unadkat, was it me?
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. Clipped away down to fine leg, and that's gone away for 4 runs. Clipped very fine by Kieran Carlson. He goes to 15, 152 for 2.
So, that was an amazing game to be in on commentary for. Glamorgan's tie at Gloucestershire a couple of years back, where Glamorgan so nearly got to a world record run chase in the 4th innings in first-class cricket, but Jamie McIlroy was brilliantly caught behind by James Bracey off the very final ball of the match. And say, obviously, it's the final ball anyway, because Glamorgan were all out, but no, it would have been the final ball, whatever had happened.
And did they need...
They needed one to win. Yeah.
And had he taken his glove off, James
That's right.
Bracey?
Bracey made the catch with just his inner on the right hand, because he'd taken his glove off in case the ball went through to him and they tried to run a by and he needed to shy at the stumps. Unadkat over the wickets. Bowls through to the keeper. Carlson rehearses taking his bat away. Not sure if he did in time. And well, Bernard Cat is keeping up the pressure really that Sean Hunt imposed.
I was listening to that game, Nick. I forget where I was, and I think didn't Mason Crane make some runs for?
Yeah, he batted. He was at the other end, and did play it very nicely. There's just questions over whether he might. Leg side a couple. So he moves to 19, and the total 156 for 2, and the deficit to 210.
In fact, the ground staff have just come out and doing some sort of running repairs at the fire ground. You can probably hear
the thumper.
Yes, I don't know whether.
I can never remember what that thing is called.
No, a thumper's a great description, though. It looks like a heavy weight on the end of a stick. And umpire Long is sort of pointing out that he wants some sort of repair done around the crease. Don't know quite what he's doing, but we have got some repairs going on, which is an opportune time for there to be a break in play, because I'm delighted that Paul Farbrace.
Yes, and you can ask the Sussex coach what that thing is called and get a definitive answer.
I wonder whether he'll know. We'll see, but we've got a break in play. So thank you, Nick. Nick's going to have a break for half an hour or so, and delighted to say Paul Farbrace is going to join us for a natter about various things Sussex, and it's not an exclusive Sussex natter. It can be a chat. If you're a Glamorgan fan and want to talk to, well, he's generally open to most questions. Hello, Paul.
Adrian, how are you going?
Lovely to see you.
Nice to be here. Thank you for inviting me. It's very kind of you.
What is that they're using at the far end? Nick described it as a thumper.
It is a thumper.
Is that the real name for it?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Do you watch that programme, Would I Lie to You? Have you ever watched that? I think it's sort of an updated version of Call My Bluff. Do you remember that?
Okay, yeah, I do remember that.
And I think Nick's absolutely right. It's a thumper.
So what's happening? Is it they got some problems with the foothold?
Yeah,
at the
it's
end
a foothold flattener, basically. It's just a long wooden pole with a big piece of metal on the bottom that's flat, and they slam it into the floor to flatten out the footholds.
Right.
It's one of those things, isn't it? When a bowler gets hit for 4, they call on the thumper.
Yes.
When they bowl maiden after maiden, they never call for that. Have you noticed? Well, strange how things work.
Yeah, he's gone for a couple of boundaries in that over, as Jay did. 156 for 2, so we'll chatter away to Paul in between deliveries and in between overs. Jack Carson coming in from the C end of the ground to bowl to Ben Kellaway, whose forward plays that into the offside, fielded by John Simpson. We don't get much chance to natter when Jack Carson is bowling, because he does get through his overs pretty quickly. He's got a leg slip and a short leg in place. And Carson, whose figures of 1 for 29 in his 16th over, getting a long bowl here, is Carson bowls and swept away by Kellaway. And is he put down, or did that bounce just in front? Jadev's reaction is that might have been a chance. It was swept away by Kellaway. What did you reckon, Paul? Did he get a hand to that?
Just short.
Right.
Yeah, just short of him. Literally just short of him.
So, Carson with already 1 wicket just before lunch, which we'll talk about in a minute, as Carson is in again, 4 or 5 paces, bowls, and Kellaway turns that to short leg, where it's fielded by Tom Alsop. That was a smart catch that Tom Alsop
Brilliant catch, wasn't it? It was much needed. It was a brilliant catch. Straight off the face of the bat. Yeah, you're very unlucky to get caught like that, a short leg within a yard, particularly when you've just been thumped on the ankle as hard as you had.
Well, yeah.
Previous over.
Yeah. Carson in again. Bowls down the wicket comes Kellaway using his feet, and I think Jack Carson will mind that.
No, it's good. And you mentioned he'll have a long bowl. He will have a long bowl. There's a little bit of turn for him bowling from this C end up the hill. And plus we were -4 on our over rate, so we need the spinners to bowl to get the over rate back as well.
Yeah. I noticed that Sussex were a bit slow this morning as Carson is in again, bowls, and Callaway back on his stumps and plays that into the offside, and there is no run. What was your take on that wicket before lunch with Jack Carson? Because I was saying, it's lunch as the umpires come in, because he wasn't in position and the digital clock had gone to 1 o'clock.
Well, the umpires told them in the field that because of the time wasting, they were going to bowl the next over.
They told him that?
Yeah.
Right. Carson in again, bowls, drilled by Callaway out through the offside. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Nice shot by Ben Callaway. He goes to, I think that's going to take him to 20. End of the over, 160 for 2. That's interesting. So the umpires had said that.
Yeah, the Kieran Carson, abs every batter should do, really, was trying to waste time just to make sure there wasn't one more over, and wasted a lot of time. And then the extra over was allowed to be bowled. And bizarre, and I've never seen it before, the ball was knocked down into short leg. Short leg fielded it. Ball was dead, as most people would assume. And Tommy Alsop lobbed the ball back to Jack Carson. Jack bent down to run his fingers through the dust, as all spinners do. The ball lobbed off his shoulder and just rolled away, and the batsman decided to take a run. So there was a chat then with a few of our lads saying, Kieran, seriously, mate, you don't need to run that. And he said, well, and we run it. And then, of course, the very next ball, the wicket falls. So it not only did the time wasting not help them, but then running that single cost them a wicket as well.
JW in down the hill, bowls to Carlson, let go, goes through to Simpson, no run. Because I presumed when it went to Tom Alsop, I said, that's a dead ball. Because when he threw the ball in, I thought the umpire would send them back.
I fully expected that, and I was surprised they didn't. I guess the umpires deemed that the ball wasn't dead, but it was a strange one, really. I mean, the ball wasn't being thrown at the stumps. There was no attempt to run them out or anything unusual. It was just literally Jack bent down. As it was, it was fortuitous to us because it got us a wicket. But it was a very strange one, not one I've seen a lot very often.
And Nudcat is in and bowls, and Carlson defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. And I have to say, Asa Tribe didn't look best pleased as he. I don't know if he was upset with his skipper or upset with the umpire, or just annoyed to get out. I think
probably all three, actually. I think he probably put a little tick in all 3 boxes. He played really well as well, Asa Tribe. I think he's a fine player. I really, the way he's developed, the way he's played. I think he had made his debut here. One of his first games was here. And he's developed very quickly, and I really like the look of him. He's a strong player, good athlete as well in the field, brilliant in the field.
Nudcat in bowls, Carlson defends down the onside of the track, then there is no run. How do you see this game, Paul? Because it looked like a wicketless morning for Sussex, and suddenly the game just sort of took another twist with those 2 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a huge toss. The pitch had been under cover pretty much a day and a half before. And so it was a huge toss, and we all knew, both teams knew it was going to be a big toss to win. We actually bowled very well with the new ball. We caught really well, and probably 150. We thought we should bowl out for a bit more, a little bit less.
And Nudcat in again, bowls to Carlson, shoulders, arms, goes through to Simpson, no run.
And you always do when you bowl a team out. You always think you should bowl out for less, but we probably should bowl out for, I reckon, 120. But look, we didn't, and then we got off to a fantastic start. We were 90 without loss, so that settled a lot of nerves. And then obviously we got ourselves to 5 down, about 250, 260, and then Cole's, combined with the tail end, played unbelievably. I mean, James Cole's innings, whichever side of the fence you're on, whether you're a Glamorgan supporter or a Sussex supporter, it was a phenomenal innings, and it was one of those that it was a privilege to watch. It really was. I mean, the way he marshalled the tail, obviously his 100 partnership with J. Dev was outstanding. And then now it's scoreboard pressure. We're in the box seat at the moment, but Glamorgan do not fight, do not give up. They're a fighting team, aren't they?
Nudcat bowls, let go outside the off stump through to Simpson again. There is no run. In fact, interesting you talk about that last wicket partnership, because just goes to prove I don't know what I'm talking about, because I said, Sussex got a long tail today with Nudcat 100, and then they put 100 for the last wicket.
Well, I mean, look, the Dom Goodman, obviously Dom playing his first game, and yesterday morning he turned up to the ground expecting to carry drinks all day as he had the first day, and then within 10-15 minutes of the start of play, I'm saying to him, mate, you're in. you're playing in the game now. We just need that confirmed from the ECB, but you're going to replace Croaks, who's now in the test squad. And that threw him a little bit. And then, so he went out and batted and didn't do that well. Then Hunty missed a straight run.
And Nudcat round the wicket bowls. Carlson turns that to mid-wicket, fielded there by, I think that's Tom Price in there. There is no run. End of the over. J.Devon Nudcat's bowled 16 overs, 7 maidens, no wicket for 41. Glamorgan 160 for 2. Kellaway on 20. Carlson is on 19. And we've had 57 overs of the innings.
Yeah, look, so you're right in a sense that it did look a longish tail, but I mean I'm on all of them about improving their batting. Grant and Ash Wright, they throw a lot of balls. Grant Flower and Ash Wright throw a lot of balls at them, and they do take their batting seriously. And there's a bit of dent of pride, whoever's number 11. But you know, I keep stirring them up about their batting because it's important. And you know, it showed yesterday that I think we got another 240 runs from the last 4 wickets. So it's important that everybody contributes down the order.
Carson comes into bowl to Kellaway. He's forward, plays to short leg. There is no run. And actually, at the top of the order, interesting, Paul, because on that first day, it wasn't easy, the Night Swan, and that little partnership at the end of the first day between Daniel Hughes and Jack Leaning, they needed all their experience then, because that wasn't easy.
No, it wasn't. It really was a tough first day for everyone batting.
Carson in and bowls, and forward comes Kellaway, plays to short leg, no run. And I know you've spoken a lot this season, and sometimes I was thinking back to the Leicestershire game here, where you felt that Sussex were in a great position and rather let it slip and won the game in the end. But I thought particularly with the way Daniel Hughes played, it's sort of like resonating in his mind.
100%.
Carson bowls. Kellaway again plays onto the onside, no run.
You know, every team will talk about wanting to be ruthless and, you know, when you've got the foot on the opposition throat. But there's also, and this is one of the things that I think we've talked a lot about with the England Test team, you've got to understand the situation of the game and play according to the situation of the game. You can't just play freewheeling cricket all of the time.
Carson, Kellaway uses his feet, drills that hard to Sean Hunt at mid-on. There is no run.
You know, we're a very positive, attacking batting order. That's naturally how we play, and you know, we encourage our batters to be positive in the way that they play. And we always say we'd rather you took the positive option than the negative option. But sometimes you just have to dig in and grind in and see a spell through.
Carson. In again, bowls. Kellaway's using his feet here. Again, he doesn't quite time it. Goes to Sean Hunt at mid-on. And Kellaway gets a single, but as I said, I don't think Jack Carson will be that upset to see Kellaway looking to use his feet.
No, absolutely not. You know, the ball is spinning, it's gripping. You know, you look at someone like Tim van der Gooten, who is absolutely outstanding in county cricket. I mean, he's a day in, day out, 9 out of 10, hardly misses. And when he was bowling, it was seriously hard work. You know, it was tough work, and the batters had to dig in.
Carson bowls again. Carlson stretches forward, plays down the offside of the track. No run, nice and tidy from Jack Carson again. Just the 1 run off the over. 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34.
You know, as I say, Van der Gooten is one that, you know, I've very rarely seen him bowl a poor spell, and I thought he was a real handful. And that's where, you know, as I say, that's where, you know, people that watch cricket supporters, you know, there are times where, you know, ugly runs and tough batting is really important. And you know, you're absolutely right. That spell between Leaning and, or that period between Leaning and Hughes was really important for us as a team. It was interesting that once we lost Haynes, I felt as though Glamorgan perhaps had bowled a little bit too wide. And once we lost Haynes, they obviously regrouped. They bowled a lot straighter. And it was really hard work, you know, and fair play to them on the second day. You know, as the pitch did get a little bit easier, I thought they bowled with real discipline and bowled a really, really good line and length to us.
Nudcat in bowls, up on his toes is Kellaway, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
But it's no surprise because, you know, Glamorgan is a team that I think have really approached this, you know, going up into Division 1. They've approached it in absolutely the right way. And I'm not surprised with Richard Dawson as their coach, because he's someone who, he clearly understands the game. He knows the game. He's an outstanding coach. Quite a few of our players have worked with him at England level. I've known him for a long time. He followed me at Yorkshire. He's an outstanding coach with a great outlook.
Look at him bowls. Callaway defends into the offside. No run.
And it's really easy when a team goes up from the second division to the first division. And I read the team that came up with them, Leicester. I read their guys talking about there's no expectation, and we're going to enjoy being in Division 1. Fantastic, and I'm really pleased that Leicester came up. But Glamorgan have come up and have got themselves up near the top of the table by playing really good cricket. And the one thing with this Glamorgan team, that they're not going to give in. They're fighters and scrappers, and that's why I'm not surprised that they've played as well as they have in this second innings. But as I say, it was a huge toss to lose on that first morning.
Look at him bowls. Callaway drives nicely through the covers. I don't think it's going to go all the way to the boundary, but there's at least a couple, probably three. Tom Alsop chasing hard towards the boundary edge, overhauls the ball. He wins the race against Daniel Hughes. 3 more to Callaway, who batted nicely in the first innings. He goes to 24. Glamorgan to 164 for 2. Must have been a strange day yesterday with Henry Crocombe suddenly getting called up. We heard up here, I don't know how true it was, that he wasn't well. And
yeah. Well, as I say, the day's play just started, and I have an office at the back of the changing rooms at a window. I can watch out onto the pitch, and I was in there. And normally I lock my phone away for when the sessions are on, and I'd left my phone on the desk, and it started ringing, and it was Marcus North saying good news and bad news. Bad news is that Robbo, as you know, hurt his knee. He was bowling here with Gus Atkinson and Jofra on Friday.
Oh, he was here as well.
They were here practicing.
In comes J-Dev bowls, ducking underneath that Castle. Pacey delivery from a lookout taken by Simpson. There is no run.
So they were bowling in our nets here on the three of them on Friday, which was. So we had Ollie Carter and Charlie Teard, 2 of the lads that are not playing in this game, doing 12th man. They were in batting against them and got a bit of a peppering.
Good luck with
Carts
that.
in particular took one on the shoulder from Atkinson, and they said that Jofra, just to start with, was just gliding in, but the pace was exceptional. So, brilliant for those 2 to be facing them 3. There weren't too many volunteering to go in, I've got to say.
In comes a lookout round the wicket bowls, and I reckon he's played at that. As Kieran Carlson, he's getting good bounce here, is J. Devon. That's a pacey delivery taken by Simpson, almost shoulder high.
So yeah, Oliver hurt his knee whilst he was here. Troy Cooley was here as well, the England bowling coach. So Oliver then stopped bowling, went for a scan on Saturday morning, went to see the physio Saturday morning, went for a scan in the afternoon. I've not heard the results of that. And then, so straight away, I had my phone out, went to find Croaks.
Look in bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. End of the over, 164 for 2. J. Devon Lucat just the 3 runs off the over. 17 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 44.
And so I went down into the physio room downstairs where Croaks was asleep on the in the spare room downstairs because he was under the weather. So we let him have a little bit of a sleep as we were obviously we were batting, and I woke him up, gave him my phone, and he had a chat with Marcus North. And it was amazing. It was almost like the doctor had cast a magic spell on him. He went from feeling a bit under the weather, a bit sorry for himself, to leaping off the bed and excited that he was in as cover. So Northie explained to him what was going on, and then I had to tell Dom Goodman that he was now not doing 12th man, but he was actually in the 11 and was replacing Croaks, who was going to have to join the test team, but said it's not guaranteed yet. We need the match referee to agree it. We need the ECB to agree it. So that took a little bit of time. Then I gave Richard Dawson a call, who was on the other side of the ground. I gave him a call and said, Dawson, just out of courtesy, this is what's happening. So by about, I don't know, half an hour before lunch, we got it all sorted. But yeah, it was it was a strange one, really. Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of, obviously, if the international team come calling, that they are well within their rights, take someone out of the county game, and Goodman comes in, so it's pretty much like for like, and in a way it actually helps us. We were looking to play Dom next Friday here, so it gives us a chance for him to, because he hasn't played literally any cricket, and he's had a few overs this week at the second team game, but only a few overs because of the rain.
Up at Derby.
Up at Derby. So he's hardly played any cricket at all, to be fair.
James Coles, who's had quite the match, is replacing Jack Carlson. His first ball is wide outside the off stump. He's going to get away with that. It's just a single taken to backward point. Good bit of fielding there by... That's Jade Evan-Cat. So a single taken. James Coles, who picked up a wicket with the second ball that he bowled today, and he will rattle through his overs. So this over 8 should start to come down, although Kieran Carlson is going to retake his guard. Great for Henry Crocombe, though, I'm sure.
Fantastic. Absolutely delighted for him.
Coles around the wicket, bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Was he surprised, Henry? I mean, or just...
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've obviously he was in the line, so he knows that he's in the thoughts, but to actually get the call is a different matter altogether, isn't it?
Coles round the wicket, bowls, that's short, and Carlson eases that one away through the covers and picks up a single. I just wonder whether going into that environment as well, it might help him, the fact that Jofra is there as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Jofra's there, Oliver's there, so, and he'll know a few of the other lads from his time in the Lions. So, yeah, look, it's an absolutely brilliant opportunity for young Henry.
Coles around the wicket, bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. And I just wonder as well, I mean, there are maybe others ahead of him who might play at the Oval. I mean, Fisher might play, I guess Baker might play, but I guess gives a chance for England to have a look at him as well around that environment. I mean, you'd know more than all about that. In comes Coles, bowls, good delivery. Now that's beaten Kellaway outside the off stump. Has that turned a little bit, Paul?
It has turned and bounced, which is a great sign. I think, there's been a little bit of traffic. Obviously, we've got 2 left arm seamers bowling from there, but that's turned from straight. That's actually turned from on the stumps, which is very exciting.
Coles in again, bowls, just played by Kellaway through the offside. James Coles got his hands on his head. He does get through his overs quickly. He's through that already. 3 singles off the over. James Coles 3 overs, 1 for 9, 167 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it really is fantastic news for Henry. I mean, he's someone that has been in the news a lot recently. Picked for the Lions. There's been lots of articles about he's out of contract with us, and every big club in the country is trying to sign him. So he's getting a lot of attention at the moment, but we're delighted. He's really made great strides. Not only has he upped his pace fantastically, but he's also backed it up by being very consistent in his lines and length, which is really exciting. And the Lions saw that. He went and played in the game against South Africa A at Beckenham in the 4-day game. He stayed with them and played 2 of the 50 over games against South Africa as well. So yeah, he's kicked on. I think in the last 15 months in particular, I think his skills have kicked on. His pace has stayed consistent. His athleticism is phenomenal. He really is a fantastic athlete. His batting's improving all the time. And he's someone that we're really excited about. We're really enjoying watching the progress that he's making, to be fair.
I thought as well, the other night I saw him as he came down to do an interview, which actually James Kirtley did in the end. Change of bowling, Tom Price is coming into the attack. Bowls to Kellaway, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. I thought as well, he's physically, he seems to be bigger as well. Henry.
Yeah, he's worked hard on his fitness. I mean, he has worked hard on his fitness, but there's a lot of things for him really. When he first started playing, he was a young lad who hadn't really played a lot of second team cricket, but the necessity of the team here at Sussex meant that he had to play first team cricket, and he did a lot of his learning whilst playing first team cricket. But he really has kicked on, I think, recently.
Price in and bowls, played into the offside, fielded at backward point by Alsop, and there is no run. So it's great news for Henry Crocombe. I remember speaking to you, Paul, down at Southampton after the T20, which wasn't a great night for Sussex, and you weren't looking forward to the next few weeks with the contract negotiations. I know you can't go into the whys and the wheres for, but is that now completed in terms of those negotiations? As in comes Price over the wicket, bowls, and Kellaway runs that one down to third man. Jack Leaney is in hot pursuit, but he's never going to catch that once the ball goes past the infield here at Hove and runs away for 4 runs. Kellaway goes to 30, the total 171 for 2.
Yeah, look, we're not complete by any means. We have offered contracts to some of the outer contract players at the end of the season. We've offered players a contract, and none as yet have confirmed either way what they're doing, either staying or going. which is fair enough.
Price in bowls. Oh. Just describe what happened there, Paul.
Well, it's got about half stump height. You need them to be straight, don't you, when you're the bowling team, and you need them to miss when you're the batting team. But yeah, I mean, it was a back of a length ball that Ben Callaway's played back to, and it's bounced just past the stumps and gone through its shin eye to Simo keeping. So yeah, it's we could have done with that nipping back a fraction and hitting him in the shins or the stumps.
Price in again, bowls, race forward.
So yeah, we've offered contracts to some. We've told 8 players that there's no contract for them at the end of the season, which isn't based on skill, ability, performance. It's based on finances, and that's the bit that I knew was coming. So Southampton, yeah, that was a tough period because it meant that when you're talking about something that's going to happen, it doesn't always seem as bad. When it's actually happening, it feels a damn sight worse, to be honest.
I'm sure in comes Price. Bowls, Callaway. Well, I got a bad go a little bit. Callaway almost took one hand off of the bat. The ball is played into the offside, and there is no run. So decent over from Tom Price. 4 overs, none for 11. 171 for 2. Carlson on 20. Callaway is on 30.
And it makes it hard because, you know, this group of players have worked exceptionally hard. Coaching staff, support staff, everyone around the club have worked really hard to get this team in the position that we're in. And so it's heartbreaking to have conversations with players. You know, if a player's consistently not scored runs, taken wickets, or their fitness has not been great, and and they're not playing first team cricket, even though it's a hard conversation, it's the right conversation to tell them that there's no contract. But when you're not getting a contract through no fault of your own,
Coles in bowls. Carlson forward, placing onside, no run.
That's particularly difficult to take, and that's the bit that I've been dreading, having to have those conversations. And the lads have been brilliant, and they backed it up by still playing good cricket, both first and second team.
Coles in again, bowls, cut away by Carlson. He's going to get runs here, just the one though out to the cover boundary, filled out there by Price. I think that's Tom Price out there, gets in the throw, one more to the total. Do you give those players a deadline, Paul, by which they need to decide whether they're going to stay or go?
Look, I've given the ones that we've offered contracts to, I've given them a month because we didn't start off in it until literally just before the 1st of June.
Coles played into the covers, no run.
And normally you would say, look, you'll give you 14 days or something to make your mind up, because obviously we need to know in terms of future planning. But in this situation, I'm trying to help the players as much as I can and without putting them under too much pressure.
Coles in again. So it's a 4 to Paul Callaway, to 34 total to 176 for 2.
So yeah, I mean it's as I say, they've got a month to make their minds up. I'm having regular conversations with all of the players that are not being offered contracts, and obviously checking in with those that are being offered contracts.
Coles in bowls, driven into the offside. Another single for Callaway. He goes to 35, 177 for 2. And the head coach's role has been advertised, Paul.
Yep.
Are you involved in that selection process, or?
At the moment, yes. So, yeah, at the moment I am involved in that process.
Coles round the wicket, bowls, and played into the offside by Carlson. There is no run. End of the over, 177 for 2.
So they're there's been discussions about me staying, and I've now got something in writing from the club about that. A lot of unknowns, and that's the tricky bit with the players as well. The players that are out of contract, we've offered contracts too. We've had to cut a huge amount of money out of our cricket budget at the end of this year, hence the reason why 8 players have been told there's no contract for them. But equally, I've got an interim chair at the moment. We've got an interim chief exec. We've got an interim finance director. So there's a lot of unknowns. So I'm hoping that in the next couple of weeks there'll be a chair appointed, and once the chair's appointed, that will give us all a little bit more stability, I hope.
Price in bowls. Good shot, Callaway. Too short, and it's a lovely shot by Ben Callaway. It's beautifully played. He goes to 39. Batted well in the first innings, and that's a lovely shot. 181 or 2. But that's an interesting. So there was speculation, Paul, that there may be some suggestion that you might be staying. Is that an offer that you're still deciding on?
It is, yeah. I mean, there's two parts to me, really. You know, I wanted to do 5 years initially, and we've cut that down to 4 years in terms of the coaching role, because at the end of this season, obviously, the squad's going to be broken up, and part of the I guess the keenness to stay is I want to help try and keep as many of the players together as we possibly can.
Price again, bowls, and Callaway's at it again. That's another good shot. He's picked up 4 more runs, this time through backward point. Diving Tom Alsop can't cut that one off, and it's run away for 4 more. Callaway goes to 43, 185 for 2.
So yeah, I guess probably when I said at the start of the year that I would step away, it was probably in the thought that would be the end of it and time for someone else to take it on. But there's an awful, as I've said before, I feel a responsibility to the players and the supporters to not let all the hard work that's gone in just fall apart. And that's where I think potentially staying as director of cricket, I might be able to help that.
In comes Price bowls. Callaway defends him to the offside, no run.
So but it's difficult because I'm obviously having conversations with players about their futures, and I'm not giving them any certainty. In terms of the club, we might be, if things don't go well for us over the next 12 months, we could be in a similar situation that we're in this moment in time, where we need to cut another load of money out of the playing budget. I sincerely hope that's not the case, because that would be more players having to leave.
In comes Price again. Callaway plays it onto the onside. Price is quickly onto the ball, but Callaway goes through for a single, and he picks up 1 more. So that'd be a similar role if you were to accept it, Paul. I know there's a lot of ifs here. It would be so
the plan would be for me to be part-time. So rather than being, we can't afford to have a full-time director of cricket and a full-time head coach. We don't, that we just can't afford. A lot of clubs do have that, but I'd rather, to be honest, if there was some money available, I'd rather that we can keep the squad together and keep players rather than me stay on a full-time basis. So at the moment, the plan is potentially to do 2 days a week in the winter, 3 days in the summer, and help and support the new coach that comes in to take the role on.
In comes Price, bowls, beaten outside the off stump is Carlson, through to Simpson, no run. I've got to say, Paul, that'll be music to a lot of people's ears who are listening around this ground today.
Well, as I say, I've been one that's put my hand up and said, right from the start of this messy situation around the finances, I'm in the position of I can do something about it. I could have moaned and whinged about it for months, but we've got on with it. The players have been absolutely brilliant, and my loyalty to them and to the supporters to try and keep the team together is the most important thing.
Oh, Price beats Carlson there.
It's a great length, isn't it?
It's a great, and it's pacey as well.
Yeah, good carry. The pitch is a great carry the whole time. It's a shame that we haven't got a camera on you, because your wicket-keeping skills are obviously outstanding. The way that you're showing me how you're catching the ball as a wicket-keeper, I'm enjoying that. That's very good. See, that would have hit me in the chest. You're there catching it. But yeah, look, so, I am one of the people that have said, and there's been, I'm not blowing my own trumpet here, but there's been very few of us within the club who said, look, we made mistakes, we got it wrong. Now I'm in a position where I can actually do something about it, and I'd love to do something about it, and I'd love to help keep this group of players together. There's been a lot of chat about how many we're going to lose and who we're going to lose. We just need to keep the nucleus of our group together for as long as we possibly can.
Coles round the wicket, comes in and moles to Callaway, stretches forward, there is no run.
Because, as I said, it's not the players' fault that they're not being offered contracts. There's lots of reasons. We when you lose the amount of money we lost and we had to have a bailout from the ECB, the only way we're going to get any money back to pay them is from our playing budget.
Coles in, bowls, driven by Kellaway, more runs here, but it's just a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
But if we don't attract more sponsors, more people buy tickets, more people come and enjoy hospitality, come to functions as well, we're not going to bring the money in to get us to where we need to get to and pay the money back to the ECB. So, as I say, the players' budget is the only area where we can take large chunks of money from.
Coles in again, bowls to Carlson, who defends down the onside of the track, no run.
And as I say, my bit, I could leave at the end of the year and say, great, we had a really good 4 years, but for the finance. But actually, I feel I have a responsibility to, as I say, to the players and to the supporters to stay and try and keep as many together as possible and try and fight through this situation.
Coles in bowls, forward comes Kellaway, plays Carlson, plays to mid off, and
it's not an easy situation, and as much as it's hard work for me, it's tough for the players because they're trying to concentrate on playing the game and worrying about their futures.
Coles in bowls, and Carlson's rather cramped for space, but still finds a gap on the offside. Picks up a single. He goes to 22, 188 for 2. So some of these appointments may come. We'll know more about in the next couple of weeks, Paul, in terms of your position as well.
Definitely. I mean, we're trying to get rid of as much uncertainty as we possibly can.
Coles round the wicket, bowls, and played firmly by Kellaway through the offside to Price on the cover boundary. End of the over, 3 runs off the over, 189 for 2. Carlson 22, Kellaway on 46.
Yeah, the shortlisting for the chair role was done, and I think they're now into the process of, interviewing the potential chairs, and so I think that'll help all of us, and then hopefully out of that we'll have an idea as to what's going to happen in terms of the chief executive, me, and we will be probably more comfortable about. Well, I'll certainly be more comfortable about making the right decision based on if it's someone that has the views of trying to make and keep cricket as strong as we can. If it's just going to be a case of just keep cutting money out of the cricket budget and and have a period of 6, 7, 8 years where we're languishing Division 2, then that's not for me. If it's a case of trying to fight, then
Price in bowls, defended by Kellaway into the covers, no run.
Then that's something that, as I say, I feel a real responsibility when you leave a role, and I've done a few jobs in cricket, and when you leave them, I always work on the basis I want the team that I've worked with to kick on and do really well. I've never been one of those that say, well, when I leave, I hope it all goes to rubbish because it makes me look good. When I leave, I want the team to go on and have sustained success, and that's something that I get. That's a driver for me.
Price in bowls, defended by Kellaway.
I left the England setup literally on the eve of the Cricket World Cup and an Ashes. They went on to win the World Cup. Fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed the 5 years build up to that. Warwickshire, when they came and played here recently, I was really excited by the team that Warwickshire had because there was either young lads like Yates and Mosley and Smith that I'd brought through, with others. It wasn't just me, but you brought them through. And then there's others that I'd made some good signings for the club. Ed Barnard and Alex Davis and 1 or 2 others.
Price bowls, no ball, cut away by Kellaway. He's going to pick up 1. Charlie Tier comes racing in from the cover boundary to field. Charlie Tier on the field as 12th man, 1 more to the total.
So yeah, that when you leave, you want the thing to kick on, and I don't want to walk away from it. I've had 3.5 years so far that I've really enjoyed it. Fantastic place to play cricket, great facilities, brilliant supporters. A lot of people really care about this club. And there's a lot of people who work in this club that really do go above and beyond. And you deal with them on a daily basis. There's some fantastic people here, and you want them to be looked after as well.
Price bowls, clipped away by Carlson down to deep square leg, picks up another single. He goes to 23, 193 for 2. So just going back to the head coach then, Paul, as things work out, the head coach is advertised, you might be involved in that discussions or interview process?
At the moment I am, yes. At the moment I'm driving the interview process with our HR department, and we've what's the name? Our closing date is the end of June.
Price in bowls, turned onto the onside by Kellaway, picks up a comfortable single. Does Kellaway. 194 for 2.
Yeah, so ideally we'd like to have someone offered the role, and confirmed by the middle of July, if we possibly can, ready to start at whatever point in the winter, depending on if they're in a role at the moment, what that role is and how much notice period they've got. But as I say, hopefully by the beginning of July we'll have a chair in place, and then if we know that we've got, that for me the right chair who, obviously fits all boxes that the club need from a business point of view, but also from a cricket point of view, then we're in a good position.
In comes Price bowls, and good stop, really good stop by Tom Alsop in there in the slips, almost a gully position. There is no run. Are you right for another 5 minutes, Paul? I've
no problem at all.
I've just got a couple of emails.
No problem.
But thank you for giving us update on what's going on around the club. And actually, last night, I don't know if you heard the interview we did with James Coles. And James said in his interview, because I asked him about Henry Crocombe, and he said how delighted he was Henry had got in the England side. It just goes to prove you can play cricket for Sussex and still play for England.
Absolutely.
Which we thought was a great line. In comes Price bowls, and he beats Carlson outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. And he said, I love playing cricket at Hove.
Yeah, and
so we all went, wow.
I mean, that's one thing that we're never going to be able to compete with, the big test grounds in terms of salaries. We didn't break the salary cap in any way. We're miles under it, and we don't pay big salaries. We have a brilliant ground for players to play on. We play on good pitches. We've got brilliant net facilities. We've got brilliant indoor school and facilities around it. We've got people here who really care. And when you join Sussex Cricket, you're made to feel welcome by everybody, whether that's, the stewards, the catering staff, the ground staff, maintenance staff, office staff. There's a lot of really good people here who work really, really hard for this club. And a lot of people, we're not a big staff, but people really do care and they really go the extra mile. So yeah, that's another addition that helps keeping players here.
Coles around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Kellaway, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. A couple of emails, Paul. Julian says, Adrian, firstly, please thank Paul for everything he's done for Sussex cricket. And he then goes on to say, what leaving message will Paul give to the players and supporters? Well, they may not be leaving, as we've just found out in the last half hour, as James Coles plays to.
It's very kind of Julian, but, as I say, it's not just me. There's a lot of people that work incredibly hard here, coaching staff, medical staff, everybody, support staff around this club to help.
Coles in bowls. Oh, now that just spat off a length. What happened there, Paul? Just a bit of extra bite, or what happened there? A bit of extra bounce?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I mean, the one thing that this pitch has done is it's bounced consistently throughout. So although we just saw one the previous over that kept a bit low, it has bounced well.
Coles in again, bowls. Forward comes Kellaway. Plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. I'll ask you this next question at the end of the over, Paul, but if you have to go, just say.
No, fine, no problem at all.
Just a slip and a short leg in place at the moment. James Coles in again around the wicket. Bowls. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. Turned down by umpire Blackwell. Going down the leg side, you reckon?
I think he's given it as a run. I think he thinks he's hit it. So he's given that as a run. But I thought there was a little twitch of the arm. I was going to get excited then, but it from the... From the umpire, I'm just watching the replay again. I thought Blackie got a bit of a twitch on, but no, there's no twitch actually. Fair play to Blackie. Yeah, he obviously thought that Ben had got a bit of bat onto it.
Batted nicely, Ben Kellaway's 49 not out as in comes James Coles. Bowls to Carlson, who plays that nicely away through backward point. That's going to race away for 4 runs down to the far end of the ground. That takes the total to 199 for 2. So good progress here from Glamorgan after lunch. Leads to coming together after lunch. The wicket fell of Asa Tribe with the last ball before lunch. 199 for 2. Yes, Steve says, I enjoy your interviews, Paul. Always very informative. And he says, please ask Paul, this is a scheduling question, it's not to do with Sussex. He says, why every year do they schedule international white ball fixtures during the same time as T20 finals day? It means counties like Surrey, for example, who qualify can never put their best team out. Alex Stewart was very vocal about this a couple of years ago. Surely the person scheduling the fixtures could avoid doing this.
Yeah, it's It's a tough one, and the simple answer is there is no simple answer. So it's not that people at the ECB don't like Surrey. That's definitely not the case. It's a really difficult one. I mean, I've been lucky enough to be involved in county cricket since the age of 18, so I've been involved for about 40 years now. The one thing that we argue about every year is the schedule, and last year I was involved in a few of the regional meetings, and it's like having Harrods and a corner shop sat round the table.
Comes Price and bowls. Forward comes Kellaway, plays into the offside, no run.
The counties just can't agree. We proved that last year. The counties can't agree on the schedule. But also, you only got to look at the makeup of county clubs. You've got the chair voted in by the members at 14 of the clubs, and the members want more 4-day cricket. So the chair, if he wants to be the chair, says he wants more 4-day cricket. You've got the chief execs who want T20 cricket. It's the only time they make any money. And then you've got the directors of cricket or head coach who say we want less cricket and more practice time and more time to be able to put our best team out to play every game.
And comes Price bowls, and Kellaway plays that into the gully region, stopped by Tom Haynes, no run.
So if in each club you've got the 3 people leading your club cricket-wise who can't agree on the best way forward, how are you getting 18 counties to agree? So it's virtually impossible. Even when it comes to the T20 nights, you've got clubs like Surrey who say we want to play Wednesdays and Thursdays because we've got all the London crowd. No one goes to work on a Friday in London, and yet we want Fridays and Sundays here. So you can't even agree on what day of the week you're going to play. So look, it's not Alan Fordham's fault who does the fixtures at the ECB. It is a nightmare from us counties.
Price in bowls to Kellaway, who plays to mid-on. There is no run. A couple more questions, Paul. Just in terms of the injury front, we know Brad Curry out of the T20 competition, we think with an Achilles. Finn Hudson-Prentice out of this game.
So Finn's in a boot for a couple of weeks. He's got a stress reaction in the sole of his foot. So he's going to be probably a month. Tom Clark's in a knee brace for about 8 weeks, so he's going to be 3 months. He got a tear. He's got a tear in his in one of the ligaments in his knee.
In comes Price again, bowls, and Kellaway will flick that one on the onside. He's got a leading edge, but he's going to pick up a single, and he goes through to a half century. He's batted well in this match, Ben Kellaway. His 50 has come in 90 balls in 93 minutes with 6 boundaries.
He's a very good player. I mean, he's a very talented lad. I mean, he gets a lot of attention for the fact he can bowl right and left arm. I mean, his off spinners are very good, but his batting is exceptional. And I think he, again, a really high talented young cricketer that's coming through. Yet another one that Glamorgan have developed. I really like the look of him. He's played really well in this innings so far. Played very straight, very correct, judged the line and length really well.
Price in and bowls. Carlson defends into the offside, no run. So not great news on Finn, not great news on Tom.
So Finn, Tom, Brad Curry is also in a boot, so he's got a tear in his Achilles, and he's hoping to be fit for the start of the 100. That's his next competition, so he won't play any further part in the T20 for us. And it's a tough one, for these lads because, we can't afford to lose too many players, and they all want to play, and it's really hard for them when they do pick up these injuries.
In comes Price, bowls, let go by Carlson, taken by Simpson, no run. So with Tom Clark, if he's out for 3 months, that's going to be pretty much towards the end of the season.
Yeah, so we'll expect to have him back late August. I mean, and that goes back to, I think, Julian's question about the schedule. It makes it so difficult. The schedule that we play makes it so hard on the players. Every team, unless you're one of the really big teams who've got huge squads, every team is battling, and that's where for us next year, if we're going to have we've got 27 professionals at the moment. We're going to be down to the teens now. You get England call-ups, you get injuries. There will be times where I'll be saying to you, make sure you pack your boots when you come to Durham or Leicester or wherever we're going to be playing next year.
It must be short.
So, exactly, yeah. But I mean, it's it really is tough on the players, and you're charging people a lot of money to watch cricket. You want to put out the best team as often as you can, and you don't want people out there playing at 70% because they're carrying injuries. It's just not fair.
I'll kick you for one more over, Paul, as in comes Coles, bowls, forward comes Kellaway, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And actually, I hadn't picked this up but I know the last 6 games of the championship season are back to back to back to back, aren't they? That's going to be really hard. Coles In again, bowls. Callaway forward, plays that through the offside, picks up a single to Price on the cover boundary.
Yeah, and you know that you've got players coming off the back of the 100 who won't have bowled many overs, so you're going to have bowling injuries as soon as they start picking their workloads up. You know, you've got the 50 over comp. The 50 over comp is the most tightly packed competition. You know, our first 6 days is absolute madness. It is ridiculous.
Coles in bowls. Coulson plays into the offside. Yeah, it's
So
Neath.
we practice here on the Tuesday morning and then drive to Neath. We play at Neath on the Wednesday. We then leave Neath Wednesday night and go to Birmingham, stay in Birmingham Thursday, continue on to Durham, play a day-nighter in Durham on Friday, travel back Saturday,
Coles in bowls. Coulson defends. No run.
and then play here on the Sunday. So we play Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. It's the biggest triangle you could possibly do in Great Britain. I mean, if there was a game in Aberdeen, then that would have been even more ideal. I mean, it's absolutely
ridiculous.
crazy. And then, you know, you're asking players to sit on a coach for all that length of time.
Coles, bowls. Coulson works that into the offside. No run.
And it's no wonder that, you know, last year we had a T20. I know we haven't got any double headers. I know some, back-to-backers. Last year we finished here, left here at 11:30 to go to Cardiff the next day to play in the evening.
Coles in bowls. Coulson is struck on the pad. Loud appeal. Turned down by umpire Blackwell. No run. End of the over. 201 for 2.
And we had 2 calf injuries at Cardiff. You know, no surprise. And both of them then missed 5-6 weeks. So, look, as I say, it's not necessarily the ECB's fault. It's really easy to blame the ECB for everything in cricket, isn't it? I mean, that's what happens. You know, just blame the ECB. But this isn't their fault. This is a county issue that in the county game, we cannot agree the way forward for the schedule. You know, the one thing that the 50 over competition sits alongside the 100, great, it gives players the opportunity to play some cricket, otherwise they'd have 3 or 4 weeks off. The 100's here to stay, it's not going anywhere. We have to get used to that. But we can't keep chopping out games from the county championship. As I say, the T20 people want it on different nights, and they want it all played in one period, which we're almost doing with these 2 county games wedged in between. We're really lucky here because we've got both games at home. You know, we're very fortunate. But, you know, for Glamorgan, who, you know, Kent the other day, Kent played on Tuesday night in the T20 at Blackpool, at Chelmsford, and then on the Thursday they're on a coach up to Blackpool to play a 4-day game, and that's tough, you know. And we're talking about professional athletes, you know, and it is tough for them. Yeah, they travel on coaches these days, but my goodness, if we didn't travel on coaches, you know, I would fear for the safety of some of our players leaving grounds late at night and travelling. But it's a game-wide problem. This is not just the ECB. We've all got to sort this out in counties.
Tom Haynes is into the attack, comes in and bowls. Forward comes Kellaway. We'll let you go after this over, Paul. Tom Haynes into the attack. He's juggled the bowling around here, Tom. Sussex without a breakthrough in this session. What's the key word you'll be saying to the fellas at tea time, Paul?
Just keep going. I mean, you know, that's all. The pitch is definitely easier. As I say, Glamorgan have fought really well. Kellaway's played exceptionally well here. Tribe played well in the first session.
Haynes in bowls, defended by Kellaway into the offside. No run.
But, you know, it really is a case of just keep plugging away and just keep doing what we've done, really. I mean, I think we've bowled really well today. I mean, 200 runs in 68 overs. I think our bowlers have been very good. We've backed them up in the field. I was disappointed last night. Our first 12 overs, I thought we were terrible in the field. But today, we've really backed them up well.
Haynes in bowls. Good take by Simpson down the leg side. I'd love to see a keeper standing up.
Hainsey is your perfect bowler as a wicket keeper standing up. He's perfect because even if it's down the leg side, it's not quick. He always gets the ball to bounce at a decent height, so it's quite a nice bowler to keep to. But Simo just makes that look very easy, doesn't he? Down the leg side.
Haynes in again, bowls outside the off stump. Taking
when you played in your younger days, were you a keeper?
A little bit,
yeah, because I keep seeing every time it's a shame that
I wasn't
listeners. Don't worry about that.
Anyone makes a listening.
See, I mean, I was a keeper allegedly, and a lot of people asked me, "Did you break any fingers?" And I said, "No, but I broke 18 ribs because that's how many times I missed it. It's a thud into my chest." But your handling looks very good here.
Perhaps I will get a game, Nick. You never know.
No, I mean, it's a shame people can't see you because your enthusiasm. Every time Simo's taken one, you've been shadowing it with your hands. It's fantastic. It's a shame people can't see you.
Oh dear. Final question I've got on my little list here. Has there been a World Cup sweepstake up in the dressing room?
Yeah, I have. We're talking about the men's football World Cup.
Yeah.
There it has been.
In comes Haynes, bowls, and Callaway drives to mid-on. Oh, he hit the stumps actually, and Jade Evan-Cat feels end of the over, 201 for 2.
So I've got the two powerhouses I've drawn. I mean, to be fair, I might as well just gone out into the street with my £5 note and stuffed it down the nearest drain. So I've got Australia, who got off to a winning start last night, which is fantastic. But I've got Cape Verde. Now, I mean, how on earth have Cape Verde got enough people to put a team together? I mean, ridiculous. I didn't even know they played. I mean, to be fair, I was saying to lads the other day, I thought it was somewhere where they launched rockets from. I didn't realise it was an actual place. I don't even know where it is.
I think it's...
Can test you now. Any ideas?
Is it sort of somewhere near Madeira, somewhere like that? I think so, somewhere like that. But I think it might be
off the West African coast. There you go. Look at that.
In comes Coles bowls to the offside. I will let you go in a minute. So who organised the sweepstake?
Well, it's actually done. It's the club, but Luke Dunning, our analyst, has done it. So everyone in the club has had opportunity to go into it. But Luke Dunning, the analyst, has done it.
Coles around the wicket bowls. Carlson plays this firmly through the offside, picks up another single, 202 for 2. Yes, Jack Williams, who operates the stream, he was complaining because he's got Austria and someone else. So I don't know who's got the big teams.
Yeah, well, I mean, he deserves it. And he's a Swansea fan, so he doesn't know anything about football, does he? And I know this is being broadcast in Wales, so...
He comes, Cole's bowls played into the offside.
I did ask him on the first day, I said, have you got split loyalties? Are you us or Glamorgan? Who do you want to win? And he said, no, Sussex. But
it's not what he told us.
No, exactly. He's a very strong patriot of Wales.
In comes Cole's bowls played into the offside by Curry. Paul, it's been great to have you on commentary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming up, and
brilliant,
much appreciated.
Thank you.
Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach. So some exciting news from Paul. Great to hear that the possibility that he might be staying on, lots to be decided over the next few weeks. As in comes Coles and bowls. Played into the slip cordon, and there is no run. 202 for 2. Callaway on 51.
I was just saying to Paul that it reminds me of when Tony Cotty was on commentary on a Glamorgan Sussex game.
In comes Coles, bowls, and a bit of extra bounce from James Coles. Nonetheless, Callaway gets that away down through backward point for 4 more runs.
And
6 for 2.
Cots, bless him, said we for both sides, depending on who was doing something good at that time.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
Afternoon, Tony, if you're listening. Hope the ice creams are flying out.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, great to hear from Paul Farbrace and sort of the headline news from that chat. And the great thing about Paul is he's always unerringly honest, is that it seems like there's a possibility that he may be staying on as a director of cricket role here at Hove. That's still to be decided. He's had a written offer from the club. But with a lot else going on behind the scenes, new chief exec, new chairman, still a lot of talk around the finances as well. So we'll have to see how that pans out over the next few weeks.
Haynes bustles in and bowls, and Carlson drives on the offside, but doesn't really time it. And this is a most atypical Carlson innings, and that he's scratching around, he's defending, he's leaving a lot, and just doing what needs to be done to get through. Anything that gets you through the night, as the saying goes. In this case, it's anything that gets through the afternoon. As Haynes is in to bowl, and Carlson defends out onto the offside, and there is no run. Immensely entertaining, the part of that chat that I heard with Mr. Farbrace.
Yeah, he's very, he's been very good for Sussex, and I said to him that'll be music to people's ears around Hove if he is going to stay in some kind of a part-time role, because he's been a huge part of the turnaround here over the last 3 or 4 years.
So that's through low, quite wide outside off stump for a change from Haynes, and Carlson plays no shot. He's saying that in the T20 schedule, this is one of my bugbears, that Sussex didn't have back-to-back matches. Glamorgan started with back-to-back matches, and then they had last week 3 away matches in 4 days.
Yeah, crazy.
as Carlson defends out towards point, but Simpson from behind the stumps fields. Now, if you're reducing the number of T20 matches to avoid back-to-back fixtures, and then Glamorgan have got 2 lots of them in the first 3 weeks of the season, and they had 1 week where they only played 1 match.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Haynes is in to bowl. Carlson drives on the leg side, but it's well stopped by Goodman at short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, and you know, you sort of wonder if there should be some, you know, Paul just talks some eminent sense, doesn't he, about the schedule? And you always feel like you want to get people sort of heads together and bang them together, really, because that, you know, he was explaining the schedules. It's just bonkers. I see Jack Leaney is warming up. Perhaps we're going to get some off spin from Leaney as Sussex strive for another wicket. Good partnership between these two, though, Nick. They've got their heads down.
They've needed to. Haynes bowls. Carlson works off his legs down to fine leg for a single, coming together with the score now 120 after the lunch interval. So they've added 87 runs so far, led by Callaway, who has passed 50 for the 4th time this season. He went on to convert 1 of those into a century and got out twice in the 50s on the other 2 occasions. He's only playing his 5th match effectively, while he started another but didn't bat or bowl up at Trent Bridge. And we have 5 overs to go till the tea interval, because that's actually sped through a bit.
They've made up a lot of time, Sussex. I'd be surprised for that. I don't know if they changed the over 8 on the scoreboard just once a session, but Sussex aren't far off being back on track here, because so only 5 overs to go, and it's just past 3. James Coles helps, because he does rattle through his overs. He's coming in around the wicket to bowl to Kieran Carlson, who stretches forward into the offside. There is no run.
The thing that I can't understand with this championship setup as it is why they don't play these 2 championship matches after the end of the T20 blast.
Yes, before the 100.
Yeah.
Coles playing into the offside, no run.
So you play 6 blast matches, 2 championship matches and 6 blast matches. Why don't you play the 12 in one block, then get the 2 championship games in to keep the members happy in midsummer?
Coles round the wicket, bowls. Oh, now that turned. And he beats Carlson outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run.
And then at least you'd have blocks of cricket and you could get the blast done in one go. Don't understand that one.
No, I think it's a really good point. Comes Coles, because that plenty of air played into the offside. There is no run.
And the one-day cup schedule for your boys just shocked me. Neath, Durham and back home.
Oh, it's just madness, isn't it, really? A lot of cost involved in that as well. I mean, you know, hotel, Paul was saying they go from Neath up to Birmingham, stay a night. Coles in, played into down the track. There is no run. It's just madness, really.
Glamorgan also do Durham away, but at least they've got Derbyshire away a couple of days, so that sort of makes sense. It's one trip.
Coles played into the offside. There is no run.
And the men's one-day international, Australia beat Bangladesh by 1 wicket in the last over, chasing down a target of 275 thanks to 149 from opener Cooper Connolly. And not too much from anyone else. Well, Slabashane has several players out in the 20s. The former Glamorgan player, I think we can call him former Glamorgan now, since there's little prospect of him rocking up this season. Played just the 2 games last season. Well, Haynes will continue for the time being. 3 overs, he's just conceded a single. 4 overs to go till tea. Glamorgan have the interval maybe in their sights as Callaway on the back foot plays into the offside, and there's no run. Been impressed by Callaway this afternoon.
Yes, Paul was saying as well how impressed he was.
Mature knock for the 22-year-old. Only been in the first team as a regular, really, for, well, this season last in the back half of 2024. Haynes bowls. Callaway is forward, pushing out into the offside, but Allsop is in quickly and there's no run. In the women's T20 at Edgbaston, India going strongly, 104 for 2 at the beginning of the 14th, with Smriti Mandana leading the way, 64 not out. Leicestershire just 5 ahead of Essex with 5 down. As that's appeal for LBW and given the breakthrough that Sussex wanted. Callaway goes pushing half forward. That one came in a bit. Callaway didn't look happy, but, well, he wouldn't. He's gone for 55. And Glamorgan are 207 for 3 and still 159 runs in arrears. And as in the first session, Sussex have struck in the closing stages.
I was just going to make that point, actually, Nick, that, you know, I was just wondering if these two could back through the session. It was a really good knock by Ben Callaway, who played very nicely and drew generous applause from, or praise, I should say, from Paul Farbrace. Again, that just sends Sussex into the break on a little bit of a high, having picked up that wicket, but he has batted very well. Is that the first OBW of the match? I think it is.
No, there was one. Callaway got Hughes.
Yes, he did. Yes, one that kept very low, didn't it?
That one actually did a bit off the pitch. Whether it was an off-cutter or what, I'm not sure, but did move in significantly from the medium pace of Haynes. And so Glamorgan have Colin Ingram on a pair. As the scoreboard helpfully reminds us, first innings no runs, caught leading bowled Crocombe, having been dropped first ball by Allsop at slip off the bowling of Price. Wasn't able to profit from that drop. And Callaway looking by far the more fluent of the pair. Scored 55 of the 87 runs added with Kieran Carlson, who was not out at lunch. He's only scored 29 so far. And we're deep into the afternoon session. So Colin Ingram, be grateful for that first run, no matter how experienced you are. He's got a couple of centuries this season. Glamorgan could do with a third one, as he's defending that ball from Haynes out to backward point, and there's no run. Leicestershire 5 ahead of Essex with 5 wickets down. Somerset 253 for 6 against Notts, a massive lead of 370. Well placed there. Yorkshire well placed, albeit they're 146 for 5 against Warwickshire. It's a lead of 352 at Scarborough. Haynes bowls. Ingram up on his toes, defending on the offside, and there is no run. Durham beat Derbyshire by an innings and 22 runs. Derbyshire were all out for 237 in their second innings, despite Harry Kame as opener batting through, carrying his bat for 105 not out.
Oh.
That'll be another stat for David Griffin, the club statistician, photographer and archivist. Haynes bowls. Ingram gets a thickish edge, safely wide of slip. Might have been a single there, but Carlson not willing to risk it. Applause for Tom Haynes for the breakthrough then from the Sussex captain. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 1 in this second innings.
So, it's so important just before the break as well. Well, we've got 3 overs to go until... And he certainly shuffled the pack today as Tom Haynes. And Jack Carson's back into the attack. 17 overs, 2 maidens. I think on 1 for 34 has Jack Carson. Well, still much work to be done. A couple of emails have come in comes in and bowls, and forward comes Kieran Carlson, plays down the onside of the track, no run.
Are they ones that are a bit too late for Paul? Or are they for us as well?
What's that, the
emails?
Yeah, they are too late, yeah. In comes Carlson, bowls, pulled onto the leg side by Carlson, but straight to Jade Evan, look at it backwards, square leg, who fields, and there is no run. Sorry, trying to do two things at once.
Just the two? You're working for the BBC, it needs at least three.
It's Carlson in again, bowls wide outside the off stump. Carlson plays a curious shot, sort of stepping right across his stumps and letting the ball go through to John Simpson, and there he is.
Yeah, just looking to pad it away in case, I think.
Yeah. There is no run. Carlson. Oh, that did keep low. Carlson did well to sort of dig that one out, played it out to the covers. There is no run. There is a single. What am I talking about? Carlson's at 29 off 99 balls. As you say, a very un-Kieran Carlson-like innings. But he's doing a good job for his side. Still needing the best part of 150 runs, Glamorgan, to make Sussex bat again. But they're inching their way towards that 366. Carlson has brought up his sweeper on the cover boundary. That's Don Goodman all the way out there. And Carlson is in again. Bowls played into the offside by Ingram, who's yet to score.
Yeah, Glamorgan can just about settle for losing one a session. If they do that, they'll be all right.
Yeah.
But losing two in the morning session was advantage Sussex.
Carlson in again. Bowls and played firmly to mid-off.
Yeah, it's keeping a bit low, isn't it, from the sea end?
It is.
And plenty of bounce still from the Cromwell Road end. Nothing particularly out of the ordinary. Do you expect the pitch to do a little bit by this stage, halfway through the third day? Glamorgan trail by 158. So half centuries for the two 22-year-olds, both England Lions players at various points. Well, tried recently, and Callaway in the winter as Haynes looks to follow up his strike of the last over. Bowls. Carlson drives, but straight to Coles at cover, and there's no run. So a lot of hard yakka to do if Glamorgan are to have any chance of saving this game. Keeper standing up as Carlson plays defensively. Mark Hopkins-Jenkins says, a great interview with Farby, a man who always takes sense.
Yeah, he does. And
loving the commentary, he says.
I'm not saying that others don't talk sense, but I don't know. A lot of it just seems very sensible what he says, and particularly about the schedule.
Haynes in, Bowls, outside off. Carlson plays no shot. It's what they say. It's a camel is a horse designed by a committee.
Well, yeah, absolutely, yeah, yeah.
Bit sticking out all over the place. 9 balls.
I remember when my own cricket club, when we got a new pavilion and got a lottery grant, and a guy sort of took on the project and said, look, it's best if just one get a committee involved, and he gets lots of input, and you don't really get the decision you want.
So that's through outside off again. Well, you might get the decision that 49% want, or 51% want, and not the rest.
Yeah.
In comes Haynes. 2 slips now, and goes past the outside edge. Carlson did play at that one, was beaten. And well, he's just hanging in there, Kieran Carlson, at the moment. Strange considering he's been in T20 bash and crash mode, but very much what his side wants is hanging in if he's not scoring fluently, as Haynes is in to bowl. That's off the pads or the bat. It's running away for 4 runs down to fine leg. It is just leg buys, but Carlson won't be worried too much about that because it's 4 more to the team score. 212 for 3. The deficit is 154, and this will be the final over before the tea interval.
It will, and a new ball will be available shortly after tea. Just 5 overs left till the new ball, so that will become 4 after tea, and I'd imagine we'll see a blast from suddenly Sean Hunt and J. Devon Nudcat, which will be the next stage of... It has sort of clouded over a little bit, actually, which may aid a little bit of seam bowling. We shall see. But just the 1 over to go now before the break, as in comes Carlson bowls. Ingram is solidly forward placed into the offside. Sussex with men clustered around the bat. 2 slips and a short leg. 1, 2, 3, 4 men saving one on the offside. James Coles is in very close, short extra cover. As Carlson is in again around the wicket. Bowls. Ingram drives to Coles, and there is no run. Yes, Sussex, I imagine their overage will be considerably less than -3 because I mean we're going to be sort of 10 minutes late, which is, I think it means
positively on time by the modern standards.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Coles, and again bowls. Ingram defends into the offside. Again, there is no run. J-Dev comes in the field. J-Dev a good cut.
92 for 1 is the afternoon session at the moment.
I think they want a helmet brought out, which isn't. I never think this is very clever in the middle of an over, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it just wastes time, and I think it gets the umpire's error as well. You know,
I think it's designed not exactly to unsettle the batters, just something else happening.
Yeah, so a helmet has been bought out. I think it's Daniel Hughes who's going to go in close. Tom Haynes doesn't seem in any particular hurry to bring the helmet out to Daniel Hughes. With 3 balls remaining until the break. Hughes is going in very, very close at silly mid-off. Almost, well, silly point, actually. So 2 slips, short leg, silly mid-off. Carlson in, bowls. A bit of bounce. Let go by Ingram through to Simpson, no run. Carlson took a wicket with the 5th ball of the last over before lunch, if that all makes sense. I wonder whether he'll do the same again, as he's going to come into bowl to the left-handed Ingram. And he comes. Ingram is forward. And, it doesn't take a wicket. 1 ball to go until tea. A session in which Glamorgan have scored, what are they begin, 120 for 2. So they've scored 92 runs in the session. They've just lost the 1 wicket. I think they'd have probably settled for that at lunch. Ingram waits. Carlson in, bowls, and Ingram plays firmly into the offside. Still not off a pair is Colin Ingram, and that indeed will be tea. 212 for 3. Carlson on 30. Ingram yet to score. And you were saying, Nick, a very un-Kieran Carlson type innings.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
He is.
Which is what's key at the moment for Glamorgan. They'd settle for losing 1 wicket in a session, I think. But they haven't been scoring that quickly, so they're likely to be still behind overnight, which is quite a psychological factor, I think. 154 in arrears at the moment.
Well, Nick and I are going to take a break. We're going to have a biscuit and a cup of tea, and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes' time. But thank you for listening.
hosts will keep very well in advance of the question. Next match is the Hove Blue, our first county championship match against Tennessee on Friday the 19th of June, which scheduled starts at 11 o'clock in the morning. And then the Sussex Archer are back in town to our pitch against Surrey on Friday the 26th of June, starting at 7 p.m. For information on ticket purchase, please visit our box office or online at sussexcricket.co.uk.
or the opposite way round, going 1, 2, 3, 4 that way round. Whatever they are, it's like. It must be okay, 24 something and they open. Yeah. Okay, all you're doing is pushing the wrong pin into the right place. So the key, it's not in midnight, key quite in. Yeah, but that's well, no problem, then we're securing it. Well, I did know the coach up in before. That makes it open. It's not unlocked. It should be unlocked there. You have to pay it.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've got people joining the day with this Sussex cricket. For those who are listening on after match, please keep your audience quick to as safely as possible, please take any direction past your stewards or around the square. So please dedicate for as quick as possible, as one time starting at 10 past 4. Thank you very much, Henry. We really appreciate you sharing this as quickly as we did. Your class is the fastest as horse for us anyway. to want to look proper women, and you might go out and see it. We go back to the Sussex politics.
I enjoy it, but it's crowded.
And to resume the order, Kieran Carlson on 30 and Colin Cooper to score.
I was dreading getting out, but I should have done. Like they had to stand with 2020, but I swore. So this I think it was an issue. I was trying to find where I'm with. Trying to find all the potholes and stones and long scoop.
Well, a very good afternoon. Well, or good afternoon. Yeah, it is still afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the final session on day 3. Sussex here against Glamorgan. Glamorgan going to tea, and that's very unprofessional. I didn't even make a note of it. I was in
212 for 3.
such a hurry to get some cake at tea time, and a very nice ice cream. Very indebted to Nick and his wife Charlotte for getting us an ice cream. So thank you for that. Tom Haynes is about to run in and bowl the first ball after tea, but I don't think Kieran Carlson was quite ready. Kieran Carlson on 30. Colin Ingram yet to score, as in comes Haynes, and Carlson lets the first ball after tea go through into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. Kieran Carlson, who added just 25 runs in the session, but he's still there, he's battling away as the Glamorgan skipper. 76 overs gone, so there will be a new ball available in 4 overs. I see no reason at all why Sussex wouldn't take that, unless, of course, maybe they pick up a couple of wickets and think. Now, again, Kieran Carlson has walked away from the cricket. I don't know if there's a bit of chat going on out there, but that's the second time it's happened. Anyway, Haynes in again. Bowls and let go by Carlson. Ref says a good leave, but Tom Haynes' reaction was he didn't miss the off stump by very much.
Yeah, it was interesting that Paul Farbrace noticed you with the wicket-keeping hands during commentary.
Yeah, I was hopeless, really. But
likewise me. But I tend to find myself ducking for bouncers on commentary as well.
He comes, Haynes and bowls, and Carlson stretches forward, plays it into the offside. There is no run. I used to like being wicket-keeper because I thought you were always involved in the game.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
You know, you think
even if you don't go with the bat or whatever, you're directly involved for half the game.
Yeah, I always used to enjoy being the wicket-keeper. As I say, not that I was any good, but Haynes runs it and bowls, and Carlson stretches forward. Gets his first run after tea. The fielder Don Goodman very nearly collides with the umpire, and they pat each other on the back and say sorry about that. One more to the total, which is 213 for 3, and Carlson goes to 31. We had someone in the commentary box earlier on this season, I forget who it was, and I was talking about keeping wicket and wearing inners and that sort of thing, and putting your inners in a bucket of water before you went out to keep wicket, and they looked at me like I was absolutely bonkers.
Really?
Yeah, and I said, well, no, that's what you do. And they said, well, we don't do that anymore. We know we don't wet your inners. I said, well, we always used to.
Yes. Yeah, I'd expect to.
Haynes coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. He bowls, and Ingram is caught, and the wicket goes down, and Colin Ingram bags a pair. It was a sharp catch taken. Tom Haynes picks up another wicket, a wicket in the first over after tea, and Colin Ingram trudges off the field, having collected a pair, and Sussex with a breakthrough straight after tea, and Tom Haynes with a couple of wickets. Smart catch taken in the slip cordon. Tom Alsop, his second catch of the innings. And Sussex will be delighted to have picked up a wicket with the new ball just around the corner.
Yeah, it looked as though it was there for the drive, didn't it? But Colin Ingram with a weary trudge off now up towards the dressing rooms. The shot was probably the right shot. It just didn't quite execute well enough and got the edge. Don't get many of them, Colin Ingram. I can't remember him having bagged a pair for Glamorgan before.
Well, he's such a fine player, Colin Ingram. So many times we've seen him make plenty of runs against Sussex, and he'll be desperately disappointed as he drags himself up the pavilion steps. But Sussex will be delighted, particularly, as I say, with that new ball just around the corner to have picked up a fourth wicket, which brings Sean Dixon to the crease.
Yeah, Dixon, second top scorer in the first innings, albeit with that relatively modest 31. He was initially left out of one match early in the season when he had a slow start, but then came in as a sub for Callaway. And since then, a 90, 54, 76 and 3 30-somethings in a row, including his first innings effort here. He's in pretty decent nick.
Yes, I thought he acquitted himself well in the first inning. I mean, Paul Farbrace was saying actually just how important the toss was in this game, that it was really very, very difficult on that opening day. Haynes, with his tail up, bowls to Dixon. Dixon is forward, plays down the offside of the track. And Tom Haynes, the skipper for this game, has picked up 2 wickets in the innings. Glamorgan 213 for 4. I did say that if Sussex took a couple of wickets, maybe they might delay taking the new ball, and I guess that is a possibility. So we're going to see that one again. That was a good catch actually from Alsop. It went pretty quickly, low down, and Tom Alsop with a chance. In fact, he put a chance down in the first innings, did he? Also, I think he dropped. He dropped Ingram, and then he was caught by Jack Leaning. So he's dropped him and caught him in this game as Tom Alsop. So a breakthrough for Sussex, and that'll buoy them just after tea with 4 wickets now down.
Yeah, the wickets have fallen in pairs. Ul Hassan and Tribe just before lunch. Callaway and Ingram either side of the tea interval. And Glamorgan now staring down the barrel as Carson bowls and Carlson works it on the leg side, and there is no run. So whether Sussex have some visions of an early finish tonight, still 6 wickets to get. You would have thought Glamorgan would have made it last until the final day at least, as Carlson defends.
I think there's still much work to be done here. I said to the chap on the gate this morning, he said, all over today, Adrian. I said, I think this will go quite deep tomorrow.
Chris Cook is capable of those breakthroughs. But they've bowled pretty tightly as Carlson steers that one into the offside, down towards backward point. They'll just jog through for an easy single. Carlson to 32. It was the last ball of the Carson over. And so it will be up to Carlson to face up to Tom Haynes. 2 for 2 off 6 overs. Remarkable figures.
Yes. He will carry on. I think we're saying 2 overs until a new ball would be available for Sussex. I think he'll be keen to take the new ball because I'm sure he'll be keen to unleash J. Devon Nugcat again. But I guess if you're taking wickets and the ball may be doing a little bit, perhaps you think, perhaps I'll just hang on a little longer. In comes Haynes over the wicket, bowls to Carlson. It could be. If it had been fielded cleanly, it would have been run out. And it is a run out. It is a run out. It was Dom Goodman. The ball was played by Kieran Carlson to Dom Goodman, who's at square leg. Initially, he stumbled, but he recovered, picked up the ball, threw it into John Simpson. Simpson whipped off the bails. Kieran Carlson couldn't get back in his ground, and he is on his way, and that is a hammer blow for Glamorgan. The skipper is on his way for 32. Terrific bit of fielding from Goodman. Confusion between Dixon and Carlson. The skipper is on his way, and Sussex have picked up 2 wickets in the 3 overs since tea.
Well, that was chaos central out there. They both seemed committed to the run. Dixon realised the ball had been fielded rather than going past the fielder. Carlson then slipped as he turned, and Goodman managed to get a throwaway from off his knees. And Carlson, furious, marches back to the pavilion after a battling in innings of 32, but it has ended in very unfortunate fashion. And they were, I think, taking the run on the basis that the ball was going past the fielder. I'm not sure who called initially.
It was a strange one in that it was, you know, if it's behind square, it's the call, isn't it, of the player at the non-strikers there. But I think it was pretty. I mean, looking at where Goodman's fielding here, I think he's pretty much on square leg. So I mean, they both sort of looked as if to think there was a run, didn't they?
Yes.
Carlson set off, and I think Dixon did as well. But then I think it was Dixon who realised that the ball hadn't got past Goodman. I thought actually that Goodman had fumbled.
Yeah, Glamorgan have just got to get their heads back on now. That's happened. Just got to get their heads back on now. That's happened.
Yeah.
It's probably set from there.
Haynes. Oh, that's good. Was he caught behind?
No.
No. Umpire Blackwell is unmoved. Well, John Simpson standing up to the stumps. Chris Cook wasn't going anywhere. All the Sussex fielders were very excited about that. Umpire Long is unmoved. Sussex need to be a little careful around over-appealing because they've already been on the naughty step a couple of times this season. What makes you, delivery like that makes you wonder whether Haynes might decide to keep this ball going for a bit longer. He's in on bowls and Cook is forward. Plays to backward point and there is no run. So, a wicket coming off the first ball of the over. The run out of the Glamorgan skipper, Kieran Carlson. Just showing that on the big screen again. So, 214 for 5. Cook and Dixon both to open their accounts. Tom Haynes with the remarkable figures really of 7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 2.
He certainly has turned it on as Tom Haynes in terms of putting pressure on Glamorgan, and maybe that run out is just partly as a result of the pressure that he's put on in terms of drawing up the run rate. So the vultures, or the seagulls, gathering around Hove as Carson bowls, and a reverse sweep comes out from Dixon, and that's a cheeky way to get off the mark with 4 runs down to backward point. Get anywhere from this sort of position. Still a deficit of 148. As forward he comes and plays out on the offside, no run. And maybe we're going from a position from will Sussex win to will they win by an innings or not? Will they win today or not? Carson 1 for 40 and he's in his 21st over, so he's really bowled tightly as he bowls to Dixon, who's forward defending, and there is no run. Another South African born player. 3 in a row in the Glamorgan middle order.
Yeah, I guess Glamorgan were 112 without loss, weren't they? So they've actually lost 5 for 102. But still, Dixon and Cook won't give this up easily.
As forward comes Dixon, defends, having started off with that cheeky reverse. He's then played 3 very stoic blocks. As Carson in bowls, make that 4 stoic blocks. So batting to come, Van der Hoogten, Crane, Norton and Hadley. All capable of hanging around, presumably Norton as well, but we haven't seen much of him, obviously, in his early career. Dixon defends again, just the one scoring shot in the over. 218 for 5, Glamorgan still 148 runs behind as my device is furiously buffering away and refusing to get on the stream.
Oh, that's irritating. Now, the new ball would be available to Sussex now, but Tom Haynes, I think, has decided he's not going to take it. Well, he's certainly carrying on bowling, and I'd be surprised if he was bowling with the new ball. So I think we have to assume that... I don't think he'll leave it that long. You know, maybe sort of 3 or 4 overs perhaps, and just see if this ball is doing a little bit. But for the meantime, he's carrying on from the Cromwell Road end and bowls, and forward comes Cook. Steadfastly plays into the covers, fielded by Coles, and there is no run. Two slips in place, Allsop and leaning. Backward point is Jack Carson, sweeping on the cover boundary. That still looks like Charlie Tier out there, so I think Sean Hunt off the field. No, Sean Hunt down at for he's at fine leg. In comes all Haynes and bowls, and that was uppish from Cook. Safe to mid on, there is no run. I can see that looks like Goodman warming up actually at square leg. I think I'd probably be surprised if he took the new ball. But we shall see. Yeah, Short Hunt is on the field. He's at fine legs. Maybe Tom Price is off the field, perhaps. Comes Haynes again. Bowls and Cook clips this nicely away through square leg. Goodman with a very energetic piece of fielding and gets a nice round of applause from the Spencer Harbour field. He's a big man, is Dom Goodman. And he chased the ball back and stopped it, and then all in one sort of action threw the ball in. That was very impressive. He restricts Cook to just the single. 219 for 5 are Glamorgan. Dixon just retakes his guard, or rechecks his guard I should say, from umpire Nigel Long at the far end of the ground, and Haynes is in again. Over the wicket, bowls, and he's caught, and another wicket goes down, and Tom Haynes has got the remarkable figures of 3 for 3, cutting Sean Dixon. He's well caught by Jack Leaning, and 3 wickets have gone down since tea, and now Glamorgan really are in trouble. 219 for 6. Haynes decided to keep going with the old ball, and it's brought the reward, and another wicket goes down.
Well, Dixon can't believe it. It looked a fair enough shot, but maybe it was just a bit too close to him to play that off that particular delivery, and slashed it high to slip. It was a reasonably thick edge and a good grab really by Jack Leaning.
Yes, it was a good catch. It went very quickly actually. But the skipper has now got figures of 3 for 3.
This is just bizarre. After so much resistance, Glamorgan have now lost 4 wickets in the space of 8 overs, and they're falling apart at a rate of knots. And once more, the 3-day finish that looked off the cards for several hours today has now come back onto the horizon with just 4 wickets for Sussex to get.
Yeah, I think, is that right? Glamorgan have lost 4 for 12.
4 for 12, yeah.
And that's not in any way to gloat, but it's just what's happening. It's say they were going along so when Paul Farbrace was up here commentating, and he was saying Ben Kellaway was playing really nicely, and it looked very much as if Glamorgan were going to get to tea just 2 down, and Sussex perhaps looking to the new ball for a breakthrough, but it's come from an unlikely source in Tom Haynes, who's, well, perhaps he's got this old ball talking a bit, Nick. But the run out must have been unsettling for the dressing room as well, with the skipper going.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shambles. Callaway undone by one that moved a bit off the pitch. Ingram didn't get to an attempted drive.
Here comes Tom Haynes to bowl to Tim van der Hoekten, who's right in behind that, plays it down the track, and Haynes fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So there's been all action here. The over rate is now -1 for Sussex. I thought it had come down quite a bit with Coles and Carson bowling, certainly before tea. Haynes in and bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. So Tom Haynes, extraordinary figures really. I need to check his career best. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 3 for Tom Haynes. And a spell that's sort of turned the game on its head really. 219 for 6 as Van der Hoekten and Cook have a little natter in the middle of the pitch.
Looks like being a double triumph for Sussex, because the women are well on their way to victory in Horsham.
Yes.
Gloucestershire bundled out for just 89. With Jara Green, the skipper, taking 4 for 8 opening the bowling.
Oh, yeah. Well done.
Wickets at either end of the innings. And Gloucestershire in reply 53 for 1 in the 9th. So strolling to victory there as Carson starts a new over and Cook pushes forward defensively and there's no run.
Tom Haynes best bowling 3 for 50 against Worcester at Worcester in 2022. So at the moment these are his best bowling figures in first class cricket.
His next delivery is prodded away on the offside by Cook and there is no run. Carson then into Cook, who reverse sweeps and will get runs out towards the point boundary, 2 of them. It's a shot that Dixon played to get off the mark. And couldn't provide anything else.
Yeah.
So Sussex might be very keen to earn themselves a day off. There's no shot played by Cook, but it was safe, the ball going down leg side. And I think Glamorgan may be desperately disappointed with this, having worked so hard to give themselves a chance of saving the game.
Yes, I agree.
Down the wicket comes Cook, drives into the offside, and that's going to be good enough to beat the man at deep mid off, running down the hill towards the Sharks stand for a very pleasant 4. Cook moves to 7, the total 225 for 6. Richard Freestone of the Carlson run out says schoolboy error. Yeah. It wasn't one that anyone will look back in with any fondness, apart from Goodman and Simpson. Carson bowls. Cook blocks it into a gap on the offside. There might have been a single there, but Simpson anticipated it well, got out from behind the timbers. And Glamorgan 225 for 6, still 140 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat.
I wonder whether Tom Haynes will think about, he's going to carry on bowling. Perhaps why wouldn't he? having picked up the, if you've bowled, taken the 3 for 3, and he has got the new ball up his sleeve. There's Tom Haynes, bowling to Tim van der Hookten.
Welshman Hughes, well, that message, I'm sorry, is out of date by the time I got to it. Will we at least make them bat again? Probably not at the moment.
So there are 3 slips. I'm not sure that Tom Haynes has too often in his career bowled with 3 slips, but he is today. Simpson standing up to the stumps. In and bowls, and not taking cleanly, a rare occurrence for John Simpson. And there is no run.
He's on fire, says the Sussex X account.
Right.
Relating to Tom Haynes, of course.
Yeah. Haynes wheels around at the far end of the ground. Over the wicket, bowls, and Van der Hookten defends solidly onto the onside. Goodman comes running into field. There is no run. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I mean, Sussex need to win this game first. I'm never convinced a game is won until it's won. But there may be a little bit of them thinking ahead here. They've got a game on Friday against Hampshire, and they're going to have to go probably with this team, to be honest. In comes Haynes bowls, and Van der Hookten punches into the covers fielded by Coles.
Well, Crocombe might well be back.
Yes, I would be surprised if Henry Crocombe plays in the Test match, only in that I think Matthew Fisher, but is a similar type of bowler to Ollie Robinson. Playing on his home ground as well. You'd have thought he'd be favourite to come into the side if we're thinking Archer's going to play instead of Atkinson. Haynes in, bowls, and Hookton drives to mid-on, fielded by Nudkat. And that game starts on Wednesday, so if Henry does make his debut, it'd be fantastic for him, and I hope in many ways he does, but realistically I would have thought it's probably more unlikely than likely. Haynes wheels around at the far end. In and bowls, and Van Hookten's going to get runs down towards third man. Tom Price is in hot pursuit, overhauls the ball and gets in the throw, but not before Van Hookten comes back for a couple of runs to open his account. 227 for 6. We did say before tea that it got just a little cloudy, and maybe that is just making this new ball, this older ball, do a little bit for Tom Haynes, who pauses at the far end and now running in towards us. And bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken cleanly by Simpson, and there is no run. So another over passes by. Jack Carson's going to bowl again, so that suggests the new ball isn't going to be taken for the time being. Just looking at Tom Haynes for any indications that he might be thinking of taking that new ball. I mean, there's an indication here in that Sean Hunt is now going through quite an extensive sort of limber up.
Well, he's an extensive sort of bloke, isn't he, at 6'5"?
Yes, he is.
There's a lot to extend.
Yeah. So potentially he's... Yeah, it looks like he's getting ready to bowl, just Sean Hunt. So maybe Tom Haynes thinks my job's done. It's for others now to try and finish the job. But there's still a job to be done. Chris Cook is on 7.
Carson bowls, reverse sweep comes out, and it sort of dribbles rather unconvincingly down towards third man for a single. Didn't nail that at all. For listeners in Wales, Glamorgan seconds are playing a 50-over game with the Cardiff Students friendly there at Sophia Gardens, 11 o'clock start, and there is free entry to that one. Glamorgan seconds with quite a few players with first team experience, most of them at various points, including Hurl, Smale, Douthwaite from the T20 squad. Most of the rest will be reasonably familiar names to Glamorgan regulars. As for the first team, of course, there's match against Surrey on Friday at Sophia. As Carson is into bowl and noodled round the corner by Van der Houten for a couple of runs. It's running down towards fine leg. It won't quite get to the ropes. And they're back for a comfortable 2.
A good game. Sorry, just with the 1 win so far in the Championship, they've drawn a lot of games. It's all very tight in the County Championship this year. No one's sort of running away with it, which is good news as we reach the halfway stage.
Carson in bowls. Van der Houten pushes forward now, surrounded by close catchers. And this is a field that I like seeing, to be honest, with 4 at each point of the quadrant. Short leg, leg slip, slip and silly point. There is no escape of anything that balloons up off the pad. Van der Houten comes down the pitch and then drives gently to mid-on. There's no run.
I think Tim Van der Houten was thinking of hitting out in our direction, Nick. It's the way he's shaped.
In comes Carson, bowls, and Van der Houten just lets that hit him on the pad, going down leg side. Definitely looks like Sean Hunter's been given the nod.
Oh, now we've got the delay. Is the new ball being taken? Yes.
After.
Is he?
Yeah, the umpire's tossing.
They ought to put that on the scoreboard, really.
Looks like the new ball's being claimed after 83.5 overs. At 230 for 6.
Not too often.
Square leg, so he will retain the strike. Van der Houten 5, Cook 8, total 2, 3, 1 for 6.
Well done, Graham. That's the announcement from Graham Irwin, the Sussex scorer. Something in general I don't think cricket is very good at is informing people about what's going on. So I'm pleased about that, because not everyone who comes to county cricket is aware of what's going on. So, well, we suspected Sean Hunt may get a bowl, and indeed that is going to be the case. He's going to come on from the Cromwell Road end, and he's going to be bowling to Tim Van der Houten. And I would imagine that J. Devon Nugcat would probably take the new ball from this end. Goodman was warming up, but I'd have thought you'd get. Well, in fact, Goodman's going through a pretty extensive warm-up, to be honest, down at fine leg. So maybe it's going to be Goodman and Hunter who are going to take the new ball. Either way, Sussex have got 3 slips in place and a gully. Haynes claps his hands and Hunt is on his way. Bowls, and in behind that is Tim Van der Houten. Plays it down into the offside of the track. There is no run. So apart from 3 slips in a gully, there's a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg right down here on the fine leg boundary. Hunt. Wicketless so far in this innings, but he's bowled well, and again and bowls and clipped down to fine leg by Tim Van der Houten, fielded by Dom Goodman. 1 more to the total, 232 for 6. Glamorgan.
Yeah, 23 overs after this due tonight, and if Glamorgan were probably 7 or 8 down, I wonder if Sussex would try and claim the extra half hour.
Yes, they might well do.
Finish today.
Yeah, they might do. Does that have to be in the opinion of the umpires? I think that they can get a result. Hunt in bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery from Sean Hunt, and I suspect from the angle that we're looking at, and we've got no way of telling whatsoever, but it just looked as if it was probably sliding down the leg side, and he might have got a nick on that as well. Either way, umpire Long was unmoved. Yeah, I always sort of think if you're 8 down, maybe it's realistic for an extra half hour. I always think 7, that's a bit of an ask, really. I imagine if there was dodgy weather around tomorrow, Sussex would be desperate to do that. In comes Hunt. Bowls and what a catch!
No ball.
No ball. What a shame. What a I couldn't understand why nobody was celebrating, because that was a magnificent catch by Jack Leaning. It really was, and he's getting applause all the way around the ground. That was magnificent. He leapt like a salmon, didn't he? That was fabulous catch. But Sean Hunt had overstepped the line.
I wonder if Cook.
Or did he hit that? Or did he hit that into the ground?
No, it was a tremendous catch. I was just wondering whether Cook heard the call very early.
Maybe. Hunt in, bowls, and Cook lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, who gives Jack Leaning a pat on the back as if to say, well, you might have got the prize for one of the catches of the season.
Of the non-catches,
The non-catch. Yeah, that was a great effort.
Well, he saved 4 runs anyway.
Yeah. So there we are. Sean Hunt, we said he hadn't taken a wicket, and he still hasn't. But so far the catching in this match has been good from Sussex. As in comes Hunt and bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson, who throws the ball back in the direction of the slip cordon, and James Coles collects. There is no run. J. Lever Newcat is also warming up at mid-on. I suppose there's a possibility here that he might decide to bowl Hunt and Newcat in a couple of spells on the top end. Bowling down the slope. Hunt in again. Bowl goes past the outside edge of Cook's back through to John Simpson. There is no run. End of a good over from Sean Hunt that could have been a wicket taking over, but unfortunately his front foot stepped over the line. And a very good catch from Jack Leaning. Sadly for him doesn't count, and it is indeed going to be Goodman who's going to take the new ball, which is an interesting ploy. Now someone's trotting off the field, not sure who that is. Might be the 12th man. So Goodman, who bowled in the first innings. In fact, he didn't bowl in the first innings.
He wasn't in the game at that point.
I was talking rubbish, aren't I?
He wasn't playing at that point.
He wasn't. He was carrying the drinks, as Paul Farbrace said. 6 overs, 1 made, 0 for 26. 234 for 6. That was Goodman from the sea end.
And he comes then, taking over from the off-spin of Carson. And the first ball is defended by Van der Hoogten. And after periods of relative quiet, the Sussex drama in the infield is being ramped up. They want to make everyone believe that they are hair's breadth away from wickets every ball.
Yeah.
You'll find with cricketers at all levels, they're prone to a bit of this. As Goodman races in and bowls. And that's turned firmly by Van der Hoogten towards mid-wicket. Initial shouts of catch, but wasn't near carrying. 2, 3, 4 for 6. Glamorgan still trailed by 132. So surely now the only question is whether they avoid the innings defeat. And there's a lot of work to do for just that relatively modest proposal. As Van der Hoogten defends to mid-wicket again. Carson racing in. Firing his throw at John Simpson. Over 8 -1. That can usually be massaged away.
Just looking at some of the other cricket around the world, and there's a good game, a good one-day international between Bangladesh and Australia. Bangladesh 274 for 5. The Aussies getting over 3 balls to spare and just 1 wicket remaining.
Goodman in bowls and beats the bat of Van der Hochten.
And a cricketer I'm not particularly familiar with, Cooper Connolly, opening the batting for Australia, virtually carrying his bat. He was the 9th man out. He made 149. So I'm not sure who that is, Cooper Connolly. I have to do some research on that. Name you're familiar with?
Vaguely.
Right.
Australian white ball player.
He's obviously did well. 13-4-6 is in his 149.
Goodman in. Bowls. Van der Hochten drives, but well stopped at cover. And there's no run. Paul emails, what a collapse after such a great start to the innings from Asa and Zain. Sussex have bowled very well, especially Tom Haines, but we've thrown most of our wickets away. That silly run from Kieran just before lunch, which the umpires could have cancelled, has come back to haunt us, sadly. It was a peculiar one where the ball was thrown back towards the bowler and not collected. Goodman bowls, and Van der Hochten allows it to go through. Kieran Carlson within his rights, but it resulted in Tribe being on strike, and he was bowled by Carson. Glamorgan were 2 down at lunch. Battled then again for most of the afternoon, but losing wickets before tea, and then a crash of 3 more just afterwards. And it has put Glamorgan very firmly on the back foot, and Sussex overwhelming favourites to win this game.
Sean Hunt is going to carry on. We've still got 22 overs left to be bowled this evening. Hunt is going to bowl the first overs. It's a lovely evening now. The sun out in all its glory. Hunt in bowls, and played dug out by Cook, plays it into the onside, and there is no run. So Alsop at first, leading second, Coles at third, Haynes, it's more of a gully actually. Backward point is Tom Price, mid off Daniel Hughes, J. David Nugcat at mid on. Sean Hunt down at fine leg, so who's that? Jack Carson at mid wicket. Hunt in bowls, and Cook heaves that one away. That's probably gone for 6. Too short from Sean Hunt, and Chris Cook said thanks very much and just belted the ball into the lower tier of the Speng Palmer Pavilion for 6. You heard the ball clatter into the seats.
Yeah, hard, flat and low that one went.
Yeah.
Just 2 or 3 rows back.
Might not be a bad tactic key, you know. You just wonder that we saw yesterday with James Coles how a game can change pretty quickly. The new ball perhaps can go a little bit faster, a bit quicker. Short leg side boundary for Chris Cook. In comes Hunt, bowls, and Cook lets that one go outside the off stump through to Simpson, and there is no run.
Yeah, with a run rate of 2.78, Glamorgan have been operating on the premise that they need to stick around and defend for most of the time, but the problem with that is that you don't get the deficit knocked off very quickly.
Yeah.
And it's not been a ball with your name on it sort of pitch, but it has been doing a bit to aid the bowlers.
Yes. Hunt again. Down the slope, bowls, Cook, shoulders, arms. Let's that one go through to Simpson again. Sean Hunt trying to compensate for that loose delivery, that short delivery that was pulled for 6.
Welcome to listeners to 5 Sports Extra 3 with the news that Sussex are very strongly placed for victory either tonight or tomorrow. Glamorgan are 6 down in their second innings, having collapsed either side of the tea interval. They were 207 for 2 at one point, losing 4 wickets for 12.
Sean Hunt from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Chris Cook, who plays that out into the offside. Tom Price comes in very quickly from point to field. There is no run.
And Tom Haines, the chief destroyer, Sussex captain, with his medium pace has been very much wicket to wicket, having Kellaway LBW for 55, Ingram caught at slip for 0 to complete a pair, and then Dixon also caught at slip for 4. Kieran Carlson got himself run out.
Hunt bowls, well pitched up. Cook comes forward, plays it down the track. There is no run. Hunt fields of his own bowling. End of the over, 240 for 6. Glamorgan with Cook on 14, Van der Hookton on 6. Sean Hunt, 15 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 43.
So Haynes has bowled 9 overs, 3 for 5. And 2 stands for Glamorgan, 112 for the first wicket between Tribe, who made 64, and Ul Hassan. And then 87 for the third wicket between Callaway, who made 55, and Carlson, who made 32. But since then, it's been crash, bang, roll up, and Sussex are eyeing a day off at the moment as they look to press home this advantage tonight. Van der Hookton is pushing forward, bat and pad together, howl of appeals from behind the wicket. There's quite a lot of bat in that. This is Dom Goodman bowling, looking for his first success after coming into this match as a substitute for Henry Crocombe on his England call-up. Goodman was involved in the run-out with a fine stop and scrambling throw to get rid of Carlson. And he comes with ball in hand, and Van der Hookton defends out on the offside, no run.
The other big news from Hove here today, we've had Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, on commentary. Paul Farbrace, who we understood was due to leave Sussex at the end of this season. Well, Paul hinting that may not be the case. It would appear that there is a possibility he'll be staying at Hove in a director of cricket role, working on a part-time basis.
As Goodman is in and Van der Hookton defends to point and there is no run.
Suggestion being it will be 3 days in the summer, 2 in the winter. That's still to be formally decided, but it would appear that that offer has been made to Paul Farbrace. But other decisions to be made round the club. The position of head coach has been advertised. That deadline for applications is the end of June, and also decisions to be made about a new chairman and chief executive here at Hove.
As Goodman is in to bowl, and that's driven into the offside for a single by Van der Hookton as Cook hurries through. Did I gather that Paul Farbrace is involved with the appointment of his successor as coach? Was that the gist of things?
Yes, he did say at this moment he is involved in the process. As I say, applications shut at the end of June. He didn't specify whether he'd be involved in the interviews that take place, but I would imagine if he does accept the director of cricket role, I'd have thought he'd very much be involved in those interviews.
Goodman bowls, Cook drives, doesn't really time it, no run.
But he was at pains to express that a lot of this depends on appointments that are due at Hove in the very near future. So the new chair, the new chief executive, all of those positions due to be filled shortly. And he also wanted reassurances that the playing budget isn't going to be cut still further. He did confirm that 8 players will be leaving the staff at the end of the season.
Goodman bowls, and on the defensive is Chris Cook. No run, which is a pretty substantial chunk.
Yes. He also said that several players had been offered new contracts. None of those players who have been offered contracts have yet given a yay or a nay, and have asked for more time to consider. And Paul was saying that in general terms you would get 14 days to think about a contract, but in view of the situation here at Sussex, for those of you who perhaps unfamiliar with the story, Sussex under restrictions imposed by the ECB for an operating loss last season, those players Paul Farbrace has given until the end of another month to decide whether they want to stay or go. Sean Hunt is in, bowls to Chris Cook, who was rather straightened up by that delivery, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. So there had been the assumption here at Hove. There was a few rumours around that maybe Paul Farbrace might be offered a role here at Hove, but it seems that is the case, but it is subject to a lot of these other criteria being fulfilled. So that's the latest from the county ground as Hunt is in. Bowls let go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. Again, there is no run. 3 slips and a gully. Backward point cover, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. Sun out. Hove looking immaculate. We had a little rain here over the last week or so, but the outfield looks absolutely pristine. Sussex look to take these 4 remaining wickets, but Cook and Van der Hookton have been around a long time, and they're not going to give this up without a fight. As Hunt, left arm seamer in, bowls down the leg side. Good stop by John Simpson, belying his years, tumbling away to his left hand side. But to take that, and there is no run.
Yeah, Cook could do with some championship runs. He had that spectacular match-winning performance at Lancashire in the T20, but highest score in the championship this season, 39. He was 29 not out in the first innings. 14 not out now.
Hunt wheels around at the far end. He's into his 16th over. Hasn't played any championship cricket, Sean Hunt, so far this season. In and bowls, and Cook up on his toes steers that to point. I just thought he looked just a little weary there as he ran in, Sean Hunt. And when you haven't played any cricket, all he's played is 2 T20s since a return from injury. And while Sussex, I'm sure, will be very keen to get overs into legs of these bowlers with, you know, the fast bowling being pretty decimated. And they'll be keen not to over bowl Sean Hunt. He's in and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. A play and a miss. A rather indifferent shot by Tim van der Hookton that goes past. And it's a no ball. Did he get a nick on that? Because he's overstepped the line again as Sean Hunt. Just the slip cord have all got their hands on heads. There's already been one incident where Jack Leading took a magnificent catch at second slip high above his head that was a no ball. In fact, I didn't make a note how many he was on when that happened.
Cook was on 8 at the time.
Thank you, Nick. In comes Hunt and bowls outside of the off stump. There is no run, and he has struggled bowling from the Cromwell Road end as Sean Hunt, bowling no balls. Yeah, it was a magnificent catch by Leaning, leaping high and catching the ball literally over his head. But it was a no ball, and Chris Cook had a life. I mean, it might well be that Chris Cook knew that the no ball had been called. Hunt in again, bowls, hit on the pad, there's a loud appeal, which is turned down by umpire Nigel Long. So 243 for 6. Glamorgan need to get to 366 if they're going to make Sussex bat again. Sussex looking for their 4th win at the start of this season as we reach the midpoint of the season. Glamorgan desperately battling away, but at one stage when they were going on very nicely on 207 for 2, approaching tea, it very much looked as if they'd be taking this very deep into tomorrow, and they still might. But Sussex picking up those 4 wickets, 4 to 12, have really altered the complexion of the game.
Yeah, it was completely against the pattern of the first 70 overs in which
totally.
Sussex had to work really hard for their wickets. As Goodman is in to bowl to Cook, who's beaten outside off stump, I think. He appeared to push at it. So one result in Division 2 in which Durham beat Derbyshire by an innings and 22. Maybe a result at Blackpool tonight. Lancashire 245 for 6, but still need 179 further runs to beat Kent. Harris is 75 not out, but there have been a couple of wickets. Livingston gone for 47. As that's driven nicely down the ground by Chris Cook. Is that going to run down the slope? Not quite. It's a good save just inside the ropes. and they'll have to settle for 2 runs. Unadkat it was who completed the fielding, and Hughes who did the slide on the boundary.
Well done, Daniel Hughes. He was belying his years there, wasn't he? Chasing that one back. Daniel Hughes, well, he might thank me for saying that, actually. Daniel Hughes, who...
37?
Yeah. Where's my notes? Yes, 37.
Goodman in. Bowls to Cook, and that one's cut him in half. Through to keeper.
In Australia, certainly in the early part of the season.
As Goodman bowls a slashing square cut, will pick Cook up just a single because there's a man on the point boundary. 246 for 6, I believe, because one of the scoreboards has the sunlight directly on it. Not that I'm complaining about sunlight, and the other has the sun directly behind it, and I can't actually look at it with any comfort. 246 for 6 will settle before anyway. As Goodman in to bowl, turned on the leg side by Van der Hoogten. No run. Northants might pick up victory over Gloucestershire today in Division 2. Gloucestershire 192 for 6, still 5 runs behind with only 4 wickets in hand.
Having a rough time, aren't they, Gloucestershire?
Yes, they've lost so many players.
Doing well in T20 though, aren't they? Did I?
As in comes Goodman, bowls, driven through the covers slightly uppishly, but he'll get enough of it to get it away for 4. Well, Van der Hoogten, he moves into double figures on 11, and Glamorgan's 250 is up. Sorry, it's Chris Cook who hit that one. I was confused by that. No, Van der Hoogten, I was right in the first place. The scoreboard, yes, is right. Cook 17, Van der Hoogten 11, 250 for 6, the deficit 116.
So live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb, your commentary team here at a sunlit Hove. We've still got 18 overs to be bowled this evening.
Sussex women have won by 7 wickets with 6.4 overs to spare. Their target was just 90. With Collis hitting 23, Patel was 38 not out.
Oh, well done. That's the game being played at Horsham today. So Alexia Walker, the Sussex women's coach, will be pleased with that. So well done to Sussex women. I think that might be the first win of the competition. I saw them get beaten at Canterbury and then here by Leicestershire. There's been so many games recently. That was last Friday in a double header. In comes Sean Hunt. Around the wicket, comes in and bowls, let go by Cook outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. I suspect it may not be long before J. Devon Newcat may get a bowl here. Yeah, he's just sort of doing some stretching exercises at mid-on. That's no disrespect to anybody else, but he's doing some sort of bending down on his haunches now as well as the Indian quick. Tom Haynes is just getting into position in the gully as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Cook smashes hard. That's going to be 4 runs, unless Jack Carson can cut it off, which he does. So there was a little premature in calling a boundary. Carson is very quick across the ground and gets in a good throw. But a wide delivery from Sean Hunt, and as I say, he hasn't played a lot of cricket, Sean, and just looks a little weary as he walks back up the hill. Bowled a really good spell after lunch. A little unlucky not to pick up a wicket during that spell. Respectable figures though, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 47. And he's in and bowls. Oh, that's a really good delivery. That was a little short, and Chris Cook was surprised by the steepling bounce as it went through to John Simpson. In fact, Cook looked like he was looking to uppercut that over the slip cordon down towards our commentary box. In the end, it rattled into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. 257 for 6. Glamorgan need to get to 366 to make Sussex bat again. Hunt in again, bowls, and Cook clips nicely away through mid-wicket. More runs here, at least one, and almost certainly two, as Van der Hookton caught Chris Cook through. He was looking towards that end of the ground. Two more to Cook, who goes to 21. And Glamorgan to 254 for 6. Come on, boys, is the cry from somewhere in the field. What's it? Hunt. In again, and bowls, and driven away by Cook. Again, he doesn't quite go where he intended, but he picks up a single through mid-wicket, does Chris Cook. He goes to 23. And the total to 23? Let's see, the sun is right on the scoreboard. 22, I think it is actually.
Yeah.
255.
In trouble making out the figures from either scoreboard at the moment.
Yeah.
Just can't look at the one above the pavilion because the sun's just above it. Not complaining about the sun being out, by the way.
No. As Hunt is it again. Bowls down the leg side. Well, take away Simpson. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the end of this spell from Sean Hunt. He's done a good job, and coming back into the side, not easy when you've actually played no cricket at all, but certainly in terms of progress for Sean Hunt, it's just brilliant to see him back in the side. He's getting a pat on the back there from one of the Sussex boys who says, well done. That was Tom Alsop. Well done, Tom. Went running across and just said, well put, old Sean. He's got some overs in his legs. Well, this is interesting. James Coles is going to come on to bowl. 9 overs. 1 for 29. He sort of started things going really today for Sussex when he had Zain Al Hassan caught by Tom Alsop at short leg. And that was the first wicket that went down when the score was on 112.
Yeah, looked so promising for so long the day for Glamorgan, but it has swung back to the almost inevitability of a Sussex victory. Even if Glamorgan had some hopes late morning, late afternoon. Coles bowls and has driven back to him, no run. Jonathan Twigg says, interesting listening as always early around the windows for cricket. Without looking back with too much hankering, he says, as Coles is in to bowl to Cook, who defends. Can the fixture calendar not have a one-day game on, e.g. Friday evening or Sunday afternoon, stroke evening, around a county championship match with a gap for one-day fixture? I don't think they're likely to go back to that, Jonathan. As that's steered away into the offside by Cook, a single taken. Many supporters would be keen to attend such occasions with the window as it is, unfortunately having an impact several fixtures close to each other. Living in Haverfordwest, a 200-mile plus round trip to Cardiff, which wouldn't happen every week. I understand that counties have specialist players for each format, and that's something that would come into deliberations also. Van der Hoogten forward defending, and Cook calls him through for a quick single. It isn't fielded cleanly at short third man, and both batters are on the same page. If this were followed, counties may have more footfall also, Jonathan says. Don't think they're going to go back to wrapping one match around another. It always struck me as a bit odd in the days of the 3-day championship, as that one's bounced a bit and Cook is beaten outside off stump. The other problem, of course, is that you pretty much have to have the same opposition in the 4-day games as the 1-day games for that week. Oh, shouts of catch it. Has that been a chance to slip?
I think it was. I think that's gone. I think that's Tom Haynes in there at first slip. Let's have a little look. He gets up. Yeah, I think it's a skipper. I think that was a chance. We can see
it was, a sharp chance to Haynes's left.
Is that Cook who was
grabbed at it? And Cook's had a life on
23.
So he's been caught off a no ball and he's been dropped off a legitimate ball. So, thank you for your thoughts, Jonathan. obviously you acknowledge the fact that counties have specialist players for each format, and Glamorgan, for example, at the moment have 5 or 6 different between the Championship and the T20 side. I do sympathise with the point about having a regular day for a particular sort of fixture. It used to be obviously the Sunday League back in the 70s and 80s in the 40 over format.
Is this you or me, Nick? Is it me?
You.
Sorry. J. Devon Nugcat is back into the attack for Sussex.
A lot of bowling changes today for us to keep in touch with.
Yeah, he has juggled the bowling around. Sorry, I interrupted your thoughts there, Nick, about the structure.
No, not at all. Yeah, I think the changes between the two sides and the two teams, T20 and Championship, and also the fact that you'd need to then tinker with the Championship and T20 divisions.
And Nugcat in bowls and glanced by Van der Hookton. He's going to get a boundary, I think. Good bit of fielding by Goodman, who's very quickly round that fine leg and keeps it to a single. The Sussex ground fielding's been very good, actually. Just a single to Tim Van der Hookton. He goes to 13.
Yeah, I feel your pain, though, in terms of the schedule. Certainly, appointment to view was something that David Morgan, the former Glamorgan and ECB and ICC chairman, worked on very hard in one particular draft of fixtures.
And Nugcat in bowls, and Cooks plays this very pleasantly, punching it away off the back foot out through extra cover. That's going to go for 4 runs. I think Jack Carson is there. Well done, Jack Carson. That's a very good bit of fielding, actually. He's only saved... In fact, he saved 2 runs or 1? 2 runs, 1 run. Went for 3, but he chased it all the way up the hill, did Jack. Good dive and prevented it going for a boundary. So 3 more to Cook, who goes to 26. And Glamorgan to 261 for 8. So the arrears... 8 for 6, sorry.
Come on, it's bad enough from Welsh point of view.
The arrears are 105. There's Nugcat in bowls, and that's a good delivery, and that beats Van der Hookton. Outside the off stump, there is no run. There's quite a lot of cloud around now, actually. If you look up towards the downs, which is to the north of the ground, you can see some high-level greyish-looking cloud. I don't think there's any rain forecast. Well, there isn't any rain forecast, which doesn't mean it's not going to rain, of course, but it is just a little... There's not sort of the lovely blue skies that we've got away to the east of the ground. And Nugcat. 4 slips, well, I'm going to say 3 slips and a gully go down. Nugcat is in bowls, and Cook is beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by J. Devon Nugcat. But goes down as a dot in the scorer's notebook. Scorebook. I was talking about our colleague Mike Taylor from BBC WM, who scores every ball, Nick, in commentary. I don't know if you've ever worked with Mike.
I was due to, unfortunately I missed out.
Yeah, he scores every, I was incredibly impressed. Old-fashioned scorebook, and he scores every single ball. Does Mike? Comes and Nugcat around the wicket bowls. Oh, that's another good delivery, and sort of a half-hearted forward by Tim Van der Hookton, and it whistles past the outside edge into the gloves of Simpson. Glamorgan survive another over against the new ball, so the new ball hasn't quite brought the rewards that Sussex would have hoped for. 9 overs gone with this new ball. Glamorgan 261 for 6 to reiterate. Cook on 26. Van der Hookton on 13. Glamorgan 105 runs away from making Sussex bat again. And the next over is going to be bowled by James Coles.
Yes, this is, you'd think, just a matter of time at the moment. Whether Sussex win tonight or tomorrow, whether Glamorgan manage to make them bat again. As Coles is in, slow left arm around, and Cook is poking forward. As I say, he could do with a score for his own personal satisfaction as well as the team point of view. Coles in bowls. Cook dead bats it away on the off side. Ball rolls towards point and there's no run. So Sussex look set for a 4th victory out of 7 matches. Remarkable achievement considering their off-field headaches. Cook forward, defending on the leg side this time, no run. And you can understand why Paul Farbrace is mulling over a potential option to remain, because the ship doesn't look like sinking as far as Sussex are concerned on the field, as Cook is forward defending despite their travails off the field at the moment. Be interesting to see how much of the squad they can retain that's doing so well in this format. As a square leg is brought up from the boundary to a single saving position, and Cook turns to mid-wicket. There's no run. 2-6-1 for 6. The deficit is 105, with only Crane, Norton and Hadley to come. Coles. Balls, big appeal given. Cook pushing forward, but not far enough forward. 7 down as Cook goes for 26. James Coles has his 2nd of the innings. Well, the replay will show us that, yep, that was going on to hit. It was just a question of whether Cook got outside the line. It kept a little bit on the low side, and Cook has to go. I don't think he can have too many complaints about that particular decision. And once more the pendulum swings back towards a Sunday night rather than a Monday morning finish.
I think it was a slightly quicker delivery from James Coles, who does sort of mix up his deliveries, he's particularly effective in white ball cricket, often opens the bowling in T20 cricket. And I think I said earlier on today that he just has this knack of picking up wickets at important times. So he's had a good match.
Little stand of 42 between Cook and Van der Hoogten, but not enough, and not long enough to affect the destiny of this game, as Mason Crane strides out the wicket.
So what have we got? Mason Crane,
Tom Norton
and Ryan Hadley.
Ryan Hadley, yeah. Crane with a career best this season of 99.
Yeah, well, he can bat, can't he? There's no question about that. He's going to, rather dubious to stick. He's got to face Jaydev Nukhat, who's got a newish ball in hand. Well, I'm a great believer in never counting chickens and all that, but Sussex will be
counting.
Sussex will be hoping they can wrap this up. I'm sure they would. With the game starting on Friday, I'm sure they would welcome a couple of days off for them back into training, I guess, on Wednesday for 2 days preparation for the game against Hampshire. We shall see. Jaydev Nukhat comes down the hill, bowls to Tim van der Hoogten. Van der Hoogten is forward and plays to mid-on, fielded energetically by Sean Hunt, and there is no run. Van der Hoogten surveys the bottom of his bat. I think you're probably right. If Sussex do take another wicket in the next 13 overs, I think there's a very good chance they will look for this extra half hour. Generally speaking, with 8 down, the umpires, I think, would probably concur. And Nukhat in again. Bowls. Oh, that kept a little low, didn't it? From Tim van der Hoogten looks rather suspiciously at the pitch. We might see that one again in a moment, but it did look as if it kept a little low, taken by Simpson. To see this again. Yeah, it did. And it moved as well.
Moved off the pitch away from the bat, so
yes,
luckily for Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, it did. Nukhat. Wicketless in this innings. around the wicket bowls, and Van Hookton drives to mid-off, fielded by Daniel Hughes. There is no run, but he played his part, Jadev Hundredcat, with 4 wickets in the first innings. Interesting that Paul Farbrace did reference the fact that it was so difficult to bat on that opening day. He said the toss was always going to be important with the conditions on that first day. With the lights on, there was just low cloud cover all day. It was a good toss for Sussex to win. And Nudcat around the wicket, in and bowls, and driven, falls short of Jack Carson, who's fielding at backward point, and there is no run. There was a try of catch.
Yeah, it did make a big difference, but you got the feeling that it was maybe 220 to 250 conditions. Glamorgan shouldn't have been so far behind in first innings because they didn't bowl well at the start and they didn't bowl well at the end. But in the middle was all right, but Sussex were well away with 90 odd for the first wicket. And then the century stand for the last wicket to rub it all in.
And Cat around the wicket, bowls, hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal from Jadev Hundredcat. Umpire Long is unmoved.
They're ramping up the volume, aren't they?
They are. Mustn't show any dissent, Sussex, because, as I say, they've been on the naughty step a couple of times this season already.
There's a lot of teapots. Well, teapots, head in hands.
Looked a good shout.
They've had a couple of LBW decisions. Don't be greedy.
Yeah. Well, the umpires have been pretty consistent in this game. Elsewhere around the country, could be some good finishes. And a couple of sides in the champions in a bit of trouble at Trent Bridge. Give you those scores.
Cole's bowling his left arm spin around the wicket, and Crane plays that one off the back foot defensively. No run. 2-6-1 for 7.
He doesn't rattle through his overs, James Coles. Now, something's been brought up by Daniel Hughes. He's giving it to the umpire. What's he? Is there his glasses? Thinking, umpire Blackwell's put it on his head, I think.
Yeah, he's going into the lid, isn't
he?
he?
Yes, he is, yes.
An extra close-in fielder. What is it? Well, yes, they've got now one on either side of the wicket. Short leg and silly point.
Coles in bowls, driven by Mason Crane to backward point. There is no run. So, end of James Coles over. I'm not sure if that was my ball or not, actually. I might have pinched your delivery, Nick. I'm sorry. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 31. James Coles. Just got a text to say if anyone's getting the train out of Brighton tonight, apparently there's all sorts of problems on the trains north of Gatwick. So if you are in the ground or about to get a train somewhere, it might just be worth checking the timetable. I don't quite know what's occurred, but there would seem to be some sort of issue. So we've got 12 overs left in the day, the first of which is going to be bowled by Jadev Hundredcat. Did I pinch your delivery there, Nick?
I think you might have. Yeah.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
We've had a long day.
You're welcome to him in this match position.
Hundredcat round the wicket, comes in and bowls. Oh, that was a fierce delivery. The ball has flown down to fine leg for 4. Actually, it was a good shot by Tim van der Hoogten. That was looked like he's sort of uppercut the ball over the slips. Well, I don't think he meant to, actually.
He was
trying to get out the way.
Bat out the way. And himself involuntary 4.
Yeah, well, he's picked up a 4 nonetheless. And what that does do is to take Glamorgan to 265 for 7. So 101 runs they need to make Sussex bat again. Nasty delivery from Jadev Hundredcat, who's on his way again. Bowls, and Van der Hoogten drives. He sits on the pad. I think he might have got a nick on that, because the slip cord were all ready to appeal, but it's dribbled out onto the offside, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. 3 slips in place. In fact, Tom Haynes now decided he's going to make that 3 slips and a gully. I think the temporary Sussex skipper in the absence of Ollie Robinson, and he's probably be skippering quite a lot, I would imagine, over the next few county championship games. And look, wants a change in the field. He's moved a fielder back to deep square leg. There's the left arm seamer is in and bowls, and Van der Hoogten is forward solidly enough. And Sean Hunt has to trot in from mid-on to field, and there is no run.
See, Matthew Potts of Durham took 8 for 66 in that win over Derbyshire, and 10 wickets for 93 in the match. So he's another man who's been around the England squad.
Yeah, I like Potts. When we played at Durham last year, I've always just thought what a good bowler he is, and he just seems to be better. I know they brought him in for that last Ashes test, which I thought was a bit unfair in Sydney, and he got a bit of stick, didn't he? But I think he's a really good bowler. Nudcat in bowls. Van der Hoogten plays the ball down the ground. Nudcat field, not cleanly off his own bowling. And there is no run. I was going to say something then, I can't remember what it was, which is not a good sign.
I think English cricket will want to forget the Ashes series.
Yeah.
Apart from the one day that I saw.
Oh yes, and you did you see the game in Sydney?
I saw the game in Melbourne on the day that England won.
Oh, you were there for the second day?
Yeah.
Right.
I was due to be there for the third day. We got to Melbourne on the first evening, I think, and I thought there's not going to be a third day. And I was right. So managed to with endless refreshing of the website, managed to sneak a single ticket for the second day.
A Nudcat around the wicket bowls, and I thought he'd nicked that behind him. Van der Hoogten taken by Simpson, no run. And did you and was it packed on that second day?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was obviously just a few floating around, whether they were resales or whatever, but yeah, it was the 90,000 capacity or thereabouts.
And I thought it was probably reasonably priced, wasn't it, the ticket, Nick? Or
yes, they were certainly a lot cheaper than in Britain.
Yeah.
Can't remember the exact figures.
Yeah.
But I was due to go with the family on the third day, but that I just went on my own on the second day.
Did you get a refund?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Nudcat in and bowls, and Van der Hoogten is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 265 for 7. Glamorgan with Mason Crane yet score. Van der Hoogten on 17. 11 overs left to be bowled. That's what I was going to say. The Sussex over 8 is now level. It was as bad as -4. Did it get a -5 at one stage? Certainly -4.
I saw only 4. I saw.
They've got it back to level largely through the fact that Coles and Carson have bowled quite a lot of overs today. In fact, James Coles has bowled 12 and Jack Carson has bowled 23. So we've had 35 overs of spin, which have helped Sussex recoup some of those slow overs.
As Coles is into bowl and forward comes Crane. Yeah, the wickets in this innings, 3 to the spinners and 3 to the medium pace of Tom Haynes, who I think it's fair to say has not got the speed of some of the other bowlers. As Coles into bowl and Crane defends to silly point, no run. Goodman appears to be either limbering up to bowl or trying to capture his captain's attention that he'd quite like a bowl, please. As Coles bowls, down leg side, no shot played.
Who's this warming up at mid-on?
Goodman.
Yeah, it is Goodman, yeah, you're right.
Been lots of bowling changes today, so credit to Haynes for managing that well. And indeed for spearheading the attack as Crane turns one towards short leg, who dives to make a stop. Don't think it carried, but enough for the infields to get worked up about. 265 for 7, deficit 101. Coles round the umpire. Balls. Crane drives into the offside, but can't get off the mark. He's faced 11 deliveries so far. 5 dots in the over. In comes Coles in the evening sunshine and bowls to Crane, who will get off the mark. He's tucked one off his legs down towards fine leg. It might be just overhauled. It is overhauled just before it reaches the boundary, and they're through for a comfortable couple of runs. 267 for 7 Glamorgan, and the deficit goes under 100, which is a very small consolation indeed.
Well, I'm sure that Sussex would dearly like to wrap this up tonight if they can, but they've got a little bit of work to do. J. Devon Nugcat is coming out of the attack, as Nick was saying. Dom Goodman was the man who's warming up, and Goodman, I think, for the first time in the match, is going to bowl down the hill. Yeah. So, Goodman, who was instrumental in the run out of Kieran Carlson, which was a real hammer blow for Glamorgan just after tea. Just after tea? Yes. A complete misunderstanding between him and Sean Dixon. So it is going to be Goodman, with 3 slips and a gully, making his way from the Cromwell Road end. In and bowls, and has he picked up his first wicket in Sussex colours? He has. Tim van der Hookton tucks his bat under his arm. John Simpson takes the catch down the leg side, and congratulations to Dom Goodman. He's had a wretched time since he's arrived at Hove with injury. He's had an opportunity in this game with Henry Crocombe getting called up to play for England, and Goodman has picked up his first wicket in Sussex colours. It's the wicket of Tim van der Hookton, who is out for 17, and Glamorgan are 267 for 8. The Sussex close in on victory.
He walked there, Van der Hookton, didn't wait for the umpire's finger, possibly off the glove. He knew he'd got some sort of touch on it, down leg side anyway. Frustrating way to go at the best of times, and today is not the best of times for Glamorgan, with Sussex needing just the 2 wickets to finish it off tonight.
Well, I would imagine that Tom Haynes would be asking about the extra half hour here.
Yeah.
Well, there's still another 9 overs to be bowled tonight. So I'm sure they would like a day off tomorrow rather than coming back at, whatever time they get in, 9:30 or 9 o'clock in the morning, particularly with another game. And I guess, well, the Glamorgan lads won't want it to finish tonight, but I guess Glamorgan will probably go home tonight. I don't know, they might stay on. But they've got a game on Friday down in Cardiff against Surrey. So, Goodman picks up his first Sussex wicket, and the new man coming in is Tom Norton, who I think impressed everybody yesterday with his bowling. Held at good pace throughout, but needs some heroics with the bat now as Goodman is in. And in fact, that was a little sloppy of Sussex, actually. To be honest, there was some youthful chatter going on in the slips, and James Coles was busy talking to Tom Alsop as Dom Goodman was running into bowl, and Goodman rightly stopped and went back to his mark. As in comes the tall right arm seamer in and bowls, and Norton is up on his toes and plays that into the gully, fielded by Jack Carson. There is no run, and it's that time of day. Tim, what's the matter with me today? Nick. I've got a brother called Nick and a brother called Tim, which is probably why I called you Tim. The seagulls suddenly start to appear.
Chips time.
Yeah, I reckon it is. Goodman wheels around, in and bowls, and Norton is forward, plays it down the offside of the track. Norton fills up his own bowling.
Well, Norton will be keen to show he can bat as well as bowl in this game.
Yep.
I think he'll probably be a couple of places at least further up the order in due time.
Well, he certainly impressed everybody here, I think, the way that he bowled, and I think people were really quite surprised to see that he's just 18 years of age, and what a terrific prospect he is for Glamorgan. As in comes Goodman, bowls, and he's solidly forwards, a ball of good length. Plays it down the track, and there is no run. If Sussex were to win this game, momentarily at least,
They're going top.
they would go top, because they would take 23 points from the game, which would take them to 102 points, which Nottinghamshire have got 91. In comes Goodman, bowls, and Norton defends to mid on. Of course, other sides are playing in this round of matches, so Sussex might get overtaken, but certainly Nottinghamshire don't look like they're going to win their game at home against Somerset. Somerset will pick up a good haul of points there, so I mean it's all nip and tuck really, isn't it? I mean, but anyway, Sussex would have 4 wins out of 7, which is a very decent start to the season, as Goodman is in and bowls. Oh, and he's caught behind, and 2 wickets in an over for Dom Goodman. Another catch taken by John Simpson. And Sussex with 1 more wicket to take to record their 7th win of the season. Norton goes without troubling the scorers, and Glamorgan are 267 for 9. And well, perhaps it was a good decision by Tom Haynes to bring Dom Goodman back at that far end of the ground. And most of the spectators are staying on because they think they're going to see the end of this game today.
Yeah, well, they're right, aren't they? Glamorgan are going to go down to defeat. Norton unable to trouble the scorers. Just playing at a ball he probably didn't need to.
Yeah.
And no late heroics from him.
It's been a strange innings, isn't it? Because 112 without loss has become 267 for 9, and that's just the reality of it, really. So, and Sussex have just sort of taken wickets at important times. The 2 wickets before lunch were crucial, just as Sussex looked like they might be wicketless. Then after lunch, another good partnership between Kieran Coulson and Ben Kellaway. But just wickets at important times have gone Sussex's way today. So 1 wicket needed. And James Coles is going to bowl the next over.
Do you wish to...
No, Nick, because it could
carry on?
No, it could go on. You're very even-handed, so we don't need to worry about that.
267 for 9. Deficit 99 runs. Morgan was 3 down at tea, so it's been a real run of wickets as Hadley watches on because it's Crane back on strike at the start of a new over, and first ball went down leg side. Everyone around the bat, the vultures gather as well as the gulls.
Yeah.
Tall figure of Hadley at the non-striker's end as Crane pushes this one away on the leg side. They will go through for a single. I don't think, given the match position, they're going to worry about the guy with the slightly better technique taking more of the strike.
Yeah, I mean, I take no pleasure in, but Glamorgan have lost 9 for 156 since that opening. Very good opening stand. We didn't see it coming really because they really defended well. Particularly that opening pair. Oh yeah, they are gathered round the bat now. Look at that.
All in, hoping for a little prod, bat and pad from the number 11 as Coles bowls, and Hadley has gone. Coles finishes it off. Prodded and missed did Ryan Hadley. He is bowled without scoring, and Glamorgan are all out for 268. And Sussex have won by an innings and 98 runs for their 4th championship victory of the season in 7 outings. And it has been a very comprehensive win.
Well, it has, and suddenly those wickets tumbling during the afternoon. Credit to Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, who's picked up those 3 wickets, which really set Sussex on their way this afternoon. He's juggled his bowling attack around, but it has been a really good all-round performance from Sussex in this game. The wickets shared around. I think when it was 112 without loss, it really did look as if this was going to go deep into a 4th day. But Sussex have picked up crucial wickets, and as you say, 4 wins out of 7. They go top of the county championship, and it's a wonderful achievement for Sussex to be in this position, and well appreciated by the Sussex public, who are standing and applauding as the teams make their way off the field. Well, they're not champions yet, but it's been a great start to the season. 4 wins out of 7, the only defeat coming at the Oval against Surrey. The players from both sides come down, the Glamorgan lads come down, and handshakes all around. So delight for Sussex. They'll be absolutely thrilled to bits to have picked up that win. I would suggest Glamorgan, you know better than I, are probably a little disappointed with that second innings batting display. You could excuse the first innings because it was desperately difficult with the lights on and the cloud cover.
Yeah, it's been a match in which Glamorgan really haven't been quite at the races for a few periods early on with the bat. In those very difficult conditions, they had ropey periods with the ball at the beginning and end of that mammoth Sussex innings, and really they've fallen away rather disappointingly after the first 4 put up some decent resistance, quite a few low scores in the process, and Sussex very easy victors.
In the end, they were, and a big thank you to Nick. Always great to see you here, Nick, and thank you for your company over the last 3 days. I'm sorry we won't see Glamorgan again this season because there is no reverse fixture. We don't play Glamorgan in the T20, and the One Day Cup is not a competition that the BBC are covering.
Well, not commentary-wise.
Not commentary-wise.
I hope to get down there to do a bit of reporting.
Yeah, so I won't be at Neath, unfortunately, but good luck to Glamorgan for the rest of this season. You never know, we might see each other in a T20 somewhere later on in the competition. But excellent result for Sussex as the umpires come down the dressing room steps in the far end. So I'm sure Nick and I will be gathering post-match interviews and the like. What we can say is though that Sussex go top of the county championship, temporarily at least, as the ground staff get on with preparing another wicket for the game, which will start here on Friday, when we'll be back for full commentary on the whole game between Sussex and Hampshire. Nick will be back down in Cardiff for the game between Glamorgan and Surrey. Anything else you wanted to add, Nick?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed for hosting us. Sorry, it's not been more of a contest from the Welsh point of view, and I'll be joined by Kenneth Davis and presumably Mark Church from BBC Radio London for the Surrey game starting in Cardiff, 11 o'clock on Friday morning. Thank you very much indeed for listening, and for everyone who has messaged and emails in. It's always good to have your comments. No star.
Nick Webb, lovely to see you, and safe journey back to South Wales. From Nick and myself, thanks very much to Bruce Talbot for his efforts yesterday, to Paul Farbrace, who came and spoke to us earlier on today, and as Nick was saying, thanks for all your messages and texts, etc. Throughout. So we'll now get some interviews. Thank you for listening, and we'll be back with more cricket on the BBC for both Sussex and Glamorgan on Friday. Thank you very much, and a very good evening.